Okay, it works. Apparently. And squash it all down. Stack my plate high and squash it down. 12, 16, 20. It can be a +5, 6. If it goes 3 times into one of those two stats. I'm not holding my breath. Or actually I am. Because it is quite hype. Who is it useful for? Why do I have it look like that? I'd like to play Yu-Gi-Oh! Inside of Genshin Impact. Running in the 90s. I'm just running in the night. Okay. Okay, I'm back. Back, I'm feeling good, and I'm ready. To just enjoy myself for a little while. Before I go back to something else. Okay. So, background. Want to listen to.
If you give some biological system a few millennia to figure out a new circumstance, pretty much the only requirement for life on Earth to be alive is liquid water. The fluid in your cells needs to be liquid in order to carry out the chemistry of being alive, which is crazy considering there are huge swaths of the Earth that are completely frozen right now as you watch this video, or are about to freeze, or freeze periodically enough that it...
Okay. I love Clockwork Channel, but...
Hello, beautiful people, and welcome Hi to the Ask Zajef Varessa edition. I feel like I've been kind of not very consistent with releasing Ask Zajefs in the past few months, so I'll try to be doing them more consistently, right? Originally, Ask Zajef was supposed to be like a series of video that I post every time a character gets a rerun so that we can have like recent and updated thoughts. So anyways, Ask Zajef Varessa. I'm sure everyone who's watching a video of mine for what is not the first time already knows that I like Varessa a lot, but I think a lot of people are kind of mistaken as to why. I don't think Varessa is all that strong or has a particularly interesting kit or a particularly interesting character. The reason I like Varessa is just because I think she's fun to play. That's really the only actual factor. The fact that she's strong enough not to feel awful and not to make me feel like I'm actively hurting myself by playing her obviously is helping, but as long as the character reaches that certain level of like good enough, the most important aspect for me is just how fun they are to play, and I like her gameplay a lot. But the thing about gameplay is that people are gonna like different things, and so fun gameplay isn't really an objective statement. Even people who focus more about the gameplay might be bored by Varessa's plays. Anyways.
Okay. Playback speed 125. Wise quality, I guess 144 quality. Packet.
As usual for the Ask Zajef stuff, right? We start by quickly going over. Oh my, okay. You know what? Before that, let's get this shit out of the way, okay? This is my advice if you're gonna be playing Varessa a lot, okay? Advice number one: this slider should be here. Anyways, as I was attempting to say before she so rudely interrupted me, as usual for the Ask Zajef, we start by going over just how strong the character are, their place in the meta is, their pull value, and what's changed since their last rerun. So, when Varessa came out, she came out with Eon-san, and Eon-san was a buff to Maoika's teams. A lot of people still preferred using Xilonen. Xilonen gets you your first burst more consistently in Siege and Onslaught. Xilonen setups aren't as much of a pain in the ass. You don't get punished as much for things going wrong because Xilonen doesn't need energy herself. But just in terms of output, Eon-san is better. And so, when Varessa came out, the support she came with that was supposed to be used with her team, Eon-san, Eon-san's best team wasn't even Varessa, right? Eon-san's best team was Maoika. On her release, Varessa's damage, right, needed to be compared to what was the other stuff that was good at the time, which was, well, Maoika, right? This was pre-Skirk release, so Maoika was kind of just above everyone else. Varessa wasn't that far behind, and when you use what we know now about Varessa, when you use the optimized combos that we know now, actually Varessa's teams were pretty similar in power to Maoika's teams, but that's assuming you were using Varessa with Maoika and doing a bunch of spinning on Maoika. So let me explain what I mean by that. Varessa's base gameplay loop is fairly simple. You use your E, it lets you get a charge attack without having to hold it, and then you plunge, right? And you just repeat that basically. You're generally supposed to open your first setup with a skill so that your first uptime starts with her Fiery Passion state, right? This thing, right? Then you do your setup, very cool, whatever. Use your other abilities. I don't want to do too much damage, so I'm not going to do it. And then you swap back to Varessa, and you just basically just spam your abilities until you don't have any E's to use anymore. And then what? Well, Varessa, unlike a character like Skirk, Vines, Hu Tao, Yoimiya, whatever, she's not specifically reliant on having a state or a buff active to do her damage. Yes, her E allows her to get her plunge attack faster like this, but she can still do a plunge attack just by spamming her charge attack. What that means is that when she runs out of skills to use, she's not necessarily out of gas. She still has things she can do. What early Varessa rotations did is they did the setup, right? Very cool. Swap to other characters, use your abilities, swap back to Varessa. Use 5 skills, because you get the 2 skills just from her skill having 2 charges and the 3 skills from her Fiery Passion. And then you do 2 charge attacks. Oops. So that the state you are in when you end your rotation is the state same as the state when you start your first rotation. Because on the first rotation, you use that extra E as part of your setup here. Right? Like, I've used an E, which means that when I swap the Varessa for the first time, for the first uptime, after my setup is over, I have Fiery Passion, and I get that extra skill that doesn't use up a cooldown.
Yay.
Or that doesn't use up a charge. So I can do 5 instead of 4. And if I were to end things here and then go do my setup again, when I swap back to Verissa, I'll have 1, 2, 3, 4. And I'll only have 4 instead of 5. That's not necessarily a bad thing. There's a bunch of things you can do. But only doing 4 plunge attacks does not take that much time. All right, look at the timer. Let's start at 9 minutes and 5 seconds. Right? We get this.
Pause for a bit.
This realm.
Oh. I just realized there is no Verissa.
If you ever...
Yay. I'm content now. Like right now?
Swap out like 7 to 8 seconds later. Generally, if you swap 7 to 8 seconds after swapping in, your supports are still on a cooldown. And so you have extra time you need to fill. There's a few different ways that you can fill that extra time. And one of those, like I mentioned earlier, is doing those extra just normal charge attacks without the skill. But another thing that you can do is accept 4 plunges on Verissa and use that extra time on someone else. Because the extra time, if you spend it on Verissa, is not as efficient as the initial time. Once you run out of skills, you can still do damage, but the DPS is lower. And so with time, with optimization of rotations in this team,
Leave it to me! Kang! New life!
You're not going anywhere!
as you can see here, with 4 plunges and a little bit of time spinning on Maoika, we end up having all of our buff up time work properly, finishing in the same state as we started, and things just work out pretty well. With the discovery of the optimized Maoika combos that came from the pre-buffered bullshit with Maoika, where you sometimes input your dash, sorry, you input your charge attack before you even dash instead of after. That time spent on Maoika can now also be much stronger, which allows this specific team to be a pretty decent amount above the other Verissa teams that were available on her. This is something I didn't talk about when she came out because I didn't know about the combos you could do on Maoika that were that much better than just normals. I think I mentioned the ability to spend more time on Maoika, but not knowing about those optimized combos, I didn't think it was really that much that worthwhile. I think what I was recommending at the time was alternating a 5 plunge rotation and a 6 plunge rotation with 2 charge attacks, where with the 5 plunge rotation you spent a little bit of time on Maoika. Anyways, if it wasn't for the optimization on Maoika combos and rotations here, Maoika wasn't that far ahead of the other pyro options for Verissa. She was a little bit ahead, but it wasn't a particularly big difference. But with that optimization, she did become a good amount better. And honestly, if I realized that optimization was available back then, instead of realizing it a good amount later, I probably would have perceived Skirk a lot less positively, because I think that, honestly, it's very similar. Anyways, that's not the only thing that changed about Verissa since her last banner. Obviously, Durin came out. And Durin, unlike Maoika, doesn't have you know, relevant time he can spend on field, but instead, the buff he gives is better, and he does his job as an off-fielder better. And so with Durin, the Mawika optimization on rotations kind of doesn't necessarily matter anymore, because if you're using Durin, you can get results that are similar to, if not better than, the results that you'll see with the Mawika optimized rotations, without having to learn the optimized Mawika combos. Because with Durin, you now have like there. Right, when you add those two charge attacks like this, you end up with a rotation that's about 19 seconds, where you have full uptime on your buffs, and your buffs expire after you're done with your last manual charge attack and defense attack. Anyways, these rotations, because they don't require the optimization on Mawika combos, are mechanically a lot easier to do, and it means that Versa has access to teams that are as strong, if not stronger, than the ones that she had with Mawika, while also being as brain dead easy to play as her normal. Does that make Versa noticeably stronger, though? I don't think so. I honestly still think that one of Versa's biggest upsides, advantages, is how kind of self-contained she is. Just like her initial banner, her rerun has the two characters that have relevant constellations on her best team, which means that someone who's a fairly new player will have access to an acceptable team, even if they don't get constellations on those characters, just from going on that banner. And if it's someone who particularly likes Versa, they can try to go for constellations on Versa, while also effectively unlocking the premium team through getting the constellations on these two characters. People talk about how 4-star character or 4-star constellations are harder to get than 5-star characters, but the thing that sometimes gets overlooked is that if the 4-star constellations are on a 5-star character banner that you want to get, their cost is effectively negated. They become a byproduct of
Volcano complete!
what you're doing, not something you have to go out of your way to get, which matters a lot when the characters are a good support for the banner character. So if you're looking at comparisons, right, people talk about the cost system a lot, but the cost system has its downsides and its upsides. As long as there's a certain randomized element in obtaining characters.
This world is but a lie.
Ow. Cares about this one. Ooh, Claymore. Maybe.
there's never going to be a perfect comparison system within the cost system. Characters like Vrissa can actually end up being favored from the fact that, you know, those characters are on the banner, right? If you want a 3 cost Vrissa team, you can go for C2 Vrissa as a new player, and it's not unreasonable to obtain C6 Yansan and C6 Chillers on the way there. I still think that that's one of Varissa's strengths, right? The fact that she's a fairly self-contained unit that you can kind of just decide to get on a whim, where you don't need to kind of plan ahead, unlike a lot of the other stuff that's come out lately. Like, if you don't look at leaks, you learn about Skirk's existence when they announce her in the live stream, and you didn't pull for the characters that were good with Skirk ahead of time, you should not get Skirk. Because very often they prepare these characters by releasing the characters that work with them before them, because they want the character to feel strong on release. But then if you don't get those characters, these characters tend to feel underwhelming. Same thing with Flens, same thing with Nefer. Because Varessa doesn't have that dedicated support like that, she's a lot more approachable for people that aren't planning their pulls ahead of time and thinking too much about what they're going to go for. But that doesn't mean she's necessarily a great pull. If you are going to be planning ahead of time, there are going to be characters that outperform Varessa. I think that the main upsides for Varessa are, one, right, how relatively approachable she is because her good supports are on her banner and you don't need another specific 5-star to make her work, and how easy her gameplay can be. I've gone out of my way a lot more lately to like try.
Speed might be too high. Okay, so and also quality. Let's go to 240 PS. Yes, it is so.
Try to put myself in the shoes of people who don't spend as much time on Genshin as I do, and you know, I've realized that there's a lot of characters that, while strong, tend to have a lot of their power locked behind specific mechanics that more casual players will often overlook or make mistakes with. That's actually why my thoughts on Maoika have actually gotten a lot harsher lately. And I actually don't think Maoika is a character I would necessarily recommend to a new player anymore. Because with the power creep we've been getting lately, it's not like Maoika is that far ahead of the rest anymore. And I do think that she is kind of more intimidating and harder to get good results with, right? Especially considering how straightforward the gameplay of the characters we've been getting lately have been. Varessa isn't the only one. Varessa has very straightforward gameplay, but so does Skirk, so does Flins. In any case, that relative ease of use that Varessa has is definitely something she has going for her, along with, you know, the fact that her banner is fairly self-contained. The biggest downside that she has is that in terms of power, she's just not on the same level as other decent characters. Right? She's not quite on the same level as Maoika, her, and then post-Palomino release, Flynn. She's not that far behind, and when you're using the cost system, she tends to compare relatively favorably because Nefer and Flynn's teams require multiple 5-stars to be that good. But, you know, like I said earlier, the cost system isn't everything. Anyways, all of this to say, Varissa's place in the meta, obviously for this stage in Onslaught, she's really good, and same for this Abyss. She is currently getting shilled. Do not let that fool you. While Varissa is a good character, she isn't supposed to feel that good. Also keep in mind, whenever you see footage of me playing Varissa specifically, I have her C1 that I got as a pseudo accident on the way to get C60 on top. I have Lost Prayers, which doesn't actually matter that much because it's not that good of a weapon on her. It's like slightly better than Winston. But I also have a level 95 Varissa that's like, you used to be top 1, isn't top 1 anymore, but it's still probably top 0.01%. So when you're specifically looking at footage of me playing Versa, keep in mind you're probably not going to see those numbers. Versa is the best build character on my account by far. In any case, I think that right now Versa's pull value is relatively low. The fact that she has relatively self-contained teams and tends to work in most Stygian onslaughts is nice, and it's somewhat appealing. It's not going to be as appealing as the shiny new stuff, especially with the power creep going on and the shilling going on for that shiny new stuff. But at the end of the day, you need more than one team. You need 3 teams, and having access to teams that require less 5 stars to build can be valuable. I think Versa is one of the best examples of a character that is not something I would ever think is necessary on an account, but that I would also almost always think is somewhat helpful. She's basically the textbook definition of a skippable but not bad character. Her pull value is relatively high, but very, very low importance. She's one of the many options that you have. In any case, I think it's time to start taking questions from chat. How reliant is she on C6 Eonsan and or Chavez? I think the best way to think about it is if you have C0 Eonsan and C0 Chavez, she's missing out on a good amount, and she's a fairly forgettable character. If you have C6 on either of them, I'd say that you're honestly mostly fine. If you have C2 Eonsan, C0 Chavez, she's okay. Not amazing, not terrible. One nice thing with Durin's release is that you're a bit less reliant on Chavez constellations, because you can just straight up use someone other than Chavez when you're using Durin. You can put Maoika here, you can even put Bennett here. Yeah, you could also put Xianyun or Xilaonan, really, since you don't have the requirement that Chavez has anymore. One of the biggest upsides of Durin for Versa isn't necessarily how much stronger he makes her teams, it's how much less reliant on Chavez he makes her teams, and how much that does for people who don't have Chavez constellations. How do you think her best team will change and keep up with the meta? I think that it's very, very up in the air. This is something I've talked about a little bit on stream, but I don't think this conversation has ever made it to YouTube. But Chavez is kind of a broken unit. The reason why Overload is Versa's best archetype has nothing to do with the Overload reaction. It has nothing to do with Versa's kit having any sort of synergy with Overload, and it's not like Versa's kit has that much synergy with Pyro as a whole either. Sure, Pyro characters tend to focus more on buffing attack, but the reason why Versa's best archetype is Overload is straight up because of Chavez. Chavez warps team building by just offering so many buffs that it's worth playing an archetype that has no synergy just to unlock her passives. Now,
I would probably need more crit.
a year ago, that was very, very valuable. Today, still, it's very valuable. But we have worrying signs, right? Having looked at Columbina's numbers and the balance of the lunar stuff now, it's pretty clear that the sort of DPS that we got with Maoika, it wasn't supposed to be an outlier, it was supposed to be a precedent, and the lunar teams seem to be following that precedent. The thing is, if we get another support later on that is following that precedent of just being that strong, that can be used with electro carries in archetypes other than overloads, it could very well warp the team building. If we get a cryo character that just says exactly what Chavez says, but gives crit damage instead of attack, her best team might be Superconduct now. Because again, it's not like the overload reaction itself does anything. It doesn't. It's actively harmful, because Versa is a character that has relatively decent AoE, but where the AoE isn't the biggest. So overload ungroups enemies and makes things a little annoying. That's why if you watch my dire clear with Versa, where I brought Versa to clear all 3 dire bosses, I was using an Electrocharge team there. Not because it's that great of a team, just because the synergy with Overload isn't really meaningful for Veressa. Anyways, all of that to say, it's really difficult to
Fine.
predict how Veressa's teams will evolve going forward, because she is not attached to pretty much anything in her teams. The only thing she's attached to is Eon-san, I would say, because Eon-san buffs her stats a lot, gives her Electro Resonance, gives her a good amount of particles, and has cooldowns that line up well with her rotations. So I don't see Eon-san getting knocked out of her teams anytime soon. Obviously, you might have alternatives like using Fischl with Durin, but I think that's a very specific thing. I think that Veressa's best team will keep including Eon-san for a pretty long time, but I could very easily see Chevreuse and the other Pyro slot, obviously, potentially, getting replaced eventually. And this is one of the biggest reasons why I'm kind of not sure how to talk about Chevreuse nowadays. I think that right now she is one of the strongest and most meta warping characters, but I also think that she's one of the strong characters whose place in the meta is the most precarious. Anyways, I don't really expect Veressa to get major upscales for a while, honestly. What do you think about Inefa, Colombina, Veressa? I think that's stupid. The reality is that Inefa, Colombina is not balanced. You can play a 3-unit team with Inefa, Colombina, Sucrose, and Hydro Mannequin you never swap to just so that you get Hydro Resonance, and it's already like 110k DPS.
Oh.
If you're playing Veressa with those, you're not playing Veressa. Veressa's a cosmetic on-fielder. She is one of your possible cosmetic on-fielders for your Inefa Colombina core, but like, it's not good. I don't think Colombina is that unbalanced of a character, but I also think she is. What I mean by that is Inefa and Llama were balanced around how awful Ino is, and with Colombina being a not awful character that has the same role as Ino, Llama and Inefa become effectively just broken, and the meta is gonna yeah, things are looking a little painful going forward for people who don't like the lunar stuff. Bringing this back to Veressa and pull value, I think one of the biggest issues with going for Veressa right now is I don't think you should, if you care about meta at all, bring yourself down to below the amount of primos that is necessary to get one of the non-cry supports plus Colombina, right? If you don't already have Inefa or Llama, you should save enough primos to get one of those and Colombina. I mean, it's not a necessary thing, obviously, because you'll always be able to get clears without the shill stuff, but it'll make your life a lot easier. That being said, I think that, again, right, bringing it back to Veressa, getting the carry for those Nogcry teams is pretty much irrelevant unless you're trying to do Dire, because the carries are so much weaker than the supports in those Nogcry teams, right, that you're already getting more than enough damage to pass most of the DPS checks with Inefa plus Colombina or Llama plus Colombina without needing Nefer or Flins. And I actually think that getting a character like Veressa to make an additional team can often be better than getting the dedicated carry to make your already strong team a little bit stronger. How do I optimize my Veressa combos when I have a source that lets me plunge without skill like this Siege and Onslaught? The biggest issue that I mentioned earlier of running out of gas after you run out of skills, that's because the charge attack is really slow. And if you don't have to do the charge attack, if you just get to jump high, then obviously that downside gets mitigated. So you'll do your normal 5 skills here, and then once you've run out, you just jump normally. Generally, you'll have time to do it depends on the team, depends on your animation times, anywhere between an extra enhanced skill and that's it, to an extra enhanced skill plus 2 extra plunges. A good way of keeping track of when you should swap out is to look at Eon-san under her health bar, because you get to see whether her buff is active or not based on her Night Soul. And you should generally just stay on field on Veressa until that's over. Without Eon-san C6, obviously that takes a little bit less time, so generally with Eon-san without the C6 on Eon-san, you'll end up swapping out after the Eon-san buff expires instead of as it expires. All right, but here it's expiring now basically, so that's when I should swap out. These rotations are a little bit longer than 18 seconds though. Like if you don't have C6 Eon-san here and you swap out earlier because, you know, Eon-san buffs runs out a little lower, you don't necessarily lose that much DPS if it also allows you to do shorter rotations. It's only a real downside if you have to stay on Veressa because of your cooldowns after Aeon Sun's buff is over. You talk about R1 versus C1, sure. Versus C1 isn't that good, so generally her R1 will be better, but her R1 doesn't have Aeon Sun and Chevaleur's on banner. If you're looking for a guaranteed upgrade in X amount of primos, you're probably better off going for Sig. If that X amount of primos is higher, you can consider trying to go for C2 or 0 instead, because in terms of like damage increase per primo gems, getting C2 and getting R1 are relatively similar, but obviously getting C2 is more expensive. But yeah, if you're gonna get 1, probably should be her Sig. If you're gonna get 2, it should probably be C2 without the Sig. If you're gonna get 3, probably C2 R1. Why should I use Prototype Amber on Veressa? I won't stop asking. Okay, fine. Veressa's a pretty decent healer if you put her on Proto Amber. Yeah, because Veressa can use a mini burst that isn't tied to cooldowns, but is tied to animation times instead. You can basically proc it multiple times per rotation, so you get to heal a bunch, restore a bunch of energy as well.
105.
But the hit you take on your damage is way too much to be worth it. So it's not something I would ever recommend, unless you just want to play co-op and have fun with Veressa and your friends suck at the game. How much ER do you need? Okay, that's an interesting one. ER in Veressa is a little bit weird because Veressa is not a character that needs her burst. All right, Veressa's burst is good, but when you don't have the burst, you just end up swapping out earlier without doing the burst, and you don't actually lose that much DPS. Now, if you have it, you should use it. You should always use the mini burst when you have it, assuming your buffs are up. But she's not a character that is dependent on that burst usage to function. So she doesn't have strict energy requirements. I think that the best way to think about it is you should think of energy recharge as a stat that is effectively going to give you over a long fight, like Incision Onslaught, a similar amount of damage as crit, but only conditionally, because it only gives you that extra damage up until you have enough ER to burst every time you have an enhanced skill that allows you to. And there's a lot of situations where enemies drop extra particles or have periods where you can't do a lot of damage against them. And in the former, well, energy recharge stops being all that useful because you're getting a lot of particles anyway, so you end up having your mini burst even without it. And in the latter, you don't want to use your mini burst even if you have it, because you'd rather keep the energy for when the stall phase is over, when you can actually deal damage again. So the value of energy recharge tends to vary between basically flat attack and crit rate / crit damage, right? Personally, the build I run on Veressa has 116.8 ER. Generally, that's basically just enough to get to the breakpoints where I can use my first mini burst pretty comfortably. At 0 ER, I do sometimes feel a little awkward on the first rotation, getting that first mini burst. So I like having at least a tiny bit, but I never really feel like I need more. Technically, when you get a ton of attack like you do against this current boss, you can consider going for an ER Sense, because it is actually useful, and the attack gets omega diluted, but that's a very, very unique thing to this Incision Onslaught. It's not something you should generally do. And the reason for that is because ER is only a good stat up until you have enough ER to burst whenever you do an enhanced skill. And a Sans kind of gives you too much ER. And at that point, you'll just end up having full energy, and a part of your ER is basically just going to be standing there doing nothing. Is the difference between Codex and her signature set that high, considering resin efficiency? Yes and no. One of the nice things about Veressa is that she can use Codex, but I also think that if you end up getting Veressa and using her a lot, for a lot of people it will be worth farming a decent Long Night South. Part of that is because it tends to be really awkward for high investment builds not to overcap on crit rate with Codex, which is an issue that Codex often has, especially on characters whose Ascension stat is crit rate, because once you get to like really high investment, you end up seeing like 35 to 45 crit value on most of your pieces. It starts becoming really difficult to have that amount of crit value without having a lot of that be crit rate. And if a lot of that is crit rate, you'll start just getting too much crit. I use Lost Prayers, which is a crit rate weapon, which is 33 crit rate. With Lost Prayers, I have exactly 100 crit, and I'm forced to use this circlet, which isn't a bad circlet, but because we're pretty saturated on attack, it's not that amazing either. And I can't even reroll that, because if it rolls more crit rate, it's gonna be worse, because I'll just overcap. And I think the reality of the situation is that when you start running into potential crit rate overcap issues, it'll inherently make the quality of your build at high investment a bit lower. And because Long Night's Oath allows you to kind of just avoid that, it doesn't take as much resin investment as just an artifact comparison of one set to another would imply for a Long Night's Oath set to end up being better than a Codex set. That being said, this is for really high investment stuff, right? I'm talking about the sort of builds that will actually be able to C0R1 or C0R01 shield content clear Dire. If you're not quite at high level at that high level of investment, you don't run into that issue with Codex, and at that point, you do not need to farm Long Night's Oath. Like, say you've been playing the game for a year, you have a bunch of characters built, but you also have a bunch of characters that aren't fully built yet, a bunch of your talents that still need leveling. You're interested in some of the upcoming characters. Farming Long Night's Oath should not be a high priority for you, because the only issues with Codex only start showing up once your artifact quality on Codex is likely higher than what you actually have. Was the actual uptime on Codex crit for Verissa? Pretty much 100. Verissa's rotations are supposed to open the setup with a skill, which will give you your Fiery Passion skill state, which will make you have full Night Soul, which means that her actual period of the rotation, that's her uptime, the very first thing you do is spend Night Soul. So the crit rate is basically full uptime. The biggest problem with Codex is actually not with the 4-piece, it's with the 2-piece. Because she keeps going in and out of Night Soul Blessing, there's a portion of her damage that isn't affected by the 2-piece. Verissa versus Ineffa for people who won't get Flynn's. Getting Ineffa by herself isn't that good, but getting Ineffa plus Columbina I think is pretty valuable. If you're planning on getting Columbina, I'd say Ineffa over Verissa. If you're not, I'm not sure. We've got a lot of Lunar Shill coming, so if you don't have any Nogcry stuff, maybe getting Ineffa is still better, just so that you can deal with the Lunar Shill. Are there situations where the big burst is worth using? Short answer, no. Even if you're given basically infinite energy, Verissa's big burst is such a long animation that it's just basically never worth using, because you'll probably be doing more DPS just doing a manual charge attack than using the big burst. I'm exaggerating it a little bit here, but not that much. Because you have to understand, the big burst straight up has a lower motion value than the mini burst, unless you are in Fiery Passion. And if you are in Fiery Passion, it means you have a special skill you can use. So the big burst, in order to do this 1000, has to replace skill plunge mini burst. And that does so much more than the big burst with a fairly similar animation time. And if you don't have Fiery Passion and you're at the 620, you can see that this number is a lot lower. Verissa's big burst is the worst part of her kit, both balance wise and design wise. For the 3 people like me who have C2 Xianyun and C2 Furina, is it similar / better compared to Overload, and by how much? It is better. Honestly, the biggest upside with Xianyun is that you get to fill out the extra time by doing actual jumps with plunges instead of having to use her really slow charge attack. And the rest of Xianyun's kit is kind of just the cherry on top. I'm exaggerating a little bit because you actually get more from the plunge buff than you get from the ability to jump, but anyways, overall I'm not sure exactly how far ahead it is, but it is ahead. That being said, for someone who doesn't have those C2s and is wondering about vertical investment on Verissa, it is not nearly as good to get constellations on Furina and Xianyun, especially if you don't have them, so you gotta get them to begin with on top, versus getting Verissa cons or safe. All right, if you're looking at vertical investment on Verissa, you're way better off going directly on her stuff. What does her damage profile look like? What talent would be the best to crown? The best talent to crown is generally normal attack, then burst. The skill is pretty worthless to crown. Yeah, skill talent levels pretty much don't matter at all. Normal attack talent, right? You can see a high plunge, which is what you get. With the enhanced skill is 550. Without the enhanced skill is 368. Burst, 724. But you're pretty much always gonna get at least one normal high plunge and one enhanced high plunge in between each instance of a mini burst. And just those 2 things is already more damage than the mini burst. So normal attack talent, best, then burst, then skill, I guess, but you don't have to bother with that. How good is R1 Verissa as a brute forcer for future Stygian and Spiral Abysses? For Dire, don't even think about it. For Fearless, should be more than good enough. Yeah. I think that's gonna be it for the Azaj of Verissa, because I'm seeing a lot of questions that are repeating themselves now. If I were to give the TLDR TLDW, I guess, of my thoughts on Verissa as a whole. I don't think Verissa is a character that I would generally recommend in general. I think there's quite a few situations where Verissa is a good recommendation for an account, but she is very low in the list of priorities for new accounts to get, and I don't think she's quite powerful enough to justify a blanket recommendation. As usual, I hope you learned a thing or two. I hope you enjoyed, and I will see you guys in the next one. Bye, YouTube.
Oh.
Главный и самый трагичный сюжет рождественского сезона — совершенно бесчеловечные на новом уровне обстрелы украинской территории. На карту прилетов смотреть жутко. Били явно всем, что есть. Причем совершенно нарочно приурочили обстрелы к Рождеству. Приурочили так, чтобы удары попали не только по мирным гражданам, но и в иностранные, особенно американские СМИ. Чтобы единственный ныне зритель, ради которого все делается, Дональд Трамп, больше не сомневался. У Путина просто нет никаких тормозов. Спрашивается, зачем так поступать? Вроде бы мы находимся еще в одном раунде разводника Трампа. Снова перед ним Путин миром трясет. А какой разговор о мире может вообще быть, когда в одних из двух главных праздников для всех христиан Путин с наслаждением занят смертоубийством? Ответ на этот вопрос очень прост. Весь этот год Путин положил на то, чтобы доказать Трампу: я та сила, с которой придется договариваться, потому что я непобедим. Я все равно добьюсь своего, поэтому со мной нужно договариваться только об условиях капитуляции, причем не только Украины, но и Европы в придачу. Тем временем успехи Путина на фронте в этом году, мягко говоря, не соответствуют амбициям, которые он декларирует. И раз уж у нас один из итоговых в этом году роликов, давайте посмотрим, как все выглядело на самом деле. Перед тем, как начнем, только напомню, мы собрали способы, как обходить в России блокировки и вернуть себе нормальный интернет. Среди них спонсор рубрики VPN Liberty, который сейчас предлагает пробный период на 30 дней без привязки к карте. Ключевой нарратив начала этого года возник после перепалки между Трампом и Зеленским в овальном кабинете. Дескать, после такого публичного развода, после того, как американская администрация одним днем приостановила обмен разведданными и ввела фактическое эмбарго на поставку оружия, Украину от поражения отделяют, если не недели, то точно считанные месяцы. 25-й год должен был стать переломным. Когда Украина лишилась значительной доли военной помощи, фронт уж точно должен был быть прорван. Уж как минимум вся Донецкая область к лету, ну уж как минимум к осени, и уж точно не позднее конца года должна быть взята. Все в этом году крутилось вокруг того, что Путина нужно уговаривать взять поменьше, иначе он возьмет сколько захочет силы. Что если не отдать ему Донбасс, то он заберет Одессу, Киев, Харьков, все, на что хватит фантазии. А Донбасс заберет несомненно, поэтому не отдавать его даже как-то, мол, глупо. Чего упираться, когда все решено? Зачем, мол, Зеленскому заставлять украинских солдат защищать заведомо незащищаемое? В американской администрации, в российской пропаганде, даже среди наших оппозиционных спикеров разлилось стойкое убеждение. Дескать, Путин настолько экзистенциальное, почти божественное зло, что с ним можно договориться только об условиях не совсем позорной капитуляции. На этом строились все разговоры и переговоры. Украина так и так проиграет. Путин так и так, по оценке Трампа, в 15 раз сильнее. У Зеленского нет карт, а стало быть, нет и переговорной позиции. Каждый раз со взятием каждой деревни, каждого хутора начинались разговоры. Вот теперь-то фронт будет прорван. Это была последняя крепость ВСУ, после которой Путин выйдет на оперативный простор и захватит, если не Украину, то ее восток целиком уж точно. Конец года кажется очень хорошим временем, чтобы подвести под этими разговорами некоторую черту. Потому что экзистенциальное божественное зло, уж точно если не за месяц, не за 2, не за полгода, то практически за полный календарный год уж должно было разобраться хотя бы с одним регионом противника, который в 15 раз слабее. Мы же знаем, как экзистенциальное зло на самом деле выглядит. Помним одно такое в 30-40-х годах прошлого века? То зло не считало захваченные территории областями, не хвасталось захватом райцентров. то зло за год с начала войны оккупировало всю Европу, от Польши и Франции до Норвегии. Пожалуй, есть один населенный пункт, судьба которого стала символом всей этой войны. Город Купянск. Райцентр с довоенным населением в 27 тысяч человек, а сейчас, по оценкам, до нескольких сотен. Город на 27 тысяч человек – это, мягко говоря, максимально далеко от масштабов всемирных завоевателей, всяких Наполеонов и Гитлеров. Купянск был захвачен российскими войсками сходу прямо в момент вторжения. Первая слава к нему пришла, когда тогдашний
Son, please. That's not Son.
Глава Генсовета Единой России Андрей Турчак, чтобы никто не сомневался, объявил:
Россия здесь навсегда.
Спустя чуть более полугода, осенью 22-го, Купянск был освобожден вместе с остальными частями Харьковской области в ходе стремительного контрнаступления ВСУ. Наступление с начала войны, ставшего первой и последней по-настоящему масштабной и впечатляющей операции, результаты которой и впрямь отразились на карте. Если кто еще в состоянии такое упомнить, тогдашнее бегство, иначе как не назовешь, изо всей Харьковской области, включая Купянск, официально объяснялось тем, что не очень-то и хотелось. Не собирался, мол, Путин там закрепляться, ему уж только Запорожская, Херсонская, Донецкая и Луганская области нужны. С тех пор прошло более 3 лет огромной крови. С тех пор прошло бесчетное количество раундов рассуждений. Вот сейчас возьмут то-то и то-то, и откроется прямой путь к Одессе или вообще к Киеву. На самом деле мы наблюдаем совсем другое в реальности, в реальном мире. Поговорим об этом после рекламы. Посмотрите, пожалуйста. Какие бы ни возникали ограничения, люди всегда придумают обход. Спасибо, что смотрите рекламу. Она позволяет каналу оставаться независимым и нам финансировать самих себя. Продолжим. Прошло бесчетное количество раундов рассуждений, что вот сейчас возьмут то-то и то-то, откроется прямой путь на Одессу или вообще на Киев. Но вот уже осенью 25-го года внезапно оказалось, что Купянск, во-первых, взят, во-вторых, стал великой победой Путина. И что если другие города Украины не будут сдаваться, с ними будет то же самое.
Если все, что произошло в Купянске, будет происходить и на тех участках, о которых я сейчас сказал, то сворачивание фронта будет неизбежным.
Едва только Путин объявил о победе, в Купянск тут же приехал лично Зеленский. И на фоне стеллы города явно показал, взятием там и не пахнет. На этом месте знатно бомбануло у Z-каналов, которые были в курсе, что никакого взятия нет и близко. В очередной раз пошли разговоры о взятии городов в кредит, о победных докладах, которые оборачиваются горами новых трупов, потому что взятые в кредит территории приходится брать любой ценой потом. Ведь в момент, когда Путин объявляет, что город взят, оставшиеся в нем войска лишаются поддержки и пополнений. Взят же, какие проблемы? Зачем вам войска? Зетники писали, что все эти флаговтыки, пиар-захваты территории, когда сверхмалые группы куда-то заходят и где-то фотографируются, заканчиваются тем, что от этих групп ничего не остается. В ответ оживилась официальная пропаганда. Приезд Зеленского назвали чуть ли не постановкой, снятой на хромакее. Как только они изгалялись, венцом стала прямая линия Путина, где Павел Зарубин в своем непередаваемом припадке любви к начальству задал вопрос в формулировке, из которой сразу следует ответ.
Неделю назад Зеленский якобы снял видео на фоне стелы города Купянска, но многие сразу по разным признакам увидели, что это фейк, и приводят доказательства, свои доказательства. Если это действительно фейк, то как же Зеленский мог решиться вот на подлог такого масштаба в столь ответственный момент?
На что Путин ответил, дескать, во-первых, это все реально фейк, а во-вторых, будь Купянск украинским, Зеленский бы снимался не у Стеллы, а в самом городе.
Стелла находится от самого города где-то на расстоянии километра примерно.
Ну чего стоять на пороге-то? Заходи в дом.
Спустя еще буквально неделю украинцы ударили по тем немногочисленным силам, которые занимали Купянск, окружили их, и сейчас, насколько можно судить, город под полным или почти полным контролем Украины. Снова истерика Z-каналов. Снова ненависть к флаговтыкам. Снова обвинение в предательстве и вранье Верховному. Снова пропаганде ничего не остается, кроме как отрицать очевидное. Для чего мы описываем эту драму тут? Чтобы вы себе представили. Все эти победные заявления, номинальные захваты, окружение, отступления, все эти споры с пеной у рта, вся трагикомедия длиной в несколько месяцев. Все это происходит не в русле «Ок, Киев взят, дальше идем на Варшаву». Они идут вокруг населенного пункта, который сходу на карте не отыщешь с лупой. Который не виден в масштабах не то что Европы, не то что Украины, даже в рамках одной Харьковской области. Эта война в некотором роде существует в двух измерениях. В одном все крутится вокруг вопроса, захочет Путин взять Киев или не захочет. В другом о взятии Купянска объявляется несколько месяцев подряд. В одной вселенной существуют вопросы, когда Путин победит одну из крупнейших в Европе стран и какие кварталы райцентра кем контролируются. Надо приложить отдельные усилия, чтобы осознать всю ненормальность этой ситуации. У нас нет никаких причин считать, что Путин воюет в полсилы. Порой с момента подписания контракта до смерти наемника проходит меньше месяца. И так мы понимаем, вся без исключения способная воевать армия уже на фронте. Потому насколько расширился фронт, потому что Путин наступает везде и всюду, где только получается, мы понимаем, текущий темп наступления – это максимальный предел возможного без мобилизации. Было бы можно наступать шире сейчас и дальше – наступали бы шире и дальше. По масштабам варварских обстрелов украинской территории тоже совершенно очевидно, что никто не экономит. Просто посмотрите, какой ад творится весь праздничный сезон. В центре и на востоке страны живого места нет. Все, что способно выпускать российская беспилотная и ракетная промышленность, немедленно отправляется по украинским городам. Путин не воюет на 30 или 50%. Не будет такого, что если он не получит желаемое, то будет воевать на все 100. Совсем наоборот. В этом году явно стояла задача изо всех сил впечатлять Трампа, показывать свою способность идти вперед, несмотря ни на что. Ну и вот показали. Прошел еще год войны. Украина осталась практически без американской помощи. Если посмотреть на график, ее и вовсе нет. Зато есть проблемы тут и там. От мобилизации до коррупционных скандалов внутри. А где Путин? Окружает Ивано-Франковск или Львов? Устанавливает оккупационную администрацию в Одессе? Нет, он там же, где и был. Новый год, новая попытка оккупации Донбасса целиком. И снова до этой цели, как до Китая пешком. Тем удивительнее, что весь этот год, особенно с момента вступления Трампа в должность, все разговоры о стратегической победе Путина, как это формулирует Юлия Латынина, не просто не сворачиваются, но становятся общим местом. Да, вопросов нет. Путин кладет на эту войну такие ресурсы, которые невозможно ни представить, ни осознать. За неполные 4 года он сжег 23,5 тысячи единиц техники. Советских генералов на этом месте хватанул бы инфаркт. Запасы, которые готовились на случай глобальной войны со всем НАТО, компактно уничтожены в нескольких регионах. И это речь только про Орикс, только про ту технику, которую удалось посчитать по визуальным свидетельствам. Из всей уничтоженной техники 4,25 тысячи – это танки. Для сравнения, за 45 лет производства Израиль изготовил вдвое меньше танков Меркава всех модификаций. Путин тратит на войну не менее 1,5 миллиардов долларов в год, что сравнимо с довоенным ВВП Украины в 200 миллиардов долларов. В смысле ресурсов, которые Путин готов продолбать, он, конечно, силен, тут ничего не скажешь. Быть нефтяной экономикой с огромными резервами в начале войны и начать жить в долг на 4-м году – это сильно. Путин силен и в своей нечувствительности к потерям. Схема с покупкой наемников позволяет терять людей сотнями тысяч в количестве на порядок превышающем что Афган, что обе чеченские войны вместе взятые. Причем происходящее не конвертируется в политические проблемы. В вопросе сжигания советских запасов техники, людских и финансовых ресурсов страны Путин силен безусловно. Но где результаты-то? Давайте отвлечемся от моральной стороны дела и просто посмотрим на карту. Война с учетом всех потерь, с учетом арестованных 300 ярдов, по стоимости подбирается где-то к $1 триллиону. Война, которая ведется против заведомо более слабого противника, который в этом году еще и остался без помощи главного союзника. Война эта вообще должна была быть спецоперацией по молниеносному захвату Киева, но безнадежно застряла в рамках одной области. Она была там в 24-м, она там и есть весь 25-й. Совершенно варварские атаки по Киеву, Одессе, по мирным украинским городам, которые идут без конца весь праздничный сезон, нельзя считать ничем иным, кроме как публичным признанием. Глобально в военном плане за целый год не вышло абсолютно ничего. Похвастаться абсолютно нечем. Что нам известно из разговоров Путина и Трампа? Что Путин обещал захватить Донбасс до осени, а Трамп сказал: ну ок, попробуй. Даже сроки на днях озвучивались. Неизбежный вопрос. Ну и где Донбасс? Где твоя силушка-то богатырская? Путин отвечает совершенно отчаянной своей отмороженностью. Путин сообщает, договариваться нужно не потому, что он может особенно преуспеть на фронте, а потому что он ни перед чем не остановится. Есть проблема с убийством солдат в нужном количестве? Ну так будет убивать тех, в кого попадает. Никакого иного смысла рождественских зверств по всей Украине нет, кроме того, чтобы подменить военные успехи отмороженностью. Чтобы точно попасть на глаза Трампу. И это самая наглядная черта и под тем, чего Путин реально смог достичь за 25-й год, и под тем, что сможет достичь далее. Права ли американская разведка в том, что Путин хочет всю Украину? Права. Но пока реальность в том, что Путин не смог взять Купянск. До завтра.
As the long-awaited Part 2 of Stranger Things Season 5 finally releases, we're seeing a ton of discontent from fans of the long-running TV sci-fi drama. There's accusations of it having TikTok dialogue, as it seems written to be clipped on social media, so everyone's speech patterns do not sound natural and as if they expect audiences to be scrolling on their phone at the same time. It's constant.
Well, that plan failed spectacularly. We'll never be able to save Will and Holly, not to mention 50 random children and the whole universe.
Well, not with that attitude.
Well, have you got any better ideas?
Bingo.
Hey, where are you going? See this pen? Imagine this is Will. Why are you suddenly out of breath? Just go with it, moron. And this space shuttle is 11. This better be going somewhere. Now imagine this spooky skeleton is Vecna.
Okay.
And this book, it's a book that I'm trying to finish.
Right.
And this microphone represents Hegel's philosophy of absolute idealism.
Whatever.
And this Saturn V rocket represents all that exists in the universe, which means Vecna is the rocket field. That power.
So the best in slot partner for Ye Xiongguang, outside Dialon that is. If you have not watched my Ye Xiongguang video yet, you should, and you will find a link in the in the description. Also, Zhao has the most goofy
I'm just gonna go here.
goofy animations imaginable, so of course we adjusted our guide to match that. Anyway, today let's talk about her kit and how she plays her best weapons, destroys and destroys sets, her main and subsets, her teams and her mindscapes, and lastly, let's also talk about her pros and cons. Welcome! I'm Rivenus and this is your complete guide to Zhao. Zhao is an ice defense agent, and as you might have noticed, this video is not titled In Depth. That is because, well, she does not really have any. Well, not enough for me to justify calling it In Depth at least. She is best played by not playing her, or at least not too actively. To understand better on why that is, let's first cover her kit. Let's begin with her core skill and unique resource, Frostbite Points. Frostbite Points are, as per usual, indicated right below her HP bar and capped out at 100 points, at which point her bar will change from blue to orange. Zhao can generate Frostbite Points by various means. Her EX special, which will grant her 20 points, her ultimate, which will also grant her 20 points, her chain attack, which will grant her 5 points, but we will never use this, and lastly, she will also passively accumulate 6 points every 3 seconds whenever an on-field agent deals damage. When Zhao has 100 Frostbite points, switching into her will then trigger her entry skill and activate Aether Veil Wellspring. This is the same Aether Veil that Lucia and Yetari provide, so we already know what it does. This Aether Veil lasts for 40 seconds, and if Zhao activates it again, the Aether Veil will be deactivated. If she is switched in and activates it again, yes, Aether Veil will be deactivated, but because we switch her in, it will also be activated again right after deactivating it. This is simply a very complicated way of saying she cannot extend the duration of her own Aether Veil. Whenever Zhao activates Aether Veil, she will then grant a 1000 flat combat attack buff to all squad members. Lastly, Zhao also gains 1.4% crit rate for every 1000 points of initial max HP she has, and this is, as per usual, not a heartbreak point. It might as well be phrased as every point of initial max HP will grant Zhao 0.0014% crit rate. Her max HP will also become important in her additional ability, so let's talk about it. Zhao requires either an attack, anomaly, or support character, and when that condition is fulfilled, as long as Zhao is within any Aether Veil, she will grant a damage bonus to the whole squad. This damage bonus starts at a 10% base, increasing by an additional 1% for every 400 initial max HP exceeding 15,000 she has, capping out at 40% and 27,000 max HP. Or in other words, she is a very heavy HP scaler. Reaching 27,000 initial max HP is also very difficult, and for most players unlikely to reach. Her signature also does not really help with that, but more on that later. And just for reference, 25,000 initial max HP would then also grant her 35% crit rate from her core skill. Unfortunately, for some weird reason, they really did not want her to even remotely compete with Lucia, so unless you are running double support comms with your Rupture DPS, she will not do too much. And you kinda just really don't want to run double support comms with your Rupture DPS, as all of them are heavily reliant on getting as many stun windows as they can. So don't do that. We will never actively use her basic attacks nor any of her dodges or dash attacks, and while we might use her assist follow-up or quick assist, they do what we expect them to do, so we will skip all of them. We will use her basic attack Final Verdict, however. Well, not actively, as she will literally just use this by herself, but anyway. After Zhao activates Ether Veil, she will trigger a Quick Assist, and if she does, when she is switched out, she will then remain on the field, charging for 5 seconds and unleash Final Verdict. This looks very impactful, and it also has a very high base scaling of 5 times 24% max HP on it, but because she has to build full HP and a little bit of energy regeneration, she has no room to build any stats to actually make this deal any meaningful damage. However, even though we will not actively use this skill, I want to divert your gaze to the following sentence, which I will just read out loud. If Frostbite points is full when the skill activates, all Frostbite points are consumed to trigger Ether Veil Wellspring and trigger a Quick Assist. If a squad mate's Quick Assist is then launched, Zhao automatically follows up with Basic Attack Final Verdict and begins charging. This sentence is very important because it is not only present here, but on every single skill on her kit. Her entry skill, which is just a Quick Assist with a different name, Assist Follow-Up EX Special Chain, and also her ultimate. This effectively means Zhao can trigger Ether Veil and all of her buffs not only by switching her in, but by using any skill in her kit, given that she has sufficient Frostbite points, that is. There's one problem though. Because she can activate the skill while she is inactive, for example after using her EX special, that also means if you manage to gain the 100 Frostbite points after your EX special, she is able, and it is possible for her, to trigger this Ether Veil while she is not the active character. Because of the 5-second charge time, this can result in Ether Veil triggering at an unfavorable time when you don't actually want it, messing with our Sword Force stacks on Yeshongguan. Zhao's EX special does what an EX special is supposed to do at the cost of massive AT energy, but it will also grant her 20 Frostbite points, consume 5% of her current HP, and then restore HP to the entire team based on her max HP over 5 seconds. This HP restoration can only be triggered once every 30 seconds, and her EX special also has a really long animation time, so ideally we just want to swap cancel this, always. Her chain and ultimate both behave as we would expect them to behave, and they will give us 5 and 20 Frostbite points respectively. Because her chain grants us only 5, it is effectively never worth using. And that also already covers her entire kit. So let's answer why we don't too actively want to play her. First up, she does no damage whatsoever, and if you have been paying attention, all of her skills have a very long animation time. Like extremely long. In addition, her EX special has a high energy cost of 80, so we will not really see this too frequent either, and all of her buffs last at a minimum 40 seconds and at best 50 seconds. Because of that, our entire game plan revolves around accumulating 100 Frostbite points every 50 seconds, then switch into her and instantly switch back out of her, because any time spent on her is honestly a massive time waste. However, please don't let me stop you from playing something off meta. If you want to play DPS Zhao, do so and let me know you in the comments. I would actually be really interested in if you can actually clear using a DPS Zhao. However, as she generates approximately 6 Frostbite points every 3 seconds, we can expect her to have close to 100 points every 50 seconds. However, that would also mean we have a downtime of 10 seconds on her up to 40% damage bonus buff, and we would like that to not be the case. Means we will have to switch into her once every 40 seconds, use either her EX special or ultimate once, and then use the Quick Assist to get out of her as soon as possible. And that is quite literally the entire game plan. Basically, regardless of which team you play her in. Switch into her once every 40 seconds, press EX or ultimate, and then switch out again. This 40 seconds time window will also become very important later on, but well, more on that later. Lastly, even though she doesn't do very much damage or daze in the first place, I do want to end her kit overview with her skill priority. Ideally, you max out her core skill, and if you want to save on resources, you can leave every other skill at level 1. If you want to gain the maximum out of your Zhao, however, and also gain the highest scores in Deadly Assault, prioritize her core skill, then her basics and EX, into ultimate, and lastly assist and dodge. In fights with a lot of parries, and without Yeshongguan especially, we can prioritize her assist slightly more, as she will contribute at least some meaningful days over time from her defensive assist and assist follow-up. So let's cover her. weapons, I guess, because she has really no combos, as already explained earlier. I would also do a gameplay breakdown, but you will literally see her on screen for 0.5 seconds out of 3 minutes, so that is not really helping here either. It would be more of a Ye Xiongguang showcase than a Zhao showcase, but if you want to see her in action, well, those few seconds, you can check out the gameplay breakdown over on my Ye Xiongguang guide. So let's talk about her weapons. Because Zhao's damage and days does not matter, we will look at Ye Xiongguang's damage instead. Zhao has like 3 weapons to choose from, and that's pretty much it. Her best on slot weapon is her own signature, and it is pretty good. It provides energy regeneration as well as a team-wide 10% combat attack, 10% combat HP, and 30% crit damage, resulting in an approximate 15% damage gain. If you have Tusks of Fury, it is her next best choice, and while you will deal a little bit more days, she doesn't really deal much in the first place, and Ye Xiongguang doesn't really care too much about it anyway. Original Transmorpher is a craftable weapon, provides nearly as much HP as her own signature does, which is why her signature is not necessarily a help in regards of hitting her max HP threshold, and you want to use this if you have neither Tusk or her signature. I'ma be real. Zhao has like no good disk drive set. When played with Ye Xiongguang, you can do whatever you want. You will rarely use Zhao's ultimate, like once or twice per fight, usually only once, and you will also never use her chain, so a 4-piece swing jazz is not really gonna do too much. With Ye Xiongguang, you will effectively never parry as well, or at least very rarely, so Protopunk isn't really gonna do too much either. Your best bet is probably a 4-piece Astral Voice, even if you will not really maintain a good stack time on it, unless you play with Astra. For the 2-piece, either of Moonlight Lullaby, Swing Jazz or Yun Kui Tales is what I would recommend. A 2-piece Yun Kui Tales is the best the less HP substats you have, with Swing Jazz allowing for slightly better consistency in her Ether Veil uptime. Honestly, choose whatever has more HP substats, preferably a 2-piece Yun Kui for most players I reckon. If you have nothing else, and I don't say this lightly, but even a 2-piece layout might be serviceable, or at least it will not make too much of a difference. If you play her in any team that actually needs to interact with the enemy and its mechanics, a 4-piece Protopunk will generally serve the best, but when paired with Astra, a 4-piece Astral Voice is still the best choice. If you do that, make sure that your Astra runs Moonlight Lullaby and, well, Zhao holds the Astral. Finally, Zhao's main stats are at least interesting to talk about and also have some nuance to them. Except for slot 4 and 5, because here we want HP %. For slot 6, however, we want to make a trade-off. Unless we run HP % in all slots, it is highly unlikely that you will get the full 40% damage bonus, and that is okay. But if we run HP %, that also means we might have some downtime on her buff. To understand this better, let's go back to her Frostbite generation. Since she generates 6 points every 3 seconds and her damage bonus buff lasts for as long as her Ether Veil does, so 40 seconds, that means she will generate 80 Frostbite points every 40 seconds. With both her ultimate and EX special generating 20 points, that also means we want to use either of her ultimate or EX special once every 40 seconds. Assuming energy regeneration in slot 6 and no signature, she would generate 1.92 energy per second, or in other words, 76.92 energy. Her entry skill generates 7.5 energy, and her basic attack Judgment, which she will automatically cast after proccing Ether Veil, will generate 1.71 energy. That means by running energy regeneration in slot 6, we can guarantee 100% uptime on her Ether Veil. If we run HP % in slot 6 instead, assuming her signature, she would generate 66.4 energy per 40 seconds. Adding in the 7.5 energy from her entry and the 1.71 energy from her Judgment means we are looking at a downtime of 3 seconds, as she would need 43 seconds to generate energy. So what does that mean? If you have her signature, for most people, I would recommend to run HP % in all 3 slots. You might have a small downtime, but you don't have to worry about having very good substats and you can still get the full damage bonus. If you are a min-max person, however, and you want to get the best out of your unit, you will need very good HP substats, and I would highly recommend you to run Energy Regeneration or even Impact in slot 6. ER can help you with a better uptime on her buff while also granting you a bit of leeway. It will also give you more access to her EX special, which is just gonna give you more Astral Voice stacks. Impact is pretty useless when played with Ye Xiongguang, but it might come in handy in other teams. If you do not have her signature, I would always recommend Energy Regeneration in slot 6, as it will guarantee you set 100% uptime on her buffs, but it does make her harder to build, so keep that in mind. TLDR being, ER is always gonna be good, but makes her harder to build. As for her substats, HP %, then flat HP, and if you are at 27k initial HP, again that is the one in the stat screen, you can then focus on crit rate and crit damage. For our Mindscapes, we will again look at Ye Xiongguang's damage instead. Her Mindscape 1 gives you a 15% damage gain assuming a neutral target. At least that would be if you don't have any red shred, but Ye Xiongguang's weapon does at least give some of it, so it diminishes a little bit this value. Her Mindscape 2 gives combat attack and it's fine. Nothing outstanding, but not super bad either. Her M3 to M6 do absolutely nothing for the team itself, but allow you to play her as an on-field carry if you desire to do so. Honestly, her Mindscapes are pretty bad. If you really like Zhao, you can get her Mindscape 1 if you want to, it is universal and not really too bad. I would still recommend getting her weapon over her Mindscape 1, but even her weapon is not necessarily too great, and I think you are better off saving your polychromes for another character or another character's Mindscape instead. The good thing about Zhao is that she is free, and she also fits into a lot of teams. In fact, she fits into so many teams I cannot display them all on screen, so those here are just some examples. She is basically Caesar with better buffs in exchange for less days, and that also means she fits into every team in which Caesar fits into. But in the same vein, she also is often outclassed by other choices in basically all of them but one. She is the best in slot support for Ye Xiongguang, simply due to the Ether Veil procs, which will result in additional enlightened states for her. It should also be mentioned that she does not really fit well into Rapture teams. All Rapture units released up until now are heavily dependent on their stun windows, and with her requiring another support to activate her additional ability, that simply results in you having to play double support compositions. And those are not well known for providing a lot of days. In addition, she is otherwise primarily buffing attack, which Rapture agents do not scale well off. So that doesn't really play into Rapture's favor either. She does fit into every attacker and anomaly team, however, effectively acting as a good but not outstanding support. She is outclassed by Astra and Yuzua in attack and anomaly teams respectively, and is also outclassed by a well-played Nicole in both team types, but she is better than Caesar. Well, unless you have Caesar's signature and also are in need of the days that Caesar provides. Pros and cons. Well, first up, she is free. And for being free, she is a solid support, even if she is not the greatest. She is the best in slot for Ye Xiongguang, however, and does fit into basically every attacker and anomaly team, which is great for new players just starting out or if you are short on supports. Actually, if you are a new player, let me know in the comments. On the other hand, she unfortunately is not great in Rupture teams, but if you have no stunner available for some reason, she will work in double support compositions within those teams. Her investment is very cheap, with you being able to leave basically all of her skills but her core at level 1. Of course, you can always level them for just some more team damage and the days, but you don't have to. She also does not really have many weapon choices, but one of them is at least craftable, and if all strings break, you could even slap an energy regeneration main stat support weapon on her, for example Kaboom, then run HP % in slot 6 and you will be fine. Hence, she also doesn't need her signature, but her signature is a good weapon. Lastly, I actually really like her animations, but because her optimal playstyle is to on-field her as less as possible, we unfortunately will not really see them too often. And with that, we are at the end of the video. Thank you so much for watching. Don't forget to like and subscribe, leave a comment on your thoughts on Zhao, and of course join the Discord. A special thanks to my YouTube and Patreon members who make this content possible. If you wish to support me, you'll find a link to my Patreon in the description or click the join button right below this video. And as always, I appreciate all of you and wish you a great day. No showcase because, well, there's nothing to showcase. If you want to see it, go watch the Yishun Guang guide. Peace!
Of 7.
Yeah.
Right, I collected everything.
Сейчас я нахожусь в Лондоне, недалеко отсюда, но за 1000 миль от родины похоронен человек, без которого невозможно представить современную историю России. Борис Березовский. Он был богатейшим человеком в стране. Говорили, будто он управляет Россией, начинает и заканчивает войны, назначает и снимает министров, генералов и президентов, будто без него не принимается ни одно серьезное решение российского руководства. Крупный бизнесмен, имеющий ресурсы, чтобы влиять на власть. Это буквально словарное определение слова «олигарх». И Березовский, на первый взгляд, типичный олигарх из 90-х. Но я расскажу его историю не так, как это делают обычно. Сегодня я покажу вам человека, сотканного из противоречий. Ученого, мошенника, бизнес-магната, который выстраивал закулисные схемы управления страной, работающие и поныне. Но прежде всего, Березовский был одним из тех, кто пытался противостоять Путину, был одним из главных его врагов. Парадокс, ведь Березовский сам помогал ему прийти к власти. 18 апреля 2008 года в Лондоне начался судебный процесс. Судились здесь два россиянина – олигарх Роман Абрамович и бывший олигарх Борис Березовский. Когда-то они были партнерами по бизнесу и близкими друзьями. Но это осталось в прошлом. Березовский потребовал от Абрамовича возместить ему $5,5 миллиардов, которые он потерял, продав тому под давлением задешево свои активы. Казалось бы, обычный арбитраж, спор хозяйствующих субъектов. Такое случается сплошь и рядом, когда вчерашние партнеры ссорятся, а потом делят имущество. Но тогда судились не просто бизнес-партнеры. Судились люди с разными взглядами на российскую верхушку. Абрамович после прихода к власти Владимира Путина демонстрировал тому лояльность и готовность играть по новым правилам и приумножил свое состояние. Березовский же стал открыто против Путина выступать и в итоге бежал из России в Великобританию, чтобы не оказаться в российской тюрьме. И стал для российских властей чем-то вроде оруэлловского Голдстейна, главным политическим пугалом. Ему приписывали теракты, убийства, цветные революции в соседних странах, финансирование чеченских боевиков. Большая часть из этого, конечно же, неправда. Но что Березовский действительно делал после отъезда? Продолжал публично бороться с Путиным. Суд против Абрамовича, который проходил здесь, вот в этом здании суда, был прежде всего проектом, призванным показать, как Кремль борется с теми, кого считает своими противниками. Как политические цели оправдывают любые средства – давление, шантаж, угрозы, захват заложников. Конечно, миллиарды вернуть тоже хорошо, но не они были главной целью при подаче иска. В чем вообще была суть претензий? Как только Березовский начал противостоять Путину, Кремль заставил его отказаться от российских активов и передать их Абрамовичу по ценам намного ниже рыночных. Чтобы Березовский был сговорчивей, в тюрьму отправили одного из ближайших его партнеров, Николая Глушкова. Мы видели аналогичную схему в деле Ходорковского, когда за решеткой оказался сначала его друг Платон Лебедев. Видели и в деле Навального, у которого в тюрьму посадили брата. Благодаря иску Березовского подобная история впервые перешла из раздела «все понимают» в плоскость юриспруденции. Стороны вывалили на стол лондонского суда документы, свидетельствующие о методах российских бизнесменов в 90-х и в нулевых. Познакомили англичан с терминами «крыша», «кидалово», «разводка» и раскрыли реальную роль Бориса Березовского в российской политике. Многое из того, что я сейчас расскажу, стало известно благодаря тому суду. Вы наверняка знакомы с событиями осени 93-го года. Танки в Москве, горящий Белый дом, штурм телецентра. Но мало кто знает, что эта история могла повториться в марте 96-го, когда Россия снова оказалась в полушаге от гражданской войны. Борис Березовский был среди тех, кто эту войну предотвратил. Главная политическая интрига России того времени – что будет, когда к власти вернутся коммунисты. Победа на президентских выборах Геннадия Зюганова, лидера КПРФ, в начале 96-го года казалась делом решенным. Против Ельцина было абсолютно все. Он начал реформы еще 5 лет назад, но страна продолжала жить в нищете. Грозный собирались взять силами одного полка ВДВ за 2 часа, а в итоге увязли в Чечне на годы. Да и сам президент из бодрого популярного политика превратился в пожилого человека, который перенес 3 инфаркта за полгода. У него толком не было команды единомышленников, объединенных общей идеей. А задача была невероятно сложной – переизбрание непопулярного президента на 2-й срок. Тогда не существовало такого понятия, как партия власти. Попытки ее создать заканчивались провалом. Например, партия «Наш дом России» премьер-министра Черномырдина набрала на думских выборах 95-го лишь 10%. Почти все губернаторы в России были скрытыми или явными сторонниками коммунистов. Исключение составляли лишь мэры Москвы и Петербурга – Лужков и Собчак. Никакой вертикали власти не было и в помине. Губернаторы самостоятельно принимали решения. В ближайшем же окружении Ельцина правили балсиловики. Начальник службы безопасности президента Александр Коржаков и директор ФСБ Михаил Барсуков. Они собирались подойти к решению проблемы с силовой точки зрения. Дескать, раз уж выборы выиграть невозможно, значит, нужно их отменить. Ввести военное положение, запретить Компартию, разогнать протесты. В такой ситуации взяться за проект по переизбранию Ельцина мог лишь безумец и авантюрист. И им как раз и был Борис Березовский. Кем он был, на чем заработал свои первые деньги, расскажу после рекламы. Посмотрите, пожалуйста.
Одно из неприятнейших свойств нашей памяти – забывать...
Путь Бориса Березовского к вершинам был долгим и непростым. В советские годы он занимался наукой. Еще в юности он выбрал математику, и не случайно. В СССР наука была настоящим социальным лифтом. Ведь, чтобы вести гонку вооружений с американцами, нужны были технологии, а значит, требовались те, кто эти технологии будет развивать. У ученых, особенно у технарей, были деньги, почет и уважение. А Березовский всегда выбирал наиболее перспективный путь. Почти 20 лет он работал в Институте проблем управления Академии наук. Хорошим математиком он не был, но карьеру делал быструю и впечатляющую. Березовский не стремился делать научные работы. Ему проще было найти тех, кто сделает эти работы за него. Он умел находить подход к людям и получать желаемое. Легко организовывал сложные и сомнительные схемы, приносившие дивиденды как ему лично, так и его институту. Например, в 70-х Березовский свел близкое знакомство с топ-менеджерами Волжского автозавода «АвтоВАЗа» и устроил масштабный бартер. Сотрудники института писали для автовазовцев диссертации, а взамен из Тольятти тем приезжали дефицитные запчасти для «Жигулей». Березовский поставил эту схему на поток, а впоследствии связи на автозаводе помогут ему начать собственный крупный бизнес. В начале 80-х сотрудники ОБХСС, была такая организация в Советском Союзе, занимавшаяся экономическими преступлениями, арестовали Березовского в Махачкале при попытке продать постельное белье, туфли и еще какие-то вещи. В СССР такое называлось спекуляцией и считалось уголовным преступлением. Вытащить его помог коллега по институту, сын известной писательницы Зои Богуславской. Она позвонила главному дагестанскому поэту Расулу Гамзатову, и тот использовал свои связи для освобождения будущего олигарха. В те времена Березовский мечтал стать знаменитым ученым. У него была конкретная цель – получить Нобелевскую премию. Двигался он к мечте вполне успешно. Защитил кандидатскую диссертацию по теории информации, получил премию Ленинского комсомола, затем защитил докторскую. Может, Березовский получил бы однажды заветную Нобелевку, но времена изменились. Появилась сфера намного более перспективная – бизнес.
Первые относительно большие деньги Березовский заработал на перепродаже, сделанной в институте работы. Используя связи, он пролоббировал крупную сделку по закупке государством программного обеспечения. Продавцом в той сделке выступил кооператив, основанный самим Березовским, и заработал он на этом, по его словам, миллионы рублей. Такая сумма была пределом мечтаний для многих, но стала первым шагом для Березовского. Он хотел миллиард, и не рублей, а долларов. В конце 80-х Березовский пришел к руководству Волжского автозавода с предложением создать совместное предприятие и совместно заработать на продаже автомобилей. Грех таким не заняться, тем более в стране, где автомобили – один из самых дефицитных товаров. Да еще и имея в партнерах сам АвтоВАЗ. В те годы государство стояло на пороге краха и уже не могло пресекать спекулятивные схемы. А «Жигули», производимые в Тольятти, официально продавались по заниженным в несколько раз государственным ценам. Эти два обстоятельства привели к тому, что вокруг АвтоВАЗа, как грибы, повырастали кооперативы-посредники, скупавшие машины прямо с конвейера по госцене и перепродававшие их по реальной рыночной стоимости. Делалось это с помощью взятки руководства завода, размер которой определялся толщиной пачки 100-долларовых купюр в сантиметрах. Так и говорили, такой-то контракт будет стоить 5 сантиметров баксов. Но Березовский всех этих посредников легко обошел. У него были не просто доллары в пачках, у него было совместное предприятие с гендиректором АвтоВАЗа в качестве акционера. Он вывел бизнес по перепродаже «Жигулей» на новый уровень. Его «Логоваз» скупал автомобили не сотнями, как остальные посредники, а десятками тысяч, якобы на экспорт. Ведь так отпускная госцена была еще ниже. При этом Березовский давал Тольяттинскому заводу лишь 10% от стоимости автомобиля, а остальное должен был выплатить через несколько лет. СССР вскоре распался. Началась гиперинфляция, и получается, что машины достались Березовскому вообще почти бесплатно. Очень быстро «Логоваз» стал крупнейшим автодилером в стране. Появились сотни автосалонов в разных городах. Помимо «Жигулей» начали продавать и импортные автомобили, например, «Мерседесы», которые стали главным атрибутом бандитов, и «Новоришей», получивших прозвище «Новые русские». В 1992-м оборот «Логоваза» составлял 250 миллионов долларов, а Березовский стал одним из самых богатых людей в стране.
В 1993-м Березовский основал автомобильный всероссийский альянс «АВВА». Альянс этот выпускал ценные бумаги, которые мог купить любой желающий. Полученные деньги должны были пойти на строительство в Тольятти нового завода для выпуска народного автомобиля, нашего российского Volkswagen ВАЗ-1116, который достался бы держателям акций с хорошей скидкой. Если вы читали книгу Николая Носова «Незнайка на Луне», то наверняка помните аферу с акционерным обществом гигантских растений. Герои продавали акции, чтобы на вырученные деньги построить ракету и доставить на Луну земные сельхозкультуры. Они вложились в рекламу, акции подскочили в цене. В итоге партнеры Незнайки просто присвоили себе полученные деньги, обманув вкладчиков. АВВА действовала по тому же принципу. Видимо, читали «Незнайку на Луне». Благодаря мощной рекламной кампании Альянс распродал гражданам, еще не успевшим сильно обжечься на финансовых пирамидах, бумаг на 50 миллионов долларов. И никакого завода не построил. Обещанный ВАЗ-1116 не продвинулся дальше прототипа. Бумаги обесценились, а деньги инвесторов помогли Березовскому получить треть акций самого АвтоВАЗа. В конце 90-х инвесторам предложат обменять ценные бумаги АВВА на акции АвтоВАЗа или на наличные. Вот только за бумагу, которая в 93-м стоила 10 долларов, спустя 5 лет можно будет получить, в лучшем случае, 10 рублей. 7 июня 94-го Березовский чудом избежал смерти. Он выезжал на своем «Мерседесе» из офиса «Логоваза» на Новокузнецкой, когда раздался взрыв, сработала бомба, заложенная в припаркованной рядом машине. Водитель Березовского погиб на месте. Охранник получил тяжелые ранения. Но сам Березовский остался жив лишь по чистой случайности. В тот день он сел позади водителя, хотя обычно садился по диагонали, за передним пассажирским креслом. Это его и спасло. По официальной версии, заказчиком убийства был бизнес-конкурент Березовского, лидер ореховской преступной группировки Сергей Тимофеев по прозвищу Сильвестр. Спустя несколько месяцев уже Сильвестра взорвут в его машине. Убийство останется нераскрытым. Роль предпринимателя начинает надоедать Березовскому. Его не занимали вопросы операционного управления бизнесом. Он хотел большего. Не просто зарабатывать деньги, но влиять на происходящее в стране, стать частью правящей элиты и получить возможность продвигать свои идеи. В 1993-м Березовский познакомился с Валентином Юмашевым, будущим зятем президента Ельцина и одним из наиболее приближенных к нему людей. По просьбе Юмашева Березовский дал деньги на издание мемуаров Бориса Ельцина под названием «Записки президента». Но чтобы завоевать расположение Кремля, разовой услуги было мало. Нужно было поставить их на поток. Так Березовский задался целью получить контроль над Первым каналом российского телевидения.
Тот официально назывался РГТРК Останкино и пребывал в плачевном состоянии. Наконец, 1994 года долги телеканала превышали 100 миллиардов рублей. Останкино проигрывал коммерческим телеканалам и по контенту, и по работе с рекламными деньгами.
Рекламодатели договаривались напрямую с производителями контента, которые встраивали рекламу в программы, а полученные деньги шли мимо Останкинской кассы. Часто платили ведущим за так называемую джинсу. В новостные выпуски попадали заказные сюжеты. В общем, эфир был переполнен рекламой, но канал недополучал огромные деньги. По одной из версий, главным идеологом приватизации Останкино был не Березовский, а Владислав Листьев, самый известный и всенародно любимый журналист того времени. Приватизацию провели в январе 1995-го. Появилась новая организация – Общественное российское телевидение, или ОРТ, которая начала вещать на частоте Первого канала. Государство оставило за собой 51% акций, остальные 49% перешли в частные руки, а позже к Березовскому. Заплатил он снова сущие копейки. Журналист Пол Хлебников, основатель и главный редактор российской редакции Forbes, расследовавший деятельность Березовского, напишет в книге «Крестный отец Кремля». Первый канал обошелся олигарху всего в $320 тысяч. Генеральным директором ОРТ стал Листьев. И первым делом взялся за наведение порядка с рекламой. 20 февраля 1995-го в эфире программы «Время» он заявил: вскоре будет разработан цивилизованный механизм продажи рекламного времени, а до тех пор на рекламу вводится мораторий. Судя по всему, именно за это решение Листьева и убили. Через неполные 2 недели после заявления 1 марта журналист был застрелен в подъезде собственного дома. Его убийство стало одним из самых громких преступлений в истории Новой России, но так и осталось нераскрытым. Подозрения в заказе убийства Листьева пали главным образом на 2 человек. Во-первых, на медиа-менеджера Сергея Лисовского, который до создания ОРТ заправлял большей частью рекламы на Первом канале. А во-вторых, на Бориса Березовского, который терял много денег от введения моратория. Спустя пару дней после убийства следователи пришли в дом приемов Логоваза на Новокузнецкой. У них был ордер на обыск и на опрос Березовского в качестве свидетеля по уголовному делу. Но в здание их не пустили. Охрана просто не дала им пройти. Ею, кстати, руководил Александр Литвиненко. Тот самый Литвиненко, которого через 2 десятилетия отравят полонием в Лондоне. Ни обыск, ни допрос тогда не состоялись. Никаких реальных свидетельств о причастности Березовского к убийству не появилось даже когда тот угодил в опалу и стал главным противником Путина. То был самый удачный момент, чтобы вбросить подобные материалы, если бы они у властей были. Но, по всей видимости, их не было. В отношении Лисовского никаких обвинений тоже выдвинуто не было. А ОРТ начало вещание, как и предполагалось, с апреля 1995-го. Фактически каналом руководил Березовский. Он расставлял своих менеджеров, определял контентную политику и никогда не скрывал: контроль над ОРТ – это еще одна бартерная сделка. Березовский получает свою долю в рекламных доходах, а взамен обеспечивает лояльное Ельцину информационное освещение. Именно Березовский заложил основу для превращения Первого канала в главный рупор пропаганды.
Став де-факто владельцем ОРТ, Березовский не планировал оплачивать работу канала из своего кошелька. Он обещал поставить телевидение на службу президенту и сделал это.
Nimbler than ever.
но ожидал, что государство будет финансировать телевидение, потому что реклама полностью окупить канал не могла. И тут мы подходим к теме залоговых аукционов. Одной из самых печальных, если даже не сказать позорных страниц истории 90-х. Суть этих аукционов в следующем. Коммерческие банки выдают правительству кредиты под залог акций госпредприятий. По истечении срока кредита правительство либо возвращает деньги, либо передает акции в собственность банка. Вся эта схема изначально была липовой. Никто никакие кредиты возвращать не планировал. Все знали, что предприятия станут собственностью частных банков. Липовыми были и сами аукционы. Участники заранее договорились о цене, лишних людей к торгам не допускали, и побеждает тот, кто должен был победить изначально. Все это тоже стало известно из материалов суда Березовского против Абрамовича. Зимой 95-го было разыграно 12 залоговых аукционов. Именно на них Владимиру Потанину достался Норильский никель, а Михаилу Ходорковскому – ЮКОС. Участвовал в схеме и Борис Березовский. Его целью была Сибнефть. Эта компания была создана за несколько месяцев до аукциона, в августе 95-го. Тогда в Сибнефти объединили несколько крупных нефтеперерабатывающих заводов. Инициаторами объединения стали Березовский и его новый бизнес-партнер, молодой и пока еще никому неизвестный предприниматель Роман Абрамович. Березовский предложил правительству продать им с Абрамовичем Сибнефть на залоговом аукционе, а взамен пообещал использовать часть нефтяных денег для финансирования ОРТ. С Сибнефтью все прошло не так гладко, как с другими аукционами. В торги решил вмешаться еще один участник – Инкомбанк. Он предложил цену почти вдвое выше, чем Березовский с Абрамовичем – 175 миллионов долларов против 100 миллионов. Партнеры не могли перебить такое предложение. Тогда в ход пошли другие инструменты. Березовский добился снятия заявки Инкомбанка по формальным основаниям. Конкурсная комиссия внезапно нашла в представленных документах множество ошибок. Абрамович и Березовский забрали Сибнефть практически по стартовой цене, доплатив сверху лишь 300 тысяч долларов. Глава Инкомбанка Владимир Виноградов пытался оспорить результаты аукциона. Березовский в ответ развернул против него целую кампанию. В СМИ начали появляться сообщения и статьи о плохом финансовом положении Инкомбанка. Отчетностью организации внезапно заинтересовался ЦБ. Началась паника среди вкладчиков, и они побежали забирать свои деньги. Виноградову пришлось отступить. Так партнеры и завладели Сибнефтью. Понятийно договорились так, и мы узнали это как раз из материалов лондонского суда. У Абрамовича 50%, у Березовского и его многолетнего друга, бизнесмена Бадри Патаркацишвили, по 25%. Абрамович – трастовый управляющий, то есть руководит деятельностью компании в интересах партнеров. По документам же все было иначе. Официально у Березовского никакой доли в компании не было вовсе. Он просто не посчитал нужным оформлять бумаги. Бизнес-рутина ему была неинтересна. Абрамович следил за работой предприятия, зарабатывал деньги и платил дивиденды партнерам. Много лет все так и работало. Но когда политическая ситуация в стране изменится, это решение не оформлять документы и оставить все на уровне устных договоренностей сыграет против Березовского. Не будем преувеличивать значение залоговых аукционов. Речь идет лишь о 12 сделках, да и предприятия, которые на них выставлялись, зачастую были убыточными, как тот же ЮКОС, а в прибыльные превращались уже усилиями новых владельцев. Но именно в результате залоговых аукционов в России появились олигархи. Очень богатые люди, которые хотели не просто владеть капиталами, но влиять на власть и политические решения. И самым знаменитым среди них был Борис Березовский.
Итак, начало 1996-го. Коммунисты вот-вот вернутся. Это казалось делом уже решенным. И вот в этих условиях Борис Березовский решает объединить усилия наиболее влиятельных людей страны ради победы Бориса Ельцина. Один из таких людей – олигарх Владимир Гусинский, с которым раньше Березовский конфликтовал и даже по некоторым данным пытался организовать его убийство, к счастью, безуспешно. Березовский и Гусинский владеют двумя важнейшими медиаресурсами – телеканалами ОРТ и НТВ. Именно эти каналы станут главными ельцинскими рупорами. К Березовскому и Гусинскому присоединяются Михаил Ходорковский, Михаил Фридман, Петр Авен, Владимир Потанин и другие. Но ключевым становится участие в коалиции медиамагнатов. Сложно переоценить роль СМИ и журналистов в кампании Ельцина. В частности, журналисты «Коммерсанта» будут работать над изданием легендарной газеты «Не дай бог», со страниц которой россиян пугают грядущими после избрания Зюганова ужасами. Впоследствии «Коммерсант» станет частью медиаимперии Березовского. Журналисты не просто хотели заработать, они спасали свою профессию. Советские времена закончились совсем недавно. Все помнили, что такое журналистика при коммунистах. Снова писать восторженные статьи о колхозах и съездах никому не хотелось. Но зачем все это было нужно Березовскому? Для Березовского победа Зюганова означала полный крах всей его жизни. Он мог достичь высот в политике и бизнесе только в демократической России, и потому не мог за нее не бороться. Поведение Березовского перед выборами 96-го показывает, ему действительно было важно, чтобы коммунисты не вернулись к власти. Конечно, он хотел сохранить свои активы, но это можно было сделать и иначе. Многие его коллеги-олигархи пытались снижать риски другим способом. Одной рукой помогали президенту, другой отсыпали денег коммунистам, на всякий случай. Березовский же хотел, чтобы выиграл выборы именно Ельцин, и никто другой. Причем выиграл честно, так, чтобы все убедились, что это правда. Потому что только при Ельцине Березовский мог оставаться Березовским. Это бы стало невозможно при Зюганове. Он заразил других олигархов идеей организовать победу Ельцина и убедил их поставить во главе этого проекта Анатолия Чубайса. Решение совсем не очевидное. Чубайс в начале 96-го был у Ельцина не в фаворе. Президент уволил его из правительства за провал партии власти на думских выборах. Именно тогда программа «Куклы» сделала крылатым выражение «Во всем виноват Чубайс».
Во всем виноват Чубайс. Что?
Но Березовский продавил его кандидатуру. Вокруг них, а также дочери президента Татьяны Дьяченко и ее будущего мужа Валентина Юмашева собралась команда, которая должна была обеспечить Ельцину победу. Поначалу им нужно было победить даже не Зюганова, а Корджакова с Барсуковым, тех самых силовиков, которые руководили официальным ельцинским предвыборным штабом, который в марте 96-го подготовил следующий план – разогнать Госдуму, запретить Компартию, перенести президентские выборы на когда-нибудь потом, ну, то есть на 2 года они планировали. Это и был тот момент, когда Россия оказалась в шаге от повторения событий 93-го. Танки для ввода в Москву были уже подготовлены. Слабый, стареющий президент, управляемый силовиками, великолепная база для возникновения диктатуры, при которой не осталось бы места в политике ни Березовскому, ни другим участникам его команды. Переубеждать президента отправилась его дочь Татьяна и Анатолий Чубайс. Березовский нашел способ предупредить о готовящемся перевороте московского мэра Лужкова и министра внутренних дел Куликова. Они тоже высказали Ельцину свое несогласие, что было удивительно, ведь ни тот, ни другой Чубайса не любили. Столкнувшись с единодушным сопротивлением ключевых соратников, президент отказывается от идеи переноса голосования и начинает всерьез готовиться к предвыборной борьбе. Именно штаб Чубайса, одна из баз которого дача Березовского, становится главным локомотивом ельцинской кампании. Все, что мы помним про те выборы, например, масштабную кампанию «Голосуй или проиграешь» с концертами самых известных музыкантов страны, все это детище чубайсовского штаба. А вот как сам Чубайс описывает роль Березовского.
Из 10 идей, выдвигаемых Борисом Абрамовичем, одна была неинтересная. Из 9 оставшихся было 3-4 крайне интересных, фантастически перспективных и прорывных. 2-3 спорные и обязательно 2 чудовищные, недопустимые, которые нужно было уничтожать в зародыше, иначе каждая из них могла уничтожить все остальное. И отделить одно от другого было очень непросто.
Был у Березовского на тех выборах и собственный успешный, так сказать, подпроект – компания Александра Лебедя. Популярный в народе генерал, герой нескольких войн, Лебедь был призван оттянуть голоса у Зюганова. И ему это удалось. Заняв 3-е место, перед вторым туром Лебедь призвал людей голосовать за Ельцина. В награду он получит пост секретаря Совета Безопасности. Чубайсу при поддержке Березовского и других олигархов удается сделать невозможное. Ельцин в которого не верят даже собственные соратники, побеждает на выборах и остается президентом России еще на 1 срок. Заслуга Березовского в этом огромна. Если бы не он, российская история пошла бы по какому-то совершенно иному сценарию. Хорошему или плохому, кто знает, но без Бориса Березовского Борис Ельцин во 2-й раз президентом бы не стал. Вторую половину 90-х Березовский встречал на коне. Он один из богатейших людей России. Среди его активов ОРТ, Сибнефть, Аэрофлот, Логоваз и еще множество компаний. Наконец, сам Борис Ельцин был обязан ему переизбранием на 2-й срок. Березовский возгордился. Вот показательная история тех времен. Ее очевидцем был глава Альфа-банка Петр Авен. В дом приемов Логоваз приезжает Александр Лебедь. Секретарь Совбеза, помощник Ельцина, один из самых узнаваемых людей в стране. Березовскому докладывают. Александр Иванович ждет в приемной. «Пусть ждет», — отвечает Березовский, который ничем другим в этот момент не занят. И спустя 10 минут подходит к двери, приоткрывает ее, смотрит в щелочку и радостно замечает. Сидит, ждет. Ну, пусть еще посидит. Пусть знает, кто есть кто. Но просто втихомолку управлять политическими процессами из своего особняка на Новокузнецкой Березовскому было недостаточно. Он хотел стать частью властной элиты, получить в том числе и формальные должности. Первую такую должность он получил в октябре 96-го, после отставки Лебедя, который ввязался в множество дворцовых конфликтов. Министр внутренних дел Куликов обвинял того в подготовке военного переворота. Гражданским чиновникам пришлось не по душе заявление Лебедя о планах бескомпромиссной борьбы с коррупцией. Спустя всего несколько месяцев после назначения генерала отправили в отставку. А его место, секретаря Совбеза, занял Иван Рыбкин, человек безликий и непопулярный. Партийный функционер КПРФ Рыбкин был известен тем, что его когда-то в качестве компромиссной фигуры выбрали спикером Госдумы 1-го созыва. Собственного политического веса и капитала он не имел, и в дальнейшем все его попытки куда-либо избраться будут заканчиваться провалом. Березовский же стал заместителем Рыбкина, а его главной задачей стало решение чеченской проблемы. Летом 96-го Россия проиграла Первую чеченскую. Были подписаны Хасавюртовские соглашения. И теперь нужно было как-то налаживать отношения с новыми властями де-факто независимой республики. Налаживать отношения Березовский умел, как никто другой. И ему это удалось. Он часто ездил в Чечню, зачастую без охраны, и встречался там не только с умеренными лидерами типа Аслана Масхадова, но с боевиками – Шамилем Басаевым, Салманом Радуевым. Особенно близко он сдружился с Мавлади Удуговым, полевым командиром времен Первой чеченской и убежденным исламским фундаменталистом. Это была особенно необычная дружба, потому что Березовский был евреем, а Удугов среди чеченских боевиков был самым известным антисемитом. Какие интересы были в Чечне у Березовского? Здесь он снова проявился как политик, причем сторонник федерализма. Березовский считал, что нужно доказать Чечне, с Россией республики будет лучше. А значит, во главе Чечни должен оказаться человек, с которым можно договариваться. У Березовского не получилось притворить в жизнь эту идею, но позже ее реализует Владимир Путин, поставив руководить Чечней клан Кадыровых. Также Березовский договаривался с полевыми командирами в Чечне, чтобы те выдавали ему пленных российских солдат, а также журналистов, иностранцев. Контролируемые олигархом СМИ преподносили такие случаи как результат блестящих способностей Березовского в качестве переговорщика. На самом деле, за выкуп заложников почти всегда платились деньги. Получился замкнутый круг. Боевики захватывали заложников, продавали их, а на вырученные деньги организовывали новые операции по захвату пленных. И так по кругу. В итоге деятельность Березовского в Совбезе стала постоянным предметом критики. Особенно в Государственной Думе, которую тогда контролировали коммунисты, из которой у Ельцина и так было множество проблем. Восстановив здоровье после операции на сердце, которую ему сделали в ноябре 96-го, Ельцин решает придать новый импульс экономическим реформам и перетряхнуть правительство, создав так называемый кабинет младореформаторов. В марте 97-го Ельцин назначает первыми вице-премьерами Анатолия Чубайса и Бориса Немцова. В жизни Бориса Березовского наступает переломный момент. Первое столкновение Березовского с младореформаторами случилось уже летом 97-го года. Тогда олигарх замахнулся ни много ни мало на главную компанию России – «Газпром». Березовский договорился с премьер-министром Черномырдиным, что тот назначит его председателем совета директоров. На пути у назначения стал Немцов, как вице-премьер, курирующий топливно-энергетическую сферу. Немцов, председательство Березовского, видел большие риски и подозревал, что деньги от продажи газа перестанут попадать в российский бюджет и осядут в карманах олигархов. По словам Немцова, он буквально выставил того за дверь, после чего Черномырдин взял свои слова назад. Я ничего не могу поделать с Немцовым, ведь он преемник. И действительно, приглашая Немцова на работу в правительство, Ельцин намекал, тот может стать следующим президентом России. И лично следил за карьерой ставленника. В итоге «Газпром» Березовский не получил. Вскоре у младореформаторов случился конфликт с другим олигархом Владимиром Гусинским из-за приватизации «Связинвест». Гусинский ожидал, что компания отойдет к нему, но на аукционе победил Владимир Потанин, что Гусинский счел нарушением договоренностей. Его поддержал Березовский. Он не любил, когда что-то происходило без его участия. В результате медиамагнаты Березовский и Гусинский объявили младореформаторам войну. В ход пошли самые грязные приемы. Чубайса и Немцова полоскали в эфирах ОРТ и НТВ. Знаменитый ведущий Первого канала Сергей Доренко рассказывал про неких стриптизеров, которые якобы танцевали, и не только танцевали, для Немцова за деньги Потанина. В ноябре 97-го Чубайс и Немцов убедили Ельцина уволить Березовского из Совбеза. В воспоминаниях президент напишет, ему нужен был только повод, чтобы убрать эту надоевшую порядком тень. Почти сразу разразилось дело писателей. Оказалось, что Чубайс и еще несколько чиновников получили гонорар в $90 тысяч за еще не написанную книгу об истории российской приватизации. Березовский приложил максимум усилий для раскрутки этой истории. В конфликте проиграли обе стороны. Стараниями Березовского репутация младореформаторов была уничтожена. Вместе с ней и репутация российского либерализма. Произошло это именно тогда, в результате именно той истории. О роли преемника Немцову пришлось забыть. Но и Березовский не вышел победителем. Про него говорили, будто он чуть ли не ногой открывает дверь кремлевских кабинетов. Однако конфликт с Чубайсом и Немцовым показал, насколько такие представления далеки от реальности. Коварный, всемогущий олигарх не смог уволить каких-то двух несчастных вице-премьеров. При этом потерял свой единственный пост. Больше никаких серьезных государственных должностей Березовский никогда не получит. Лишь ненадолго станет исполнительным директором СНГ. Это бессмысленный пост в бесполезной организации. И изберется в 99-м депутатом Государственной Думы. Невеликое достижение для человека с такими ресурсами. Его влияние становилось все слабее. В конце 90-х вокруг Ельцина сложился круг наиболее приближенных советников, так называемая «семья». Это его дочь Татьяна Дьяченко, а также Чубайс, Юмашев и Волошин. Среди олигархов наиболее приближенным к ельцинскому ближнему кругу был Роман Абрамович. У него с семьей сложились отличные отношения. Березовским же семья тяготилась. Он был неуправляем. Повлиять на него было почти невозможно. При этом сам Березовский считал, будто так много сделал на выборах 96-го, что стал чуть ли не равным государству. Он пытался влезать в самые разные вопросы, настроил против себя буквально всех. Не только президентское окружение, но и силовиков. Те Березовского недолюбливали из-за отношений с чеченцами. Но тем не менее Березовскому все же удалось спеть свою лебединую песню. Сыграть важную роль в транзите власти, случившемся в 99 году.
Весь второй срок Ельцина ребром стоял вопрос, кто станет следующим президентом. Каждый новый человек во власти рассматривался как потенциальный преемник. В первую очередь премьер-министры, которых в конце 90-х сменилось немало. Весной 98-го премьером стал Кириенко, после августовского дефолта Примаков. Весной 99-го Степашин. Никто из них не был кандидатом Березовского. Наоборот, у Березовского при этих людях, особенно при Примакове, начались проблемы. В Сибнефти и Аэрофлоте прошли обыски. УРТ лишилась государственных субсидий, а на самого Березовского выписали ордер на арест по делу о хищении денег Аэрофлота. Для сохранения имущества и свободы Березовскому отчаянно нужен был человек во власти, который мог бы стать как минимум его защитником, а в идеале его протеже. Человек, с помощью которого он мог бы вернуть утраченные позиции. Это должен был быть человек невзрачный, не харизматичный, лояльный, сообразительный, но звезд с неба не хватающий. Все эти качества Березовский увидел в молодом петербургском чиновнике, который в конце 90-х делал стремительную карьеру в Москве. Чиновника звали Владимир Путин. Они были знакомы еще с 91-м. Тогда Березовский приехал в Петербург с группой американских бизнесменов и был приглашен на прием к мэру города Анатолию Собчаку. На банкете Березовский перебрал со спиртным и уснул. Собчак то ли не заметил, то ли великодушно проигнорировал. Ну, устал человек, всякое бывает. Ну, уснул. А вот Путин, отвечавший за организацию приема, был глубоко оскорблен. После мероприятия он заявил: Березовский, мол, пусть лучше вовсе не показывается в нашем городе. Встречу ноги, мол, переломаю. Затем отношения наладились. Березовский развивал автомобильный бизнес, а Путин в северной столице отвечал в том числе и за связи с предпринимателями. Так что им пришлось сотрудничать. К взаимной выгоде, конечно. Березовский не имел прямого отношения к переезду Путина в Москву и его дальнейшему возвышению. Но очень обрадовался росту старого знакомого. И занялся любимым делом. Бросился налаживать связи. Получалось успешно. Путин был новым человеком в столице. В придворных связях разбирался плохо, и такой союзник, как Березовский, был не лишним. Тот вкладывал в Путина много усилий, инструктировал его по тому, что делать и как себя вести. И Путин эту помощь ценил. Вот пара показательных моментов. В 1998 году директор ФСБ Путин с огромным букетом цветов приехал поздравлять жену Березовского с днем рождения. А в ноябре 1999-го, когда Путин уже стал премьером и преемником, уголовное дело по хищениям в Аэрофлоте в отношении Березовского было закрыто. Конечно, в преемнике Путина выбрал сам Ельцин, а вовсе не Березовский. Но Березовский этому решению был рад, как никто другой, и помогал Путину чем мог. Тот был абсолютным ноунеймом, серой канцелярской крысой на фоне таких тяжеловесов, как Примаков, Юрий Лужков или Геннадий Зюганов. На декабрь 1999-го были назначены парламентские выборы, и ельцинский преемник рисковал получить в наследство крайне оппозиционную Госдуму. Чтобы Путину помочь, Березовский взялся за очередной рискованный проект. Он собирался сколотить к выборам новую партию власти. Это, конечно, была авантюра. Во-первых, времени было в обрез. Совсем мало. Во-вторых, все прежние попытки создать партию власти бездарно провалились. Однако Березовский взялся за дело, и очень быстро появилось название партии «Единство» и медведь в качестве символа, а также Сергей Шойгу в качестве председателя. Журналист ОРТ Сергей Доренко будет вспоминать, как в конце лета 99-го приехал в больницу, куда Березовский угодил с гепатитом.
Иду по коридору, у него генеральский люкс, справа сидит Миша Леонтьев, строчит что-то от руки, строчит. Миша Леонтьев пишет программу партии Путина. Тра-та-та-та, вот прямо вот здесь вот, на лавочке на какой-то, для рядового состава. Боря, мы всех оттрахаем, кричит он. Я говорю, капельницу поменять. Ты что-то буянишь, у него гепатит, он под капельницей. Мы всех оттрахаем, скидывается в кровати. Я говорю, тебе капельницу поменять? Что с тобой? Я говорю, ты мне веришь? Я говорю, ни одному слову. Он говорит, единство. Я говорю, говно. Веришь в победу? Я говорю, не верю. Он говорит, тогда сиди на даче. Не хрен нос показывать. Мы пойдем в бой, говорит Боря.
Доренко в той предвыборной кампании была отведена одна из главных ролей. В эфире ОРТ он топил главных конкурентов зарождающейся партии власти – Юрия Лужкова и Евгения Примакова. Это был звездный час Доренко в его любимом амплуа телекиллера. Результаты думских выборов оказались для Кремля, если не блестящими, то очень хорошими. Победили коммунисты, но их позиции по сравнению с Думой прошлого созыва значительно ослабли. Созданная с нуля и раскрученная Березовским партия «Единство» заняла второе место. Лужковско-примаковское отечество «Вся Россия» провалилось, и Примаков участвовать в президентских выборах отказался. Позже «Единство» превратится в «Единую Россию», которая будет получать на сфальсифицированных выборах конституционное большинство и фактически уничтожит парламентаризм в России. В последний день 99-го Борис Ельцин подал в отставку, назначив Путина исполняющим обязанности президента. В марте Путин выиграл президентские выборы. Борис Немцов будет вспоминать. После выборов Березовский пришел к нему в думский кабинет и сказал: «Ой, какая скука наступила. Володю выбрали, все схвачено, не знаю, чем заняться». Немцов посмеялся и ответил: «Скучать тебе, Боря, не придется». И оказался прав, не пришлось.
Первое столкновение олигарха с новым президентом произошло уже через несколько недель после инаугурации, в мае 2000-го. Березовский тогда опубликовал открытое письмо к Путину, в котором категорически возражал против создания в России федеральных округов. Это решение, писал он, снижает независимость губернаторов от Москвы, что противоречит самой идее федерализма и разделения властей.
Предложенный вами пакет законов существенно ограничивает независимость и гражданскую свободу десятков тысяч российских политиков верхнего уровня, заставляет их ориентироваться на одного человека и следовать его воле.
В первых же решениях, казалось бы, слабого и безликого преемника Березовский увидел отход от тех принципов, которые считал важными. Сложно сейчас однозначно ответить на вопрос, действительно ли Березовский верил, что сильные регионы необходимы для развития страны, или надеялся, что при наличии большого числа независимых губернаторов он сможет оказывать на них влияние и собирать коалиции для достижения своих целей. Впрочем, второе не исключает первого, и тоже это часть нормальной политической жизни в любой демократической стране. Так или иначе, Березовский оказался одним из первых людей в России, кто увидел проблему ликвидации федерализма и публично заговорил о ней. Он попробовал обострить ситуацию, предполагая, что Путин побоится вступать с ним в противостояние. Но Березовский просчитался. Новоиспеченный президент был раздражен таким фрондерством. Он вызвал Березовского и заявил, что не согласен с приведенными аргументами. Березовский ответил: «Тогда мы уходим в публичную оппозицию». Летом он демонстративно сложил с себя депутатские полномочия, объяснив, что не желает быть причастным к восстановлению авторитарного режима. Окончательное размежевание произошло в августе 2000-го, когда во время учений в Баренцевом море затонула подлодка «Курск». Путин был взбешен тем, как эту тему освещали на телевидении, особенно на канале ОРТ, где все тот же Сергей Доренко жестко критиковал действия и реакции российского президента. К тому времени Кремль уже выжил из страны Владимира Гусинского, владевшего НТВ, где по Путину проходились много и часто. Гусинского на несколько дней отправили в СИЗО, а затем он немедленно эмигрировал. Теперь ультиматум поставили Березовскому. 5 сентября 2000-го олигарх пишет Путину еще одно открытое письмо, где рассказывает о поставленном ему условии. Или он передает государству свой пакет акций ОРТ, или отправляется в тюрьму.
Если я приму ультиматум, в России прекратится телеинформация. Ее заменит телепропаганда, контролируемая вашими советниками. Вам станет легче править, народу будет спокойнее жить, а желающих задавать неприятные вопросы станет гораздо меньше. И в один прекрасный день люди, проснувшись, узнают, что они единодушно одобрили ввод российской армии в какую-то страну для оказания кому-то братской помощи.
Вскоре прокуратура возобновила дело о хищении средств Аэрофлота, открытое во время премьерства Примакова и благополучно замятое при премьерстве Путина. Осенью 2000-го Березовский покинул Россию, как оказалось, навсегда. Доля в ОРТ была продана Абрамовичу задешево, и от него перешла государству. Доля в Сибнефти тоже досталась Абрамовичу, а потом стала частью «Газпрома». Бизнес-империя Березовского распалась. Обосновавшись в Лондоне, вот в этом доме он жил, Березовский продолжит попытки влиять на российскую политику. Он считал борьбу против Путина способом исправить собственную ошибку, ведь он считал себя ответственным за приход того к власти. Березовский начал продвигать версию, что взрывы домов в Москве и других городах в 99-м были делом рук ФСБ. Эта конспирологическая теория до сих пор глубоко сидит в общественном сознании, ведь для россиян Березовский был едва ли не главным демиургом 90-х годов, причастным ко всем ключевым событиям, а значит, точно знал, о чем говорит. Спустя несколько лет в Лондоне был убит бывший агент спецслужб Александр Литвиненко, сотрудник и близкий друг Березовского. Британские следователи выяснили, его отравили полонием россияне Луговой и Ковтун, действовавшие, судя по всему, с одобрения российских властей. Литвиненко был одним из авторов книги «ФСБ взрывает Россию». Его смерть стала еще одним аргументом в пользу версии о темных делах российских спецслужб. Березовский в эмиграции пытался собрать коалицию против Путина. Получалось плохо. В 2001-м он хотел возглавить партию «Либеральная Россия», но разругался с другими ее лидерами. Этот проект закончился бесславно и даже трагически. В 2003-м главный оппонент Березовского по партии Сергей Юшенков был убит. Спустя много лет организатор убийства заявил, что ему за это заплатил Березовский и Патаркацишвили. Так это или нет, неизвестно. Во всяком случае, такого обвинения бывшему олигарху следствие публично не предъявило. В 2004-м Березовский финансировал президентскую кампанию Ивана Рыбкина, своего экс-начальника по Совбезу. В этой истории было немало странностей. Например, за месяц до выборов Рыбкин исчез. 5 дней не выходил на связь. Его жена даже написала заявление в милицию. Затем Рыбкин обнаружился почему-то в Киеве и не смог внятно объяснить, как он там оказался. Он рассказал, что его накачали наркотиками, записали компрометирующие видео и требовали снять свою кандидатуру с выборов. В итоге он так и сделал. В конце нулевых, по 31-м числам, когда оппозиционеры собирались в Москве на Триумфальной площади, Березовский в Лондоне выходил на пикеты с плакатами «Я тебя породил, я тебя и уйму». В 2007-м Березовский сделал свой главный ход. Подал в суд на Абрамовича. Повестку он вручил ему лично. Подробности были в газете Daily Mail. Березовский совершал покупки в одном из лондонских бутиков. Увидел, что в соседний магазин зашел Абрамович. Тогда он отправил охранников в свой автомобиль за документами и, получив их, устремился к бывшему партнеру. Между телохранителями олигархов завязалась потасовка. В этот момент Березовский подошел к Абрамовичу со словами: «У меня для тебя подарочек». Абрамович понял, о чем речь, и убрал руки за спину. Документ упал на пол. Тем не менее, с этого момента повестка считалась полученной. В своем иске Березовский утверждал, Абрамович стал исполнителем воли Путина, который решил расправиться с ним, с Березовским, что он вынужден был отдать принадлежащие ему акции ОРТ, Сибнефти и Русала по ценам сильно ниже рыночных из-за угроз и давления, на чем потерял больше 5 миллиардов долларов. Абрамович же в суде утверждал, Березовский никогда не владел долями в указанных компаниях, а деньги, которые он переводил Березовскому, были просто жестом благодарности. Олигарх, мол, был близок к властям, и Абрамович платил ему за политическую крышу. Документы подтверждали правоту Абрамовича. Доля Березовского в Сибнефти и Русале действительно выделена не была. Но было множество других свидетельств в пользу версии Березовского. Письма, записи разговоров, показания и регулярные платежи от Абрамовича Березовскому и Патрикашвили тоже подтверждали тот факт, что эти двое действительно владели частью общего бизнеса и получали с него дивиденды. Вот только нанятые Березовским адвокаты оказались некомпетентными и не настояли на включение в материалы дела подобных доказательств. Сам же Березовский считал, что все более чем очевидно, и почти не готовился к суду. В отличие от Абрамовича, который неделями репетировал, что и как будет говорить на суде. Выступления Березовского зачастую приводили судью Элизабет Глостер в бешенство. Позже она пишет истца как неубедительного и ненадежного свидетеля, который вольно трактует истину в зависимости от своих текущих целей. Возможно, если бы дело рассматривал суд присяжных, а не один человек, решение было бы иным. В любом случае, перед судьей стояла сложная задача. Определиться, какой из сторон верить, ведь дело по большей части рассматривалось в формате слова против слова. Абрамович был лучше подготовлен и в итоге оказался убедительней. 31 августа 2012 года судья вынесла вердикт в иске Березовскому отказать. Победа Абрамовича стала победой системы странных правовых взаимоотношений в современной России, где все понимают, но мало что оформляют на бумаге. Причем делается так умышленно, чтобы в любой момент правовые отношения можно было изменить. Системы, где частной собственности по сути не существует, поскольку власть всегда оставляет за собой рычаги давления на собственников. В путинской
Alright. Let's continue this thing. Да?
it! It's super effective! 3, 2, 1! Heavy strike! Careful! The air is trembling! It's Star Devourer Punch! The air is trembling! It's Star Devourer Punch!
Ooh. Wait, why are those cars so tall, so big? Doesn't make sense. Compared to those containers. What about going down? Block spin.
Go, Golden Mecha! A Gale Kick counterattack? Oh, that was a close one. Victory is sealed. Take this Gale Kick. Victory is sealed. Take this Gale Kick. The tides will turn once Golden Mecha joins the fight.
Wrong button.
3, 2, 1. Victory is sealed. Take this Gale Kick. Golden Mecha unleashes its ultimate. It's super effective. With this Gale Kick, justice shall be served. A blazing fist swinging straight for victory! Take this! Victory is sealed! Take this Gale Kick!
Bit of suspense. Neutrophil. Where's Neutrophil usually? I haven't seen it in that. Three, two, one, fire! Oh, come on.
with fire. Blazing storm!
Figured out it somehow. Where the hell is Nitro Fuel? Where the fuck is Nitro Fuel? It's nowhere to be found. It's not here. It's not there. It's not over here. And it's definitely not on the first floor. What am I missing?
Ghana.
filled with fire. Blazing storm! What a dazzling move! The warrior's soul is burning!
Ta-da! Oh. Ta-da!
Once Golden Mecha joins the fight. The tides will turn once Golden Mecha joins the fight. Victory is sealed. Take this Gale Kick. A Gale Kick counterattack. Oh, that was a close one. The tides will turn once Golden Mecha joins the fight.
I think that's like the engine of Evangelion that is really confusing bullshit, right? Broke. Okay. I want this movie to actually be added to the, you know what, 6 out of 6. To be continued. Man, this is nice. mean, I would retake some shots. But I'm not interested. Oh, come on. Out of stock. Today's 12 hours. Yeah, well, nice. Oh well.
here feels so fresh and different. Let's go check over there.
Look forward, please. Once again, I switch to Gilded. Then Zone 0 experience.
Look, someone's fishing. Do you know how to fish, Belle? I feel like you're good at everything. The sea breeze carries a salty tang, so different from the mountain air, but I don't dislike it. Let's go up the stairs.
Should I... This is a nice photo.
Huh? Those seagulls are eating fries. Won't that be bad for their tummies?
Somehow...
The fries must be from that shop. Smells amazing. Honestly, I'd love to try some. But if Senior Inhu found out, he'd definitely tell me off. That lighthouse is so tall. I've read about them in books before.
Yeah, for sure.
Aw, little bird. You're landing on my hand? So friendly. Well, have you ever wondered, if you could turn into any animal, which one would you choose?
I want to be a cat. No work, free food, just...
So that's your reasoning, huh? If you ask me, I'd want to be a fish. Or a bird.
I want to be a cat. No work, free food, just meow meow. And I could nap all day.
Fish swim in the endless sea, and birds soar through the boundless sky. Both are far vaster than the land beneath us. If I were either of them, maybe my world would stretch beyond just one mountain.
Sure, we can't fly or breathe underwater, but I think we can still find our own paths to the sky and our own depths in the sea. If you look at it like that, the world of humans might be the broadest of all.
Don't give me that worried look. I was just standing up here letting my thoughts wander for a moment, that's all. But if I really had the chance, instead of becoming a fish or bird, I think I'd rather be the one who protects the sea and sky. That way fish could swim freely in the sea, and birds could soar the skies as they like.
Senior.
Look, Belle. The whole port stretches out before us from up here. Doesn't it feel like we've borrowed a bird's eye view of the world? And maybe, just for a brief moment, we share its freedom too? Sorry, I've been rambling. You're probably bored, aren't you?
Not at all. I'll always listen carefully to what you say.
You sound so sincere, Belle. I'll take it to heart. Time flies. It's already the last day of our little trip. Thanks to you, I filled my diary with so many memories. If only days like this never had to end. You'll remember this day, right? I know I will.
You might not. Look at this little bird. Well, alright. I feel... I know where this is going. I know that the story is about the bittersweet losing of memory and all of that. You made memories just for her to lose them. And it feels like those memories are not repeatable. Those things. Those events.
Here we go. Are you ready for this? Don't worry, one swing will do. Here we go. Are you ready for this?
системе сам состав собственников диктуется политической целесообразностью. Лучшей иллюстрацией здесь стала история с Путинским дворцом в Геленджике. Огромное строение, роскошное, безумно дорогое, принадлежит не пойми кому по документам. Потом выходит Ротенберг и говорит: дворец, говорит, мой. Но все ведь знают, что реальный владелец Путин. Фактическое отсутствие института частной собственности, особенно когда речь идет о крупных активах, важнейший инструмент, благодаря которому Путин смог построить систему личной власти. И именно Березовский в 90-е этот инструмент создавал и настраивал. А потом, когда сам пострадал от него, пытался исправить ошибку, рассказывая вот в этом лондонском суде, как вся эта система устроена. Суд против Абрамовича стал последней попыткой Березовского победить путинскую систему. Поражение в суде стало поражением в противостоянии с Путиным. Березовский потерял интерес к жизни. У него началась тяжелая депрессия. В конце 2012-го, после завершения судебного процесса, Березовский снова написал Путину. Первый из писем передал Абрамович. Официально оно никогда не публиковалось, но несколько человек, видевших обращение, утверждают, Березовский просил разрешить ему вернуться, чтобы умереть в России. Вполне вероятно, что это письмо было частью игры, попыткой сделать какой-то нестандартный ход. Попыткой запоздалой. Ответа не последовало. Второе письмо Путину пришло уже после смерти Березовского. По словам самого Путина, текст в нем был аналогичен первому. В открытый доступ этот документ тоже не попал. 23 марта 2013 года Борис Березовский был найден мертвым в доме своей бывшей жены в Аскоте, пригороде Лондона. Учитывая репутацию российских властей, а британцы уже сталкивались с убийцами из Москвы, которые через полмира возили с собой Полоний-210, на место были вызваны не только криминалисты, но и специалисты по радиации и биологическому оружию. Однако никаких следов борьбы, отравления или других признаков насильственной смерти обнаружено не было. По окончательным данным британского следствия, бывший олигарх расстался с жизнью добровольно. Журналист Илья Жигулев, в то время работавший в Forbes, встречался с Березовским вечером накануне дня смерти. Тот говорил, что потерял смысл жизни и больше не хочет заниматься политикой.
Мы проговорили около часа. Того Березовского, которого я знал, яркого, ироничного, уверенного и стремительного, не осталось. Передо мной сидел очень усталый человек с потухшим взглядом.
Березовский был человеком, безусловно, талантливым. Не будучи большим ученым, он сделал научную карьеру, о которой многие настоящие ученые могут только мечтать. Начав с нуля, стал самым богатым человеком в стране, правда, нечестными способами. Создал себе репутацию серого кардинала, который чуть ли не в кабинете Ельцина сидит и диктует, какие указы принимать. На самом деле, за все время Ельцин и Березовский встречались буквально 2-3 раза. Говорят, что при упоминании фамилии олигарха президент недовольно морщился. Березовскому было важно находиться возле власти, влиять на принимаемые решения и на курс развития страны, направлять Россию в ту сторону, которую он считал верной. С приходом Путина к власти это стало невозможно. Желающие попасть в политическую и бизнес-элиту страны должны были демонстрировать отсутствие личных амбиций, готовность безропотно принять любое путинское решение. Зато и вознаграждение за ультралояльность стало намного масштабнее. Березовский и мечтать не мог об уровне влияния и богатства Ротенбергов или Ковальчуков. Под такие правила Березовский подстраиваться не стал. Он решил противостоять Путину. Был готов ради этого поставить под удар свое благосостояние и даже жизнь. Но в итоге проиграл. Постоянный круговорот интриг, заговоров и махинаций в конечном итоге затянулся в петлю на его шее. Сейчас Березовский в России почти забыт. Если о нем и вспоминают, то как об очередном олигархе из 90-х, который нажился на мутных схемах. И это уже медийная победа Путина. Именно поэтому я решил выпустить именно такой фильм о Березовском. Это человек с очевидными темными пятнами в биографии. Энергичный авантюрист, готовый пойти на что угодно не ради денег и власти, а ради адреналина и счастья близкой победы. Но в нулевые годы он стал, пожалуй, главным противником путинской власти. Он все-таки попытался исправить ошибку, которую совершил, когда способствовал приходу к власти Владимира Путина. На что хватило смелости далеко не у многих его коллег, также приложивших руку к становлению Путина. Попытки Березовского оказались безуспешными. Путин так и продолжает сидеть в Кремле, а Борис Березовский лежит здесь, в могиле, за 1000 миль от родины. И все же эту попытку мы можем записать ему в плюс. До завтра.
Я очень непонятен ваш вопрос, поскольку я тоже думал, что Путин стал президентом, и можно чуть-чуть перевести дыхание, и можно спокойно заняться наконец делом, то есть не разрушением, а строительством. Не получается. Путин предложил отступить на 10 лет назад. Вот я не хочу сейчас, я специально не стал говорить о букве закона и так далее, потому что мы же говорим на широкую аудиторию.
Да, и у нас на это
Но
время.
по существу это означает возврат на 10 лет тому назад. И это неминуемо произойдет. И возникнет опять огромная неопределенность и неразбериха, которая затронет каждого человека. Понимаете, мы видите, думаем, бог с ним, что там происходит в Совете Федерации, что там происходит в Думе, в общем, особенно. Я так думаю, что в принципе народ в широком смысле это не волнует. Но коснется каждого. Каждого затронет. И я уже сказал, в какой последовательности. Политиков, бизнесменов и просто простых людей. Вот в такой последовательности будет все происходить.
Courage, the cowardly dog! Eustace and Muriel have won an all-expense-paid sweepstakes vacation to Miami. Muriel loves everything. Eustace hates everything. And Courage immediately wants to go home the second the news of the Bay Harbor butcher killings breaks. Courage is not even remotely interested in investigating the killings. He doesn't want to be anywhere near the vicinity, and his constant whining is almost enough to convince Muriel to leave. But right as she's about to give in, Eustace starts winning money at the slot machines, and he's adamant about staying and no longer wants to go home. It's by complete accident in Courage's rotten luck that Courage somehow becomes witness to one of the Bay Harbor butcher killings. And then by complete accident again when Courage recognizes Dexter at a crime scene or someplace while they're traveling around Miami. As soon as Courage recognizes Dexter, he screams, and then he frantically tries to warn Muriel or anyone that will listen that Dexter is indeed the Bay Harbor Butcher. Unfortunately, Courage has very limited communication skills, especially when he's panicked, which is pretty much all the time, so no one understands what he's saying, and when Muriel asks what's gotten into him, it's likely Angel, Deborah, or even Dexter himself comes over and explains that he has a thing with dogs, which is actually true. Dogs, and in fact most animals, have an aversion to Dexter. Their primal nature makes them more sensitive to Dexter's predatory aura. So much to Courage's dismay, no one is really fazed at all when Courage goes ballistic and points fingers at Dexter. This is fine for a while. Dexter can safely ignore Courage for the meantime, but unfortunately, Courage doesn't really know that the people Dexter is hunting and cutting up are bad guys. So even though the temptation to run is strong, Courage probably feels honor-bound to stop Dexter from killing again. This starts a chain of escalating situations where Courage repeatedly interferes with Dexter's life and business, always showing up at the worst time to screw up Dexter's process. Things eventually escalate to a point Courage finds Dexter's butcher tools, which he tries to show Muriel or the police. And that's when things take a dark turn for poor Courage. The code of Harry that Dexter so carefully adheres to was designed around the killing of human beings. Courage is not a human being. Courage is a dog. And let's just say Dexter's Dark Passenger has a rough history with animals. When Dexter was a child and he didn't have a way to release his dark impulses, Dexter killed small animals. Harry wouldn't allow Deborah to have any pets at all because he was afraid Dexter would kill it. And he was probably right. As long as Courage remained an inconvenient nuisance for Dexter, he would just leave him alone. But once Courage becomes a real threat to expose him, Dexter has no qualms with killing an animal. Rule number 1 of the code is don't get caught. So sadly, Dexter kills Courage. John Wick! This is for Courage the Cowardly Dog, you son of a bitch! Dexter dies! Cole Phelps! Cole Phelps really has 2 strong things going for him as a homicide detective. His skill in basic forensic analysis, as well as his excellent ability in reading and interrogating people. Unfortunately, only one of these 2 skill sets will be of any use to Phelps on the Bay Harbor Butcher case, and it's not going to be the one he needs to solve it. Phelps has plenty of experience examining body parts and telling their stories, and he has strong enough deductive reasoning to figure out the Butcher's police force connection. But from there, the case starts to fall apart for Phelps. Without much to go on other than some circumstantial evidence, Phelps is only left with his interrogation skills. Now, normally, this is where Cole Phelps really shines as a detective, because if there's anything he really excels at over some of our other detectives, it's the fact he is a master interrogator. If Cole Phelps has enough evidence, even circumstantial evidence, and you're alone with him in a room, he will get you to talk. Once he realizes the law enforcement connection, Phelps likely stages a series of interrogations with Miami Metro personnel, and he grills each of them for information. And in doing so, he finds out quite a few little dirty secrets around the department. He interrogates both Quinn and Liddy and finds out they're both dirty cops. Phelps makes LaGuerta confess about some of her sexual indiscretions around the precinct. He finds out Matthews is seeing call girls on the side, and of course he discovers the fact that Angel is pretending to be on good terms with his wife when really they're separated and he's drunk every night flirting with strippers. Phelps is a good enough interrogator, he probably even gets Masuka to confess his internet search history.
He totally saw the Shemale stuff.
But with Dexter, Phelps gets nowhere. You have to understand, Cole Phelps is basically the person Dexter has been training his whole life to fool. Cole Phelps is exactly the kind of detective Dexter's father, Harry, both warned and trained Dexter to be wary of in his life as a serial killer. Phelps's entire means of knowing what approach to take with his questions is his on-the-spot analysis of facial expression, body language, and voice tone. Cole Phelps is kind of like a human polygraph. He can detect extreme ranges in emotion that don't line up with the facts. But the problem for Phelps is that Dexter has been training his entire life to be the perfect chameleon. Dexter's simply too smart to be outwitted into giving away important information. And when poked, prodded, or put under intense pressure, Dexter remains cool, calm, and collected. This in itself may raise some flags for Phelps, but it's nothing really concrete to go on.
Poison core. Pendant. Oh.
And it's unlikely Dexter becomes the main focus for his investigation. Even in the event that he does, however, Phelps also has problems at home. He's not faithful to his wife, and he suffers from PTSD, all of which Dexter can exploit should Cole Phelps get to be too much of a problem. If at any point Phelps gets too close, Dexter can play some office politics and pull some strings to get the adultery charges filed by Phelps' wife publicized. And if that's happened already, then Dexter can goad Phelps into a fight like he did Dokes, then use his PTSD to stage a morphine or heroin addiction like he did for Rita's ex-husband, Paul. Either way, just like in his own story, Phelps gets both suspended and demoted, and Dexter gets away. Eddie Valiant and Roger Rabbit. If this were just Eddie alone, Eddie would get pretty close. Eddie is actually a very good detective on his own, and his investigation would most likely mirror Dokes' beat for beat. Eddie would sense Dexter's creepy vibe almost immediately. He'd start looking further into him, and so on, all the way through to the finale, where he confronts Dexter at the dock and his fate is decided by whether or not Eddie pulls the trigger on our dear old friend the Dark Passenger. But with Roger Rabbit in the picture, this doesn't happen. In the context of a serious human-on-human crime scenario, Roger is far more of a hindrance than he is an asset. Roger is and has always been a walking liability. He cannot help himself. That is the cartoon he was drawn to be, but it really doesn't do Eddie's investigation any favors. And it's likely Dexter doesn't even have to do anything to impede the investigation at all. Because for every step of progress Eddie makes, Roger sets him 2 steps back. It's probably Roger's fault that the AC unit at the morgue gets destroyed, not Dexter's, and there's no telling what other kinds of similar blunders Roger will cause that will bring the investigation to a similar grinding halt. Maybe Eddie can hurt Roger's feelings enough to get him to leave him alone, but getting a cartoon character to leave you alone is a lot easier said than done. And by the time Eddie can get Roger to finally go away, Dexter will already have been given enough time to destroy any damning evidence and will have secured his path to freedom. Dexter gets away. Sherlock Holmes. Utterly bored by a growing stack of unsolved cases, none of which seem the least bit interesting, Holmes' interest for a good mystery are finally piqued when news of the Bay Harbor Butcher killings becomes so sensationalized that even Holmes hears about them here in the London Morning News. Eager for a mystery finally worthy of his intellect, he flies to the States on a whim and basically insists his way onto the Miami Metro Homicide Task Force. Matthews absolutely despises him, but it's easy enough for Holmes to manipulate manipulate LaGuerta's political ambitions to allow him access to the investigation. From here, everything plays out similar to the way it did for Lundy for a time, filling his role for a while until Dexter's motives are called into question, then Holmes switches focus to Dexter specifically in almost no time at all. Probably even before the copycat killing case, which is where Lundy and some of our previous detectives originally got suspicious. Holmes's powers of deduction are so superhuman, they borderline on being an actual psychosis. And it probably takes no time at all for Holmes to notice even the slightest inconsistency about Dexter's facade, at which point he becomes the sole focus on Holmes's investigation. But unfortunately for Holmes, his massive ego and abrasive way of handling people doesn't do him any favors here. He's managed to snag access to this investigation through underhanded means, and it's likely the rest of Miami Metro Homicide doesn't appreciate being treated like idiots whenever Holmes points out the flaws in all their theories. So it's very unlikely he'll get any help from anyone at Miami Metro when asked to help investigate Dexter, one of their own. This leaves Holmes to investigate Dexter on his own, and just like with Dokes, everything leads up to the confrontation at the Estrada dock. Unlike Dokes, however, Holmes is a master of Bartitsu, so it's entirely possible Holmes overpowers Dexter and arrests him right here. But Dexter is also an expert in jiu-jitsu, and he's probably both bigger and stronger than Holmes is, so I give the edge to Dexter in this fight, who most likely subdues Holmes in the end. But it'd be a lot more difficult and more painful of a fight for Dexter than it ever was for Dokes. Even winning the fight, it's very likely Dexter has some broken bones and some serious bruises after this. Things play out the same as the original story for a while. Holmes toys with Dexter while in captivity using psychology. He doesn't manage to convince Dexter to turn himself in, but he also convinces Dexter Holmes doesn't even remotely begin to fit his code, putting Dexter in the same moral conundrum as he was in his original story. Things change dramatically, however, when Holmes escapes his cage. At this point in the original story, Dokes and Poirot from our previous tier selection were both desperate enough to call for help without fully assessing the reality of the situation, getting recaptured by drug dealers and ultimately back into Dexter's custody, where they eventually met their demise by Lila's hand. Holmes, however, has the deductive reasoning and situational awareness to understand that the only people that would be this near to a cabin in the wilderness half full of cocaine and body parts are probably threats. So instead of calling for help, Holmes stealthily slips away into the wilderness. Dexter is a forensic specialist, but he's not a wilderness tracker, and with the drug dealers nearby to deal with, Holmes has plenty of time to make it out and contact the police with his findings. Even if making his way out of the dangerous Florida wilderness takes a really long time, with Holmes missing and no way to find him, Dexter's clock has run out, and with his identity and personal life set for imminent destruction, Dexter either gets caught trying to escape Miami, or he successfully manages to go on the run, maybe with Lila somewhere in Europe, where Holmes is sure to follow. Either way, be it sooner or later, Dexter gets arrested. Detective Pikachu! Let's be clear. Floridian alligators do not count as Pokemon. That means Detective Pikachu's biggest asset as a detective, his ability to understand both Pokemon and humans, does not come into play here. And without that, all Detective Pikachu really has left is his deductive reasoning, which means it's still Masuka doing the heavy lifting in the forensics department, which gives Dexter plenty of time to hide and sabotage evidence like he does in the original story. Detective Pikachu has a high degree of both empathy and humor, both of which elude Dexter for the most part, so maybe Detective Pikachu kind of gets a weird vibe from Dexter, but it's nothing like the creepy feeling Dokes gets. So Detective Pikachu probably dismisses the feeling as nothing really important, and Dexter gets to continue on about his business relatively above all suspicion. Dexter gets away. Adrian Monk! Oh boy, this is going to be a rough one for both Dexter and Monk, because both of these guys are uniquely suited to make each other's lives an absolute living hell. Monk is like a human computer for crime solving, but he's not that way because of his brilliant mind in the same way someone like Sherlock Holmes is. Monk is that way because of his clinical pathology. He has severe obsessive-compulsive personality disorder, and a laundry list of phobias and compulsions give him a laser focus for even even the slightest inconsistency in the evidence he examines or the crime scenes he investigates. Monk isn't a great detective because he's smart. He's a great detective because he literally cannot help himself. This is a man that sorts his garbage by color and food group and has nightmares about being buried alive under trash bags, which right off the bat is going to cause him some problems considering the bulk of the evidence in the Bay Harbor Butcher case is literally body parts in a mountain of trash bags. Despite this, Monk's obsessive compulsiveness is going to work against Dexter in a pretty significant way because Monk's obsessive powers of observation means he'll be double and triple checking every piece of evidence, including Dexter's blood reports, for inconsistencies, and Monk will find them. So Dexter may be able to excuse away one or two of the inconsistency Monk finds as human error, but then Dexter won't be able to rely on falsifying evidence or crime scenes like he usually does, which is a big problem. Also, the scattered chunks and bones of the Bay Harbor victims are very much going to appear like a very messy, unfinished puzzle to Monk, so he'll probably have the victims' remains perfectly matched and categorized by himself in half the time Lundy's task force does on the original story. In a morbid way, Monk will probably even recognize and partially admire the neatness and exactness of how the bodies were disposed of. The one advantage Dexter has with Monk, however, is Monk is more socially awkward and behaves less like a human being than Dexter does. Monk is good with evidence, not people, so Monk does not pick up anything odd at all about Dexter's personality. But for what Monk lacks in social intuition, he makes up for with his remarkable eye for detail. Obsessed with figuring out the connection between the victims, it won't take Monk hardly any time at all to start seeing the serial killer connection. And this is where Monk's investigation hits its first emotional obstacle. The only time Monk is good with people is when consoling and promising to deliver justice to the victims of surviving family members. Because despite his social weirdness and compulsions, Adrian Monk is a deeply empathetic person within the context of the victimized. Monk himself lost his wife to murder, so Monk fully understands the emotional turmoil and compulsive need for justice that only a grieving widow can understand. But in this case, Monk is going to be quite thrown by what he finds. The conclusion that Monk comes to after an exhaustive round of interviews with the surviving friends and family members of the victims is going to reveal to him that all of the butcher's victims were murderers and serial killers, and this is going to be a major blow to Monk's psyche. Given his history, it's easy to understand that Monk has a particular disgust for murderers, so realizing all the victims in this case are the exact kind of scumbag that killed Monk's wife is certainly going to be a hit to Monk's motivation to the case. But ultimately, he finally decides a mess is a mess, no matter what the context, and it must be fixed. So, Monk continues on with the investigation, hits his next big major snag, and it's a big one. When Dexter sabotages the AC unit to the outside morgue in the original story, it's a pretty big hit to the task force's investigation. Lundy is not happy about it, neither is anyone else. But with Monk at the helm instead, Monk is absolutely destroyed by this. All that evidence, all those bodies Monk spent hours or perhaps even days sorting and categorizing, all rotted and putrefied in a single night, all thanks to the Miami Heat and careless garbage men. This incident is going to send Monk into a full-on panic attack, which is really bad for Monk because this is where Dexter will start to see the weaknesses in Monk's pathology that Dexter can learn to exploit to interfere with the investigation. Monk is in an inconsolable state of mind from the morgue incident for a while, but everything changes when he finally connects the dots to the butcher's role in law enforcement, and Monk's compulsive mind may even connect on a thread that no one else has picked up on, in that Monk's compulsion-driven paranoia may even make him begin to suspect the AC unit incident was an intentional act of sabotage. Once Monk has this thought in his mind, he goes full-on paranoid. He starts looking at all the incident reports and former casework of pretty much everybody that works in Miami Metro Homicide, and given it's likely Dexter and Monk have already butt heads on some shoddy blood work, Dexter is likely on Monk's short list of people to investigate. And this is really bad for Dexter. Like Lundy, Monk will find a case where Dexter's blood work allowed a murderer to walk free. And even though Lundy found only one case, Monk's compulsiveness will force him to look even deeper, and it's likely Monk finds several incidents where Dexter's findings are either inconsistent or very suspect. Our dear friend Adrian now goes hard into investigating Dexter's past, and just like with Dokes and later Deborah, he'll go digging through the evidence room in the city archive to find everything everything about Harry Morgan, Lara Moser, the newspaper article, the interview tapes, and probably even the connection to the ice truck killer. At this point, Monk pretty much knows Dexter is in fact the Bay Harbor Butcher, but he just doesn't have any physical conclusive evidence to prove it. And now this is where Dexter and Monk make each other's lives a living hell for a while. Like Dokes, Monk follows Dexter's every move. But even worse than Dokes, Monk triple checks every single report Dexter files and probably does everything in his power to hinder and limit Dexter's ability to basically do anything. Being watched like a hawk both in life and at work, Dexter's need to kill starts festering and makes him more and more agitated and unstable. But equally, at the same time, Dexter also knows exactly how to make Monk agitated and unstable. Outside of his obsessive compulsiveness, Monk has an insane list of phobias. This is a guy that only drinks certain brands of bottled water because he has a phobia of tap water. Even though Dexter's not going to be able to goad Monk into attacking him like he does Dokes, he can still achieve the same result without violence. Because there are a million different ways Dexter can trigger and exploit Monk's phobias and compulsiveness to throw him completely off balance. Probably to a point Monk eventually just snaps and starts throwing a full-on tantrum in the station. Adrian Monk is already weird, neurotic, and doesn't have that many close friends at Miami Metro. So it won't be that hard for Dexter to call Monk's credibility into question by exploiting Monk's mental issues and making him look and sound like a complete nutcase. Which, let's be honest, Monk can sometimes do on his own even without Dexter's help. This forces Monk to investigate Dexter pretty much by himself. And without much evidence left to sort through, he just decides to continue to follow Dexter for a while until he finally catches him doing something nefarious. Eventually, Monk does catch Dexter at the Estrada dock, but Monk does not play this scene like anybody else so far. Adrian Monk is not exactly a brave and courageous guy. Monk is not a man of action by any stretch of the imagination. And even though he technically has a gun, it is very unlikely Monk confronts Dexter on the dock at all. Witnessing Dexter load the body bags onto the boat is just confirmation of everything Monk suspects. And instead of confronting Dexter, Monk just stays hidden and watches Dexter leave before looking for evidence in the cabin. Even if he doesn't find any evidence, Monk now knows for a fact that Dexter is the butcher. And despite how good he is, even Dexter makes mistakes, like little Chino. And when Dexter does make a mistake from here on out, Monk will be there to jump on it before he can cover his tracks. It may take longer than he wants, and he'll have to live with the reputation of an exiled police detective with mental issues for a while, but eventually, Monk will stumble upon the evidence he needs to prove Dexter's guilt. And one way or another, Dexter gets arrested. Shotaro and Philip! This is basically the equivalent of Dexter being investigated by Adrian Monk and Hercule Poirot at the same time. But they also have access to the Bat computer, and if they get pissed off, they fuse together to form RoboCop. This all basically means Dexter is 6 ways of screwed from Sunday, and he stands absolutely no chance at all. Miami is completely foreign territory for Shotaro and Philip, so Shotaro's intimate knowledge and relationship with the local Futo community is not going to be of much help here on the other side of the planet, but that doesn't really matter, because Philip has the Gaia library with all of Earth's knowledge in his brain, which is probably a little more reliable than the broken tape player in Miami Metro Homicide. So Dexter has no opportunity or time at all to delete the footage of himself wiping down his boat with bleach from the marina security camera. Philip just instantly finds it, and then with a blink of an eye, Philip will just have all of Dexter's family history. He probably even has access to Vogel's damn interview tapes with Harry about the code in Dexter's childhood. Dexter doesn't even know those exist yet, but Philip will have it in a few minutes, without even remotely needing to hinge into Cyclone Joker or let alone double. The case of the Bay Harbor Butcher is pretty much a cakewalk for the Futo detective duo. Dexter gets arrested. End of part 3! Yes, I realize that this video might have been a few detectives short of the previous parts, but I also spent a really long time on the Adrian Monk section, which I'm pretty happy with. And hopefully you are too, and don't mind the slightly lower number of detectives in this video in lieu of a more in-depth examination of how those two characters interact. That wasn't necessarily my intention when I wrote out all of these in what now feels like forever ago, but what can I say? Some characters just happen to have some more interesting interactions with each other than you might think when you start writing it out. And in this case, I thought Adrian Monk and Dexter matched each other's freak, so it wound up being a little longer than usual. Speaking of surprises, I'd like to thank all of you for getting the channel up to 10,000 subscribers already in just a period of 3 months! That is nothing short of incredible in an era of YouTube where the vast majority of people, including the algorithm itself, actually discourages you from subscribing to the channels you like. So I cannot thank you all enough for the incredible growth in such a short period of time. And for those of you that haven't subscribed, now would be a good time to enable the notification bell, because I'm gonna start doing something that allows you to actually contribute to these videos. Hundreds upon hundreds of your comments and good suggestions have finally convinced me to start petting out the roster of Dexter's dear foes. And starting within the next few days, I'm going to start running community polls once or twice a month that allows you to vote on what detective to add into the next Dexter Versus video. So enable those bell notifications and be sure to check back regularly with my channel to see and contribute to the channel's content. And as always, these videos require a lot of music and film footage that the YouTube copyright system isn't always so fond of. So any support you can provide by becoming a channel member or buying a super thanks would be most graciously appreciated, as it both encourages and incentivizes me to spend more and more time on this kind of content, which I love doing, and eventually I'd love to work on this channel full-time with your support. But Benoit Blanc! Hey, did you know that Florida is in the southern half of the United States? And he is what Americans would refer to as part of the South? You know what that means? That means the Bay Harbor Butcher case falls firmly under the jurisdiction of the last gentleman detective, Benoit Blanc. Benoit Blanc absolutely falls apart between cases. He is utterly bored out of his mind, probably in the middle of redecorating his apartment for the 3rd time this year, when suddenly news of the Bay Harbor Butcher killings breaks, and the sheer scale and complexity of this delightfully macabre puzzle before him just about sends him flying out of his chair. And it's almost no time at all before he calls and reaches out to either Matthews or LaGuerta and practically begs to be allowed on the case. For most people, LaGuerta or Matthews wouldn't even accept their call, but it's important to remember that Benoit Blanc is an extremely well-known and world-famous detective at this point, thanks to many of his exploits being leaked on social media. He is essentially the modern southern version of Hercule Poirot, so Blanc offering to lend his assistance to the investigation actually does carry quite a bit of weight, and the decision is made that Miami Metro will be happy to have him. Dexter is not happy to have him, however, as Blanc's considerable reputation precedes him, and Dexter is quite alarmed when he notices Blanc's presence in Miami Metro. Just like with Lundy, Blanc's sudden appearance makes Dexter's butthole pucker a little bit, and he calmly yet dutifully goes to check out the case briefing Blanc delivers to the department with Matthew's blessing. Upon hearing Blanc actually speak, however, Dexter doesn't really know what to think of him, and to be perfectly honest with you, neither do I. Figuring out how to power scale Benoit Blanc is no easy task, because Benoit Blanc himself is somewhat of a contrarian figure. He talks like Foghorn Leghorn, yet he's often the most eloquent person in the room. He's a world-famous detective with legendary intuition, yet he couldn't play Clue or Among Us to save his life.
Wait, hold on. What just happened?
He has a well-documented and incredible case record, yet we've never seen him solve a crime completely by himself without the significant help of someone closer and more central to the case. Because of this, it's kind of hard for me, or Dexter really, to gauge what the true scope of Benoit Blanc's abilities actually are, which makes him a more elusive and dangerous foe than most. One thing can be for certain, though, Benoit Blanc's observational abilities and powers of deduction are on par with some of the best. He immediately knows Marta is central to the case in Knives Out the moment he sees her because of a near imperceptibly small drop of blood on her shoe, and in Glass Onion he solves a murder mystery story written by an acclaimed mystery novelist in mere minutes that was designed to take an entire group of people, including one scientist, all weekend to solve. These abilities do at least
I don't see the job-seeking bank bull. Where's the job-seeking Bangaboo? Oh, there is a door. There was a door. Chunker. Why can I not pet the chunker? I'm not talking to you right now. You're part of the quest I don't want to complete now.
Welcome in. Please head up to the second floor for our private seating.
I can't play in the job-seeking Bangaboo. Well, looks like I'm gonna claim everything.
Put Blanc in the same category of detective as some of the best. But it is important to remember that no matter how good Blanc truly is, Dexter is still Dexter. And as we've seen before, it has taken some of the absolute best detectives in fiction a significant amount of effort to crack his case. As long as he hangs out in the background and doesn't fall under direct scrutiny, Dexter is a both careful and meticulous enough chameleon to fly just under Blanc's radar. Meaning, Blanc will see most of the puzzle, but will feel like at least one central piece is missing to the whole case.
Strange case from the start. A case with a hole in the middle. A donut. A donut. One central piece. And if it reveals itself, the fog would live.
Without the central piece of evidence he's looking for to go on, Blanc resorts to his signature strategy of finding the person he thinks is closest to the case's center and then making them his official partner. In Knives Out, this person was Marta. In Glass Onion, this was Helen. But in the Bay Harbor Butcher case, Benoit Blanc kind of has a problem because Dexter is a loner. So the only person that's central to this case is Dexter himself, who is going to try to avoid Benoit Blanc at all costs. Still, deductive and observational abilities aside, Blanc's real mark as a detective is his incredible intuition. So even without evidence or an obvious partner, Blanc's nose for the truth will probably still lead him into a partnership with Deborah. Now, whether if Deborah finds Benoit Blanc's Southern Belle personality charming or extremely annoying is honestly a coin flip. But given Deborah's recent exploits with the ice truck killer alone, there's no doubt Benoit Blanc will find her to be the most interesting person to team up with for this investigation. An actual relationship between Blanc and Deborah doesn't really spark like it did between her and Lundy for reasons that will become fairly obvious if she tries to jump his bones like she does to pretty much everyone else in the stage of her grieving process. But setting that slightly awkward social interaction aside, the moment Blanc convinces offers Deborah to be the partner in his investigation, and she accepts, is the moment that Dexter is officially doomed. I'll be perfectly blunt here. At this point in the investigation, it no longer matters if Benoit Blanc lives or dies, because the die has already been cast over Dexter's fate, and it's not good news for our dark friend. Just like Poirot, Monk, and Lundy, Blanc will also find the inconsistencies in Dexter's blood reports, and once he gathers enough circumstantial evidence to make a formal suggestion of Dexter's guilt to Deborah, one of two things is going to happen. Deborah either swallows a very bitter pill, has a justified crash out, and then eventually comes to the conclusion Blanc might be onto something and continues to work with him in investigating her brother. Or Deborah very characteristically tells Blanc to fuck off and swears off ever working with him again, leaving Blanc to take on Dexter alone. Now, personally, I tend to believe that even if Blanc goes after Dexter alone, he'll still wind up catching him because, kind of like Monk, Blanc isn't really a man of action, so he probably just sits by the sidelines and gradually builds his case until he has enough evidence to put Dexter away for good. But even in a scenario where Blanc might feel compelled to confront Dexter himself and he winds up coming to a grisly end like Dokes did, the seed of doubt about her brother's true nature has already been planted into Deborah's head. And if Blanc fails to close the case or winds up dying or going missing, even Deborah will find that just too much of a coincidence to overlook. And it will send her down the path of discovery she went through both in seasons 4 and 7 regarding the truth about her father, her brother, and Rudy. Dexter isn't going to be able to talk himself out of this one, though. When Deborah finds out the truth in the original story, there has been a whole hell of a lot of time, pain, and life events Dexter and Deborah have lived through together up to that point. And even then, accepting Dexter's true nature was enough to nearly destroy her. In season 2, however, Deborah is still in recovery from her traumatic experiences with Rudy, and finding out Dexter is his real brother and he's exactly like him at this point in her grief would be just too much for her to accept. So Deborah is not in the state of mind to choose her brother over the law, and Dexter will be completely paralyzed, because choosing to kidnap someone like Dokes or Blanc was one thing, but Dexter could never hurt his own sister. And whether if Blanc is by her side to make the arrest or not, Dexter has no choice but to accept his very worst nightmare has come true. His truth has finally been exposed, and Detective Deborah Morgan was the one to finally put him away. Dexter gets arrested. End of video 1! Yes, you heard that right. This is the end of the first out of 3 videos I'll be uploading over the course of December. I just figured, hey, why open all your presents at the same time when you can stretch out the joy a little bit, right? And totally not because I couldn't get the last segment of the video done in time before today. Anyways, for that reason, you can expect 2 more videos coming soon. Dexter has just 8 days to prepare himself for the 20th of December, where he will face a detective unlike any other. MI6 operative James Bond! And after that, on Christmas morning, you will all get a very, very special present, as Dexter will receive probably the biggest lump of coal he's ever seen in his life, as he finally comes face to face with Lieutenant Colombo! Are coming for the butcher this Christmas, so be sure to subscribe and enable that notification bell so you don't miss a thing. And as always, any donations made to my Ko-Fi or buying a special thanks in the comment section below to support the channel would be most appreciated, as without your support most of this content probably wouldn't even exist. So I'll see you all soon, and I'll see you, Dexter, in just a little over a week. Be prepared. Until next time, my glorious subscribers, I'm Phantom's Edge. Good night and Godspeed.
Why struggle? Into the frozen abyss. That's as far as you go. Rest in peace.
I'll bite your throat out.
My turn! The name of the night, emissary!
Execution continue. Into the frozen abyss. Rest in peace. You will rest amidst the ice. You asked for it. Now, noise gone. Clean it up.
Don't look straight at the moon.
Time to let the hammer fall. Now, little cuties, crush them. Into the frozen abyss. It's not over. Are you ready for this?
Any last words?
Let's switch the combo again. I guess I didn't watch it here.
Before I dare even mention the name of one of history's truly most iconic and greatest detectives in all of fiction, first we must have a quick recap regarding the hierarchy of the chain of command and its recent changes in leadership within Miami Metro Homicide, as it will play an important factor in exactly how this case plays out. Before Season 2 even begins and Dexter and Miami Metro are in full throttle trying to take down the ice truck killer, Lieutenant Maria LaGuerta has made a cataclysmic error in judgment and has embarrassed not only herself, but the entire Miami Metro Police Department by launching a very public manhunt against the wrong man, framing a poor security guard as the ice truck killer himself, when in reality he was just another poor kidnapped victim. Matthews and the press are absolutely furious about this, and for this major misstep on Maria's part, LaGuerta has the command of Miami Metro taken away from her. And to avoid the political fallout of firing what I think is the first Cuban woman to ever leave the department, Matthew replaces her with the first Asian woman to ever leave the department, Lieutenant Esme Pascal. This doesn't last very long, though. Sure, she wraps up the ice truck killer investigation, which was almost to its conclusion anyway, but then LaGuerta starts sleeping with Esme's fiancé, Bertram, which gradually drives Pascal absolutely insane to a point she starts using department resources to investigate personal matters and openly has breakdowns about her deteriorating relationship in front of the entire homicide department. Yeah, women do be heartless sometimes. At this point in the original story, Esme Pascal's nervous breakdown convinces Matthews to hand the reins back to Maria LaGuerta. But in this little unique scenario of ours, Matthews has a much more interesting option at his disposal. Lieutenant Frank Columbo is nothing short of a legend, not only among his peers, but nationwide as one of the best homicide investigators in history, who has been solving murders since the early 70s, probably back when Harry Morgan was still
Sheesh.
just a beat cop. On screen, Columbo has never canonically retired, but the last case he ever covered was in 2003, and he was a pretty old man by this point, and I'm sure he had a wife that was very eager for him to retire after a 35-year-long career, so assuming Columbo retires right after this case, by the time the Bay Harbor Butcher investigation is fully underway in 2007, Columbo will have been in retirement only 4 years. And considering we already know that Mrs. Columbo is a fan of the tropics and likes gets to go on the occasional cruise, it should be no surprise at all that Columbo and his wife wind up enjoying the company and the benefits of the already well-established and very large law enforcement retirement community that lives in Miami. Even in a community of retired hotshots from all kinds of law enforcement careers, Columbo's iconic status would immediately make him popular within those social circles, to a point that even local officials like Matthews, even if just for political reasons alone, would gladly shake his hand, play golf with him, and be his drink and cigar buddy whenever he could spare the time. Columbo himself probably isn't taking retirement very well, however, because as much as he talks about how much he loves his wife while he's on the job, it's not much of a stretch of the imagination that the vice versa could also be true. And being a homicide detective just really is a core of who Columbo really is. I'm sure when the ice truck killer investigation starts popping off on the news, Columbo is glued to the TV and the newspapers and deeply regrets his inability to involve himself in the case due to the location and his retirement status. However, with the complete dissolution of leadership in Miami Metro Homicide causing a crisis both internally and with public relations, Matthews cooks up a crazy plan to help the department save face. Even though Columbo was an LAPD officer, not a Miami officer, Columbo's legendary status as a law hero and public figure is exactly the kind of person Matthew needs to put in charge if he wants to change the narrative of incompetence the press is pushing. And the higher-ups actually agree. And so does Columbo, who, to Mrs. Columbo's disappointment, no doubt, is eager to come back out of a short-lived retirement. He takes a few exams, which Matthews arranges for him to be easily hand-waved through, and then is instantly promoted to his former rank of lieutenant for, let's be honest, purely political reasons. And then is immediately given command of the Miami Metro Homicide Department. In addition to being a genuine hero, Columbo
Freaking.
is also of Italian descent. So Matthew still avoids the political flack of firing yet another woman of color and replacing her with some white guy. So to Matthews, this is absolutely the perfect fit for the job, and he couldn't be happier. Dexter, however, is living his worst nightmare. Not only is Columbo leading the investigation, but Columbo is now Dexter's direct superior. Columbo is now not just handling the Bay Harbor Butcher case, but he's handling all of Homicide's cases. He's in command. This gives Columbo an even deeper insight into the daily casework that happens in Miami Metro than someone like Lundy had. And the last thing Dexter needed was someone as keen and as perceptive as Columbo to be heading Miami Metro Homicide, because Columbo sees everything. Unfortunately for Columbo, though, he's joining the investigation late due to the shakeup in Miami Metro's leadership. So the butchered bodies have already come and gone the way of rotted sabotage. So Columbo never gets to examine the bodies himself, which honestly would probably make him too queasy to do anyway, but he still has the pictures and all the cataloged evidence on the evidence board to tell him most of what the bodies would have been able to tell him anyway. When Columbo is finally given official command late in the case and he makes his morning speech to Miami Metro, most of the department, Dexter included, don't really know what to think of him. Yes, true, they are familiar with the Columbo name and some of his achievements, most of which happened before the majority of the department were even born. But this legendary law background is not immediately apparent because Columbo does not give off that impression. In fact, in many ways, he purposely gives the opposite of that impression. He comes in early to the department, looking tired and disheveled, apologizing to the department for not having had his morning coffee yet, and joking about having not woken up this early in a few years. In his speech, he boasts about Miami Metro's recent achievements, yet downplays some of his own, and he plays up his age a bit. He purposely takes his time looking for his glasses, he misplaces some of his notes, he messes up the photo slides a few times, and he gives the overall impression to the entire department
Zero.
That his so-called legendary skills as a detective were maybe a little exaggerated, or at least certainly past their prime. What Miami Metro doesn't realize yet, however, is that this is an act. Columbo has powers of deduction and observation that rival that of Sherlock Holmes. The difference is, instead of flaunting his magnificent abilities and intelligence to stroke his ego, Columbo does his best to convince everyone he meets that he's actually about as sharp as Dick Gumshoe. Columbo has a reason for doing this, however, and even though Columbo is joining late into the case, he's already one step ahead. Columbo is a real common sense kind of guy. No matter what the details are, Columbo always sees the big picture. And before the first briefing has even begun, way ahead of our other detectives, Columbo already suspects someone in law enforcement is the Butcher. And it's not really that hard to deduce if you think about it and have a mind like Columbo's. By the time Columbo has joined the case, the state of the Bay Harbor Butcher's vigilantism has become a media sensation. But Columbo, with a very, very long career full of police work, recognizes that all of the Butcher's victims are different in almost every way, with the exception of their status as a murderer. I mean, think about it. The Butcher has killed men, women, big guys, small guys, black, white, rich, poor. The Butcher has taken victims from every walk of life, and their only connection is murder, which would mean the only way someone would even know these people exist is if they themselves were able to see their records. That alone narrows down the Butcher's identity quite a bit. They could be a courtroom file clerk, for example, or they could work in the evidence room, or they could be a cop. It's as Columbo would probably put it, just a hunch. But it's enough of a hunch that Columbo is not immediately trusting of Miami Metro's personnel when he gets there. So he puts on his bumbling, aloof detective act to fool everyone into thinking he's more harmless than he actually is. And it works. On everyone, including Dexter. After the rocky briefing, Dexter fully buys into the clumsy persona Columbo puts out, which, as you can well imagine, is the worst thing Dexter could possibly do. Or really anyone in Miami Metro for that matter, as Masuka soon finds out when Columbo makes him cry when he asks him about just one more thing about his internet search history on the lab computer. Columbo shows up in person to as many crime scenes as he can to get a good feel of the officers under his command. So he's there at the comic book store crime scene to witness Dexter's expert handling of the blood spatter results. Columbo is genuinely impressed by this, because even in all his years as an investigator, he's never seen someone like Dexter so expertly break down the exact way a crime played out just from blood splatter alone. The problem is, Columbo is a little too impressed with this. He now thinks Dexter is some kind of super weapon, so he brings him along to literally every crime scene he can. And every time he finishes the lab work or the paperwork on one case, Columbo has got...
Oh, listen, there's one other thing I wanted to ask you about. Oh, there's one more.
Now, cuties.
One thing. One other thing. Just one more thing. One more thing. One more thing. Almost forgot. One more thing that I wanted to check on.
Soon the phrase "one more thing" becomes something Dexter starts hearing in his sleep. Dexter's eyes roll as he's called into the lieutenant's office for maybe the 10th or 20th time for Dexter's latest report. But this time, when Dexter tries to leave and Columbo has just one more thing to ask about, he brings up the bad blood... work Lundy discusses in the original story. Dexter gives the same forensic explanation as he tries to double down on its original work before Columbo calls him out on it just like Lundy did. For the first time, Dexter feels he might have underestimated Columbo a little bit and is taken off guard by this sudden grilling. Columbo dresses him down for letting a murderer get away, no matter his excuses, and orders him out of his office and lets Dexter stew for a day. Dexter doesn't really know what to think now. He doesn't know if Columbo is just mad his Dexter's new favorite lapdog is a bad blemish on an otherwise perfect record, or if Columbo is playing him. Unfortunately for Dexter, he decides one awkward boss conversation isn't enough to activate the fight or flight response, so he pushes through it and continues on with business as usual. And he doesn't see Columbo again until he gets ambushed by him at the donut shop the next morning. Columbo lays the bumbling, humble old detective act real thick here. He talks about how he's picking up some donuts for his wife, and then apologizes for getting so cross with Dexter the previous day about the blood work. Dexter just kind of nods along with whatever he says until Columbo suddenly mentions that they have a break in the Bay Harbor Butcher case. Well, this certainly gets Dexter's attention, and he quickly asks Columbo what it is. Columbo quietly tells him about the algae results on the rocks Masuka found, who was too embarrassed about the internet search history thing to tell anyone else about things that happened on his computer. And then Columbo even goes so far as to tell Dexter they've collected videotapes of boat marinas where the algae is found. Externally, Dexter seems enthusiastic about the break in the new case. Internally, Dexter is in crisis. Dexter has got to get to the station and get to that boat footage before Columbo does. And he is horrified to find when he gets there that they are already on the tape of the marina where he docked his boat. Dexter has even less time to deal with this debacle than in the original story. So Dexter waits no more than a few minutes for everyone to settle in their offices before pulling the same fire alarm trick to evacuate everyone from the department to give him enough cover to delete the footage with him on it. Dexter waits for everyone to leave, including Masuka in his silly safety vest, then finds and deletes the files he needs just like the original story. But this time, when Dexter turns around, much to his dismay, Columbo is standing right behind him. Columbo gives Dexter a smug little grin. He admits he's impressed, yet disappointed someone with so much talent turned out to be such a monster. Dexter quickly tries to defend himself with a backwards excuse, but Columbo shoots it down immediately. And when Dexter realizes there's nothing else to stand on here, he goes full mask off and just admits, fine, Columbo caught it. But he just deleted the only evidence that shows him doing anything remotely suspicious on that boat dock. Dexter is quick to point out, in the same demeanor that he threatens Dokes in the original show, that Columbo has nothing but circumstantial evidence. Columbo nods, smug smile still grinning wide. He says that's true, but it was a risk he was willing to take, because otherwise no one else would have believed him. Dexter blinks a moment, and then his heart drops as Deborah, Angel, Maria, and the rest of Miami Metro come walking back from around the corner with a mix of angered and horrified faces. Columbo admits that he had no idea if Dexter was actually on that footage or not. But he knew that if Dexter was the butcher, that when he told him about the footage at the donut shop that morning, he would have no other choice than to make a move to delete the footage. And Dexter did exactly as Columbo predicted. Truthfully, Columbo had been onto him for some time. That first day at the copycat crime scene, Columbo clocked Dexter's meticulous and peculiar crime scene behavior from the very beginning, just like Lundy did. And all that extra casework Columbo loaded Dexter up with was actually just a plot to keep Dexter busy, while Columbo did all the deep research on Dexter's personal history. Once Columbo realized Dexter might be the butcher, he knew a forensics guy as skilled as him would be too good to leave behind evidence. So Columbo's only means of capturing Dexter was to set a trap, and set a trap he did. Having been tricked into performing an act of sabotage and revealing his true nature in front of the entire homicide department, Dexter's dark journey finally comes to an end. And with a wink and a waggle of his cigar, Columbo makes sure that Dexter gets arrested. And thus, we have come to the end of the single longest Dexter versus Detective segment
I've spent a lot of time thinking about the Transformer movies. This whole channel really started as an excuse to talk about them. And well, I've talked about them. I've said everything I can. Everything except how they compare to each other. Yes, you can compare them. They aren't all the same. And what better way to do that than with a tier list? People still do tier lists, right? I'm not out of touch. Either way, I wanted an easy way to just summarize my feelings on all of these movies in a way that wouldn't take hours of your life. Tier lists are a pretty easy format to do that. And hey, maybe my opinion's even changed a bit since 4 years ago. Oh my god. So yeah, I'm ranking all the Transformer movies. This is just my opinion. Please don't war crime me over it. Transformers 1. I mean, the first Transformers. Transformers 2007. Yeah, that works. There's a reason Paramount was able to milk 5 sequels and 2 adjacent ones from this movie. It's just that good. It's so good, audiences kept showing up to each new installment hoping to get it again, and they were disappointed every time. For the general public who never saw the cartoon, this was their first real experience with Transformers. And from a G1 perspective, yeah, it's not the best representation, but as a disaster movie with robots, it doesn't get better than this. The concept of this movie was really just to show how terrifying it would be if vehicles turned into monsters. It feels like an alien invasion movie.
100 times cooler than Armageddon! I swear to God!
Transformers being aliens was always just an excuse for where they came from. They still spoke English and acted like idiots. But in 2007, their alienness is front and center. They speak this metallic alien gibberish. I love how ominous the first half of 2007 is. There's this sense of unease, at least when it comes to the whole Pentagon stuff. The robots actually bothered to disguise themselves. They didn't just walk around as gray blobs. The flight squadron of jets coming in for support, and suddenly one of their own turns into a fucking robot. That shit's cool. The threat of the Decepticons just makes the Autobots seem more impressive, especially Optimus. Humans are getting the shit pushed in. Here comes Optimus with a sword. I guess that AC-130 did obliterate Scorponok, but you get what I mean. The whole late Iraq War vibe is probably the most dated part of the film, because the CGI and presentation hasn't aged a day. It still looks so good. I'm still gonna complain though. They did Jazz so dirty. He did not need to die in the first movie, come on. Should have had a less important character die nobody gives a shit about. Kill Sunstreaker. Also, this isn't a real complaint, but after 2 decades of Bumblebee doing the Penny mumbling bit, I'm annoyed that this movie introduced that as part of his character. I get they couldn't just have him sound like a guy.
You've gotta fight it!
They were doing this whole boy and his dog thing, but I'm sick of the bit now. Why did they fix his voice and then he just never goes back to speaking?
I wish to stay with the boy.
Why does he sound like that? I need to wrap this up. I like the humor of 2007.
I will bust you up.
Countless legends, melodies, and dreams.
Yeah, everyone's dicks to each other, but it plays off a lot better than in the sequels. In the sequels, nobody really seems human, and I think there's a gas leak. One of the biggest complaints I see about these movies in general is just how human-focused it is. But for 2007, it's really not that bad. I think it's because all the human characters are distinct enough in some way. Who could forget Bernie Mac as Bobby B, that cop that was on drugs, Glasses, Agent Simmons, John Voight, or everyone's favorite, Glenn. Also Glenn's grandma. So yeah, Transformers 2007 is one of my favorite blockbusters of all time. It has its flaws, sure. But compared to its sequels, those flaws are minuscule cracks on the ceiling of the Sistine Chapel.
Texas statue? Psycho, man.
S tier. Hi, I'm Chef Bobby Bubadeli here to rate my favorite dishes. Number 1, meatballs. What do you mean I'm supposed to rank more? I like meatballs. Anyway, after I was dragged into the woods by those wolves, I lost all my cooking ingredients. Luckily, I still have the select meals from the sponsor today's... Going downhill fast, aren't we? Maybe there's some alternate world where the Bayverse didn't just nosedive right off the bat. Maybe it was inevitable. Either way, we're stuck in the world with Transformers Revenge of the Fallen, and we all suffer. Michael Bay blaming the writer's strike for the movie's bad writing will always just be so funny to me. Like the writers of Star Trek Into Darkness and Amazing Spider-Man 2, we're gonna make something good with just a little more time. Revenge of the Fallen is what I call the quintessential Bayformers film. And I don't mean that as a compliment. There's a tweet about how the Bayformer movies are spiritually written by AI, and this is the movie I imagine they were thinking of when writing that tweet. AI takes stuff and just regurgitates it without knowing what even worked to begin with. It'll make bizarre choices that no human would ever make, and everything just feels off. In terms of its plot, Revenge of the Fallen definitely feels like it was written by AI. In terms of its characters, though, oh, no AI could ever replicate that. Revenge of the Fallen was conjured up by some freaks. Everything is so weirdly sexual. The humor is off-putting. The characters are off-putting. The human bits are just insufferable, which is a shame because now they're the main focus.
Hey, the freaking munchkin. The little people are mean. Tell him he's tall.
Optimus dies halfway through. Ironhide and Ratchet do nothing. And the only Autobots we spend time with on this globe-trotting adventure is an old farting man, SpongeBob Humppants, 2 Grok memes, and Bumblebee. Want to know why Bumblebee is the standout character of the series? It's because he's the only one who doesn't talk. Sam talks, though. He talks a lot. He talks to his car. He doesn't talk to his girlfriend. It's not really this movie's fault, but none of this relationship stuff between Sam and Mikaela means anything. So much time is dedicated to these two's love story, and it's just thrown away before the third movie.
Listen to my voice, I love you. And I need you.
Wow, they sure do love each other. Too bad she dumps him.
What if she dumps us like the last girl? She was mean. You like her.
It's really sad that this romance subplot was undermined because it was the only impact this movie would have left on the trilogy.
Oh. Let's not.
You are invading my space. I'm gonna have to drop you.
Revenge of the Fallen is a pointless sequel. It has the least contribution of any of the movies. Sam loses his mind, then he doesn't. Optimus f***ing dies, then he doesn't. Hell, it actually returns to the status quo so hard, it reverses the conclusion of the last movie because Megatron is alive again. So the only thing that really happens in the grand scheme of this is a Bionicle tries to blow up the sun. What do we take away from this? Optimus doesn't even know what to say. He's just like, yep, humans are cool, I guess. I sure love the American military. Much like Cars 2, you can skip over this one and miss nothing. Hell, the general public learns that alien robots exist, and we never see anyone's reaction to this information. What does Dwight Schrute think about the existence of aliens? We never know. What happens to the RC triplets? Where did they go? Did they all just die? It's kind of crazy that RC is one of the top 3 most iconic Autobots, and she didn't really show up in Bayformers. Like, come on, this doesn't count. Who are we kidding? At least we got Wheelie.
Oh, son of a bitch!
Who doesn't love Wheelie? I don't. I hate Wheelie. I hated him in G1 just for entirely different reasons.
You go the wrong way. You fool, I say.
How do you fail at making a character likable twice?
Say my name. Say my name.
Revenge of the Fallen introduces a whole new cast to follow Sam, Mikaela, and Bumblebee around. And then everyone hated them so much, we never talked about them again. The less said about the twins, the better.
We don't really do much reading.
But not enough is said about Sam's horny roommate. Oh, how I hate him.
Can I just sit and watch?
He's a pervert who hits on every girl he sees.
Beautiful face. This would be a perfect moment. Except you landed on my balls.
Only thinks about sex all the time, and is a coward. What a lovable archetype. I want to see more of that guy. The roommate, whose name I didn't even bother to remember, is the worst sidekick in the whole series. And yes, he's even worse than TJ Miller, because at least TJ Miller died. The middle section of this movie is a torture session, as we're subjected to both the twins and a very much alive horny roommate as our only comedic relief. John Turturro is the only saving grace. I guess another positive is that Fallen still at least looks like a classic Michael Bay movie. Further on, we don't even get that. But one thing you can really say is that the CG still looks pretty good. This is where the movies start to become a little disjointed in how the scenes are even stitched together. It's a constant headache. Nobody ever shuts the f*** up. The mean-spiritedness was funny at first, but now everyone's antisocial little psychos. I said this in the video before, but it's so funny how Optimus keeps talking about the good of humanity when every human we meet is some weird little cretin. I get why the Fallen would want to blow up the sun. I would too. Good for him. I kind of like this take on Devastator. It would have been cooler to see a giant humanoid bot, but I get why they didn't do that. It was so technically arduous to render him that it supposedly blew up computers. That's really cool. I wish he did something. All this effort put into this creature design in effect, just for him to slowly move up the pyramid. Then he gets one-shotted by the deep state. I do like that Starscream is more Starscream. I will say that. He has a high-pitched voice.
The boy will not escape us.
He gets his arm ripped off and puts it back together. When could they do that in the Bayverse? I thought that was only a thing in the cartoons. Anyway, Revenge of the Fallen is a classically bad sequel. The only good things in the movie is stuff introduced in the first one, and everything else that is new was so terrible we never talked about it again. D tier. If you remember one thing about Dark of the Moon, it's how brutal it is. And that's a reputation I've contributed a lot to. And I am not sorry. Dark of the Moon is probably one of the most brutal PG-13 movies to ever exist. It's really pushing that limit. The ratings you can get away with when it comes to robot violence absolutely astounds me. Dark of the Moon's tone is oppressive and somewhat depressive, and I kind of love it for that. This feels like the grand conclusion to this trilogy, and some characters just aren't gonna make it out alive. Rest in peace, Ironhide. I don't know if I really conveyed this well enough last time, but I like how brutal Optimus is. Does he even commit war crimes? It's war. It's not really war crimes, except for that one time, I guess. Optimus's whole attitude works really well for me, except for when he's saying stuff like, "We will kill them all." Like if Peter Cullen felt uncomfortable saying a line like that, then maybe Bay shouldn't have made him say it. The ending battle of Dark of the Moon is the part everyone remembers. Everything before that, though, is, questionable.
Why don't you get a little dipping tray and dip the dog into Pepto? That's a solution.
Deep Wang. I like Dark of the Moon, but I could never in good faith call it a great movie. It's a decent conclusion to the whole Transformer war, and by that I mean all the bad guys die, but it's a terrible conclusion for our main character, Sam. Think of any other trilogy. Luke becomes a Jedi Master. Marty fixes the past, the future. It even gets Doc laid. Indiana Jones rides off into the sunset. What's the end of Sam's arc? He marries a girl we just met, I guess? Megan Fox getting fired from Dark of the Moon really did throw a wrench into Sam's arc. Had Michaela stayed, the human storyline here would have worked pretty well. After years of being a mechanic, she gets a good job at Patrick Dempsey's car collection, becomes the breadwinner while Sam feels like the loser who's still unemployed. It creates tension in their relationship. The whole jealousy and rivalry he has with Dempsey culminates in the reveal that he's a villain. Now Sam can kill this man without remorse. Then at the end, with their relationship resolved, Bumblebee does the whole dumb ring thing, and it's like the conclusion of these two storylines. Instead, Michaela just dumps Sam off screen, and now the movie scrambles desperately to introduce a new girl in a flashback at the Obama White House. Yes, that's a very natural direction for the story to go. It was always an uphill battle in the face of Megan Fox, but they didn't even try. You can tell the movie is really bitter about it too. Hell, Sam even kept the dog for some reason. Her dog. She abandoned her own dog. Michaela leaving wouldn't be the worst thing in the world if the new girl, Carly, was actually a decent replacement. But she isn't.
Please, you exaggerate.
Carly was the original love interest for Spike in G1. There was a character, kind of, to base the new girl off of, but we didn't even get that. Michael Bay didn't want to cast a blonde girl with actual acting talents. He wanted to cast the Victoria's Secret model he met while shooting a commercial.
Yesterday, that one was in my underwear drawer.
Did research. You look real good, too.
Carly has nothing to her except being hot and British, so every moment with her is either everyone turning their heads or she just stands there, which in turn just makes it so confusing how the hell Sam got another incredibly hot girlfriend. What does Carly see in Sam? Is it the shitty car? Is it the unemployment?
WTF to them.
By the end of this trilogy, other than the girl we know nothing about, Sam has nothing. He doesn't even have a job considering how bad the last one was. The whole moon conspiracy just breaks down when you think about it for more than 5 seconds. Turns out Transformers were the reason we went to the moon. Buzz Aldrin even said so. This entire lunar conspiracy involves assassinations and Chernobyl, and it all relies on the Soviets somehow bringing this orb back to Earth. Did they do it with rovers? How did rovers get off the moon? We just never get an explanation for that. Maybe the explanation is in John Turturro's book.
Buy my book before it's too late, people!
For all its faults, Dark of the Moon stands out, even to this day, for how unapologetic it is. It treats this robot war as an actual war. If you wanted to, you could just consider this the conclusion to the entire Bayformers series. And honestly, that's what I do. Compared to what came immediately before, what came after, it's pretty confident. But that first half Moon conspiracy and Carly really keeps the movie from reaching the heights of 2007.
From the bathroom store, you took the package out.
Whoa! B tier. Age of Extinction killed Bayformers. Hell, Age of Extinction killed any momentum the Transformers series had. I said before that the general public has never really been that into Transformers. They were more just into Bayformers. But hell, some new fans at least came from this series. We got some Transformer games during this period. Now we don't even have that anymore. Every single Transformers project since this movie has underperformed. And that's because this was the biggest anti-advertisement you could ever imagine.
I think she was hot.
What did you say?
Like a hot teenager.
After that damn card was whipped out, there was no coming back. The human characters in Age of Extinction are what really kill it. These three are what make this movie so uniquely bad. Mark Wahlberg is on another planet half the time. The daughter can't act, and the Irish guy does nothing but commit sex crimes with a minor under Texas state law. There are some redeeming moments, though. It was funny when T.J. Miller exploded. Apparently, he was supposed to be in the movie longer, but Michael Bay was so annoyed by him on set, they just killed him off. I do like the villains. Kelsey Grammer works as the bad guy behind everything, using the state to go after aliens and make the Earth great again. And Stanley Tucci is just Stanley Tucci. I can't complain about that.
How do you say get the fuck out of the way, Chinese?
Can't wait to see him again for some fucking reason. Lockdown sucks though, I don't care what you people say. He tries so hard to be edgy. The best part of his personality is his face gun. Other than that, he's got nothing on the Transformers animated version.
Hunting trophies.
Watch that show if you want to go lockdown. Funnily enough, I can really only remember how bad the characters are, because even now, I just blank on the plot. I know there was this egg-shaped thing everyone was fighting over. There was China. There was this. The worst thing about Age of Extinction is how it didn't even need to exist.
His name's Shane and he tried, Dad.
The story was over. Who releases a fourth movie immediately after a successful trilogy? Maybe like a horror franchise in the 80s. That's the level of creative merit Bayformers has. Paramount got greedy. They saw the numbers from Dark of the Moon and knew they had to keep pumping these things out. But like, Dark of the Moon was only as big as it was because everyone likes a conclusion. You can't immediately undermine that by pumping something out 3 years later. Imagine if Tolkien made a fourth book right after Return of the King, and it's about all the hobbits getting hunted down by the US deep state. Age of Extinction couldn't even do the whole soft reboot thing right. A soft reboot, at worst, just rehashes what what made the first movie good. If only we were so lucky.
Yeah, we got a rule about people messing with people from Texas.
Instead, this is a soft reboot where everything that happened in the last 3 movies just doesn't matter anymore. What is the end result of the Autobots saving humanity and declaring Earth their new home? Nothing. They get betrayed immediately and hunted down like animals. Optimus's optimism about humanity was just naivety. Turns out the babbling, lead-brained gremlin people of the Bayverse didn't deserve to be saved.
We can make you now.
Optimus Prime, one of the most heroic hero guys who ever heroed, is now a broken husk.
Slaughtered, wretched!
And it's not like he recovers from this betrayal again. Earth just isn't his home anymore. The Autobots even say they're leaving after this thing is over.
But then we're done defending the humans.
There's no arc where he learns to re-trust humans. He likes Marky Mark, sure, but that's it. Optimus doesn't learn to re-love the Earth or humanity. Hell, in the last night, Optimus tells the Autobots to come back home. Home in this case, meaning Cybertron.
It is time to come home.
Not even the lore mattered when you think about it. All that stuff with the Allspark is undermined. Transformers were actually manufactured by some aliens, I guess. The robots were crafted using dinosaur metal. If the Allspark was anything, it was just one cog in the robot factory. And even then, the writers probably didn't even give that much thought into it. At least there's Dinobots. It's kind of funny how there are 2 dinosaur-related things in this movie, but neither are related to each other. Like, the aliens destroyed the dinosaurs millions of years ago, right? Even turned some into metal. Then at the end of the movie, there's these Transformers that were trapped in lockdown ship that can also turn into dinosaurs. But like, why do they turn into dinosaurs? It's implied they were captured by lockdown somewhere else in space. Like, these guys never came to Earth before. So why the f did they turn into dinosaurs? There's no answer. There's no answer online. No one can explain this. These are just entirely independent creative decisions that happened in the movie and are just never connected by the writers. They put more thought into why this guy is dating a minor than why the Dinobots slapped everywhere on the advertising even exists. F tier. More thought into what happened in the movie and are just never connected by the writers. They put more thought into why this guy is dating a minor than why the Dinobots slapped everywhere on the advertising even exists. F tier.
Has my life been wasted? Have you ever felt like that, Mr. Kane?
This is just a broken movie.
Pangaea, the supercontinent. It's the same shape on the round table. Genius!
From an objective standpoint, not even subjective, this is the worst movie in the series. If this was a game, this would be Cyberpunk on release. How the hell are there glitches in a live-action film? How does the lore fundamentally break down? The Last Night fails in ways I have never seen another Hollywood movie fail before. The aspect ratio changes between shots. Transformers are just poorly photoshopped onto old photos and paintings. There's whatever this moment was. The thing about video games, though, is that you can patch them. You can't patch a movie. Okay, you shouldn't patch a movie. The Last Night is left in the same... Okay, you shouldn't patch a movie. The Last Night is left in the same broken state today that it was when it released. And you know what? I love it for that. This is a terrible movie, but it's so bad it just swings back into becoming good.
Someone just asked me why I wear sunglasses indoors. Well,
when I watch this movie, I'm just confounded. How did something like this even happen? Even if Bay was sleepwalking, there weren't any production issues. This wasn't an infamously bad shoot. The only answer I have to why this is so bad is that nobody gave a shit. And it's not like he stopped making good movies. Ambulance is pretty decent. I think this was just the closest you could get to legally scamming the studio who really wanted Transformers 5 to exist. This was the mainstream equivalent of making Freddy Got Fingered and spending millions on jewels. What do you think those Paramount execs thought when they got the final product? All this work done to set up the Transformers franchise for the next 10 years. They injected this movie with as many hints at future sequels as possible. And then this was the end result. Man, I forgot about the Bumblebee and World War II thing.
Welcome in.
We're not invited.
What mods are you going for this time?
They take a good 2 minutes out of the movie to tease a prequel that just never exists. They did the 80s one instead. This movie's plot and story were already bad enough. But what makes it truly bad is how they can't even finish it now. After all of these movies, the canonical end of the Bayformers is Cybertron being parked right outside Earth after Optimus was brainwashed by a space witch and Unicron was the Earth the entire time. How the fuck were they gonna resolve this? I actually want to know. It wasn't gonna be good, but I want to see what they pulled out of their ass. Like, was Transformers 6 gonna be Unicron transforming? Would entire continents have shifted around in the sky? Would billions have died? This would have been nuts! I would have loved to see how this shit show played out, but we never got that. Guess we gotta settle for the Bayformer fan films, because that's the only way we're ever gonna get this resolved. Do you really think Michael Bay is gonna continue this story if he ever comes back? Oh no, man, we're getting a reboot if anything. We're getting G.I. Joe. After having King Arthur be real the entire time, there was really no salvaging this. These Halloween barbarians and the War on Terror exist in the same canon. One of the funniest things about The Last Night is how out of ideas it truly was. This is just pulling from things that were popular at the time. They introduced the Scavenger Girl with her BB-8 ripoff like she's Rey. They tried to make baby Dinobots a thing. They made up a Decepticon Suicide Squad and killed them off within 30 seconds. The hype montage lasted longer than the actual battle. Rest in peace, Nitro Zeus. How did they even arrest him in the first place? How can humans put Decepticons in jail? Why are the Decepticons going along with it? They have weapons in their body. This world doesn't even make sense anymore. They kill the good Transformers and then just put the bad ones in jail. I thought they were killing everyone because they thought they were all Decepticons.
Definitely gonna kill you mofos later. It's cleared.
There are some unironic things I actually do like. Anthony Hopkins just went fully insane.
Oh, thank you, dickhead.
I love how he's just doing whatever. His death is among the greatest moments in comedy. So props to everyone there. I like that Downton Abbey's Mr. Carson was this foul-mouthed psychotic butler. Hell, I even like the love interest. She has an actual personality. It's kind of refreshing how unsexual The Last Night is compared to the other Bayformer movies.
This one's looking for a BBW. I don't know what that is.
There's no felonies here, at least. It's such a mess that it feels the least Bayformer out of the Bayformer movies, for both good and bad. Which is ironic because this is the only sequel that actually attempted to loop the series back to 2007. It's at least one positive from them running out of ideas. Lennox is back. The theme is back. Everything is back, except for the competency. Optimus barely does anything the entire movie, even as a villain, who was front and center in the marketing, by the way. It really became a trend with those last two movies to have the last 20 minutes be the entire selling point. So yeah, The Last Night, what a note for the Bayformers to end on. An absolute mess that is so incomprehensible, it just becomes funny. Sure, as an actual product, it's worse than anything on this list, but as something of entertainment value, it ekes out Age of Extinction.
No whoopee, Mr. K?
It's been a while.
D tier.
Look! It isn't even dented! Oh shit, what are we gonna do now?
For decades, Transformers the movie was the only Transformers movie, which is ironic because this isn't really a movie, at least like the others. You can't just watch 1986 like it's its own thing, because it isn't its own thing. Transformers the movie is really a midquill in the grand scheme of Generation 1's story arc, so I kind of have to just
Okay, I just remembered.
Alright guys, big update incoming for Zenless Zone Zero. We are about to enter the single phase of the long-awaited 2.5 version update, which means we have new banners including new characters, rerun banners, and a free character, plus we also have new content like main story, new endgame modes, events, skins, quality of life changes, and of course big rewards for the massive 2.5 update, especially with a estimated pull count of about 18,000 polychromes, which is about 115 pulls that you can obtain completely free to play for the entire 2.5 patch. So let's do a complete breakdown on everything we can expect to come out for the start of the update, as this is looking like one of the biggest updates in the game's history, so we have quite a lot to go over in this video. Also, if you guys do enjoy the update videos, I do these for every version update, so make sure to put on those notifications to not miss out. And remember, I'm also giving out a free internet membership to my subs that like and leave a comment on this video. Big thanks for today's sponsor Loopbar for providing me with extra memberships to give out on each channel. But alright, for now let's go over what's happening next week at the very start of the 2.5 update. The first thing I can mention is the pre-download should also be available for those who want to enter the game right away. As soon as the update starts, the update will drop on the 30th of December, but for some of us that is also tomorrow night. So for reference, here is all the update times for when the update is going to start for Zenless Zone Zero for the 2.5 update. Alright, now let's cover the exciting part of a new update, the brand new banners. We have about 1 day until the maintenance officially starts, which means there's not much time left for our current banners, which are the S-Rank Banue and the S-Rank Ellen. Here is a quick reminder that it's your last chance to obtain these characters before they leave by tomorrow, but it is until they return once again in a few months. Alright, now to mention the brand new banners replacing them for the first phase, or also technically the only phase, as all banners will be available at once. So pulling up the recent patch notes they posted on Twitter, we have a look at the banners. Of course, we have the long-awaited Yi Xingguan, a S-Rank Hone Edge attack agent. Hone Edge is based on a physical element, so she's more of a physical attack type character. Yi Xingguan is the next ultra high DPS character, capable of switching forms to boost damage output, so she's looking like quite the character. But now for the banner alongside her, we have Xiao. Now we already know Xiao is given out completely free as the ice defense agent, but her banner will still be there for those who want extra copies of the character, and of course the signature W engines for both characters are going to be available alongside them. Additionally, the A ranks on both banners are going to be Lucy and Nicole with their respective W engine. So these are the two brand new character banners, but we also have a special rerun banner, which we saw the value of these characters in my last video. But now to go over the banner here, basically how this banner works is it's one banner, but you're able to choose one out of 3 characters to pull for, and the first PD is guaranteed. There's no 50-50. This goes for both the W engine and the character between Alice, Soldier Ambi, and Astra Yao. So you can pick one of these characters, guarantee early any of these characters and a W engine, and once you use that up, then the banner will return to the usual rates and become a 50-50. I can also mention the first temple is going to be 20% off, but that is only for the temple and nothing too crazy. But the big takeaway here is the first S rank and first W engine is guaranteed. And if you guys are in need of monochromes for the exciting incoming characters, check out this top-up website called Loopbar. Loopbar provides 23% off compared to the official
threshold simulation. I guess. Ooh.
Ah, you're just in time. This is Miss Miyabi from Hollow Special Operations. She's brought us some important intel and is hoping we could provide some advice.
I figured since the proxy has been training here, you would be more or less familiar with the local Hollow disasters. So I decided to squeeze in a visit between other official matters. As for the details, Yanagi said she would get in touch and brief you before I arrived.
Yes. Your deputy chief even sent over some files ahead of time. She seems very efficient and dependable, too. If only Fufu had half of that initiative. Anyway, let's get back to the matters at hand. According to HSO, with Lemnian and Persenis acting up lately, spatial fissures are starting to show up in companion hollows caught between them and Hollow Zero. These are large-scale fissures, and they're letting all sorts of ether pour out at alarming rates. So now those companion hollows are rapidly growing. With so many anomalies overlapping, the situation's getting messy and difficult to handle.
So you're saying, without knowing much about how big or weird these hollows are, we're supposed to somehow patch up the situation using as few resources as possible? Wise, what's your take?
Master, as your one and only supreme assistant, I'll be sure to offer reliable strategic solutions before anyone else can even say a word. Based on the current intel, if we gather enough data samples on the hollows, ethereals, and the agents, I can run simulations to calculate every possible outcome. Master can use the simulation system to make key decisions and pick the optimal solution based on its final results.
Solid plan. Let's roll with that.
Command received. Now that my position as Supreme Assistant is secured, I shall switch to a more efficient algorithm and begin constructing the simulation system. Please stand by.
Judging by your faces, I think you've made up your mind.
All right. It's in your hands now, Proxy. I'll stay nearby and continue training, while gathering more info on the companion hollows. Keep me posted if anything comes up.
We actually going to use TV mode. Okay, good.
Master, the simulation system is now fully operational. To ensure smooth data transfer, I've paused some of your movie downloads.
Oh, come on!
For example, those sci-fi movies that may be used by Second Assistant to make Master doubt the loyalty of AI.
Darn. So you noticed?
Don't worry, Barry. I've always thought you're the best AI in the world.
Praise received. I've logged it as part of the end-of-month electricity bill comfort message to remind you how essential I am. Just a reminder, Master. My goal is to become your best Supreme Assistant. Ever. One more thing. Starting now, you may access the simulation system right here in your room whenever you're ready. We can then plan the best strategy to stop the companion hollows from further expansion together.
Button butcher. Oh. How they sorted? Oh, I see. In the usual way.
In-game purchases. New users can obtain a 10% off coupon by using my link in the description, and here's how I got.
Recalibrating. Adjusting for wind. Recalibrating.
What you deserve. Outbound. Right over. Show no mercy. Now you pay. How about some music? Wanna recharge?
Unstoppable. It's over.
Awaken. Vanish. Victory, the only option. Come on, don't be nervous. Notice me, Lord Bigfoot.
No room for mercy. It's over.
over. I swear on my blade. Awaken! Vanish! Don't you know? Get my dress dirty and you'll pay. Already sheet. You're about to run out! Go! Come on! It's over. No room for mercy. My blade is already. Don't get scared. Time for a surprise! Purging slash!
$6,480 monochromes for $75 instead of the in-game price of nearly $100. You go to the top-up section, proceed to check the purchase will be completed, and the website. Check out the link in the description and pin comment down below to save with loot bar. Alright, so we just went over all the banners with the new characters and rune banners. Now let's go over more the content we can expect to drop as soon as the update starts. First off is, as expected, we have new main story, the new main chapter to be fuel for the night, so we'll have that available. We also have a new outfit for those who want the outfit for Yi Guan, basically her date outfit, and we also have a free Jane Doe skin where you can get for free by simply logging into the game. You go to the store and claim it completely free. You don't even have to do an event, so that's pretty good as well. Now let's keep going here. We have all new Bamboo that will be added, and this one is pretty important as well, the new enhancement system. So I did a pretty good breakdown on this in previous videos, so I'm going to quickly go over it. Basically, this is a new potential awakening system above the potential unlock system, which we already have in the game, where you're able to enhance the resonators, and to even confirm this right here, we have Soldier 11, Bernice, Grace Ellen, and Soldier 0 Ambi. This is going to be a new way to basically just upgrade their multipliers and their scaling and make them a little more relevant in the game once again. Also, it's not stated here, but Bernice is also getting awakening potential, so brand new moves and a brand new kit for this character, which should be pretty exciting as well. Alright, for what else they're going to add, we have a new social system, we have new mission system, the Bouillon store, and we also have new drive disc set. We saw from my guide, the Whitewater Ballad is going to be the best in slot for Yi Guan, so this one is going to be pretty important. Now let's keep going here. So now we're at the rewards and the events. We have the free S-Rank Xiao event, where all you have to do is log in, claim the character for free, and they even give you enough materials to upgrade this character to level 40, which is really nice as well. Alright, now we already went over this, the free limited time Jane Doe skin, so 100% off for 2.5. Now make sure to claim it before 2.5 ends, as this is only exclusive 100% discount for this update, and then once 2.6 rolls around, then this skin will be the original value, which is probably over $1,000 1,000 monochromes. Alright, now we're at the top-up event, so this is a special version event just for the update, and they posted this earlier on Twitter as well, but it's basically says the same thing here, where whatever you spend, you'll gain some amount of tickets, and then they'll go towards the spending event, and then once you reach the total amount, you will then be able to select one of the agents and the engines that are right here. Alright, lastly, let's talk about the events and the quality of life changes. So we have brand new limited events on the way. They already confirmed this on Twitter. That will be available at the start of the update. We have the all-new program, engines that are right here. Alright, lastly, let's talk about the events and the quality of life changes. So we have brand new limited events on the way. They already confirmed this on Twitter. That will be available at the start of the update. We have the all-new program. After December 30, you can log in and have a 7-day check-in that gives 10 master tapes with 10 limited pulls. And on January 21, a bit later, we have the 10 Bupan login event. Alright, now scrolling down to the other events. Alright, so here we have the optimizations. First, we can go over that. It's right there. So we have big optimizations for this patch. We have the Shield Defense update, Deadly Assault update, the damage number compilation, a function menu navigation added, the temple management optimization, the upgrade material sweep, that is a pretty big one, reduced gameplay burden for drive disk, we have main story experience update, third-person camera mode, and game package size optimizations. So a lot of quality of life changes on the way. It's gonna be pretty amazing. Now we're at the all-new gameplay. This is the all-new version events and the brand new endgame modes, one of which is the long-awaited co-op mode that I've been talking about on the Wildfire channel. It's finally here for 2.5, and now it's called Joint Investigation: The Divine Maze. You'll be able to team up with other players, so that is pretty exciting. I'm looking forward to try it out myself as well. We have all-new version events, so events that will be at the start of the update or come out later on. We don't have the exact release dates, but once we have more news or these events are close to coming out, I'll for sure update you guys right here on the channel. So if you guys did enjoy the video, make sure to like the video, subscribe, put those notifications on. This will conclude everything coming out for the 2.5 update starting tomorrow, which is pretty hype.
Okay, I'm going to ask Kimi chat because I can't think right now.
Hello, ZZ Proxies, it's your boy Josh, and version 2.5 is coming ever so closer. Yet you're returning to the game, trying to catch up, or even just a new player entirely. Well, today we're going to go through your guide to 2.5 to show you how to prepare yourself, good practices, pitfalls, and even some secret tips and tricks to get the most polygrams you can to pull for the coveted Void Hunter that is Zhao. Oh yeah, man, aren't you guys excited? Oh, Zhao's not the Void Hunter? Are you sure? If not, then who is?
To oblivion! Ride the wind. Free as the skies. Blood as the bomb. Soul as the bow. All blades, become one! A measure of steel slices the world through. Carrying the fate of all endless eras, bound by the wishes of all living beings.
I am all life. Love will be the end of me.
With that bit out of the way, we are first going to break down the generalized polygon count for version 2.5, and also updating you with all your quality of life and extra content that allow you to grab as many resources as possible. So firstly, the polygon count. If you are completely F2P when this information is extrapolated, currently you could be around 120 polls, which includes login bonuses, in-game events, endgame content, news story and exploration content, dailies, weeklies, and the extraneous web events. And even this code here, which you should like the video right now for these extra 60 polygrams. The more that you guys help support this channel, the more awesome stuff we gotta do. So thank you for allowing me to get this code out for y'all. And also slot in the slightly premium Minnonaut Pass, and now increased budgeted Battle Pass, we'd be looking at well over 150 polls for the next month plus, as this banner lasts for just around 40 or so days. So now begs the question, Josh, how are we going to be able to grind and farm for all of these polls? If I'm a new-sided player, how am I going to get to the end game and get access to all the polychromes? Well, that's where this section comes in. To be honest, I'd ask everyone to watch this segment as a refresher, but if you are a total veteran or advanced player, I won't waste your time. Skip to this content and we'll circle back with you there. But for the greener players out there, let's go through the best practices. When it comes to catching up with content, if any of you saw my earlier, the best time to start Zen Is Now video, that came out just over a month ago, it's a more deeper breakdown into how to catch up with the game if you are a new player, and why starting earlier would have helped you accrue resources and get to critical mass with material generation. But none of fear, as I'll let you know right now, with the amount of time you have for this banner, if you want, and I mean if you want the Yeshin Wong, with the early release content and current updated content, you have more than enough polls to even guarantee the character and potentially her weapon. But let's quickly start with the story. Josh, should I go through Season 1 story, or should I shortcut to Season 2 to catch up with everyone? And there are two reasons with two paths. If you are okay with pressing auto, it'll literally do everything. No pressure on this one. The majority of the player base should be able to max out the Suebian Temple management, which is made easier by clicking over here to the management systems and then pressing auto. It'll literally do everything from you choosing materials what to craft, to sell, to keep for later. The devs really took note that the majority of the player base could not care less about it. And personally, I like management system games like Zoo or Roller Coaster Tycoon, but I understand the overwhelming majority did not appreciate the temple system. But with such, you can get over 500,000 dennies per week, paired with the Lemon Hollow weekly farming for extra materials if you have time. And again, no pressure on this one, as it does take around 10 to 30 minutes per day to extract the full rotational amount of level up materials and such. But the next polychrome farm you should be hitting up is the Scots outpost right outside of Hollow Zero. This zone is unlocked after the Prelude 1 of Chapter 1, going into Chapter 2, and grants you access to some of the endgame modes such as Shiyu Defense and Hollow Zero. At early game, which is anything under proxy level 40 to 45, the only things you should be focusing on are character levels, core materials, skill materials, and at least keeping your budget W engine options to the level if possible. But for Shiyu Defense, it just got a little extra boost in polychromes, yet the difficulty might have spiked, as it has a new format that has us using 3 teams and a scoring system alongside a timed clear. And if you can get the S rank score, you can presumably get all the rewards. Again, don't overexert your resources, as they can be used later on to focus on higher investments, but get your characters usable and start pushing through that Hollow Zero game mode that I was talking about. This game mode is the roguelike simulation of Zenless, kind of like Wu-Wa's or Honkai Star Rails, and the premium currency, as well as other useful building and crafting materials, will come with hidden achievements and certain difficulty levels. The Hollow is something you can't directly blaze through, and it might take a few weeks, so ideally try to farm it as much as the weekly allows you, and then go for these levels if they're available. They are trial stages to test out characters early, the perpetrator battles, and task force missions, which are very accessible as they have rental characters. So have fun with these, and if you do like a certain character or a certain team comp, maybe try going them in future reruns, or if they're accessible now in any of the new banners. Then after Hollow Zero, you can squeeze in extra polys through the tutorial systems, friendship quests that can be easily accessed by pressing Q, or accessing the Knock Knock feature on your phone. Then you also have the good old HDD quests. Well, technically there's a feature in the Wi-Fi Peninsula region, the Devon Pawn Shop, that allows you access to these power-up cards. These power cards will actually allow you for a single clear of one of these stages, yet I advise 40 beats, up to an account max of 30. Because in the new version of Zenless, these can now be used to convert stamina into on-demand E3 batteries, which is actually incredible value for endgame. So try to tough it out and do some of these easy quests, and also hard combat missions. And lastly, there are some other endgame combat modes like Tower and Threshold Simulator that require a bit more ball knowledge and a developed account to get through. So if you're a returner, look here in the Suebian Temple, as well as the back of
So new hard mode.
the HIA Club to see if you've done these. There is also the arcade games and Officer Mimi checklist that can grant you some polychromes for more achievement hunting, or even doing older permanent events. But personally, the time to investment isn't as great, and I'd rather you focus on the above methods of progress and farming polychromes, because I understand not everybody can play for hours on end. And now, welcome back, advanced level players. Just to recap, we went through the choices of skipping story, as well as the game modes of Hollow Zero, Suebian Temple, Lightning Hollow, the revamped Shiyu Defense, and other endgame modes, miscellaneous game modes like arcade, dating, achievement hunting, for in-game permanent polychrome farming. So with the more conventional advice on polychromes out of the way, let's talk about how we can apply them to the banners, as there are multiple systems and new banner mechanics we need to be aware of. I have a video already mentioning the 2.5 new systems alongside a more detailed breakdown of each character that is available. So go check out this video after watching this one to get a more fuller breakdown. But to summarize, you'll have your regular banner that spans over the 5 weeks. This will be the Yeshinguang and Zhao banner alongside the Olympics. And don't forget that we're already getting the free Zhao, and as a free support character, don't let the defense class fool you. She is actually one of the best free rewards we've ever received in the game to date. Next is the limited guaranteed premium rerun banners, and unlike the regular rerun banners we've done in the past, you can only assume these will show up bi-yearly at intervals of the anniversary and half anniversary, like it's shown up now. So with the banner, you are guaranteed to pull the limited on-banner unit of your choosing. This time, it's Alice, Astra, and Sandy, who all three in their own right actually are great pulls for different reasons. The one caveat is that they are running under a separate pay system than the regular limited or rerun banners. So say if you're already 75 petty in and you're waiting for your next S rank pull, well, to begin in 2.5, you'll be starting at 0 on this particular banner. And if you don't pull your S rank, the pay won't carry over to the regular banners, but it will retain for this limited premium rerun 6 months down the line. Again, we're not too sure if it is 6 months, but as of this recording, it's reasonable to think that the banner is not going to show up for at least that amount of time. So there are strong reasons to pull, but it's difficult to pull off. And then there's this onion event where it should be around $100 and $200 to grab the Wenjins and available characters. I'll be making edit in the comments of this video if that's not the case. To recap, you'll probably need to get up to $200 for the S rank character. That includes some older units like Bernice, Jane, and Xingyi, alongside the standards, which include the newly awoken Soldier 11 and Grace, who in their own rights are quite strong now. So if you're going to be spending anyways, might as well top up at the top of 2.5 with my LD shop link down below, so you can get up to 35% off with your first order. And you can bundle multiple packs together to get this applied and grab the full amount for the spending event. Let me tell you, it's a huge opportunity if you are willing to spend any money. And again, that's if you're willing to spend money. This video is not directly sponsored by them, but I do work with LD shop and I've been nothing but amazing to myself and the community. So when 2.5 drops, you better sign up and grab the topics with them. And again, use my career link below, and it'll let them know that I sent you. So it really just helps you to get the discounts you deserve this holiday season. Now, outside of that, let's actually review the cost of these. With the general plan for a character and signature, you're probably going to be running your pockets for around 100 to 200 pulls, which, as we mentioned in the first section of this video, we are getting around 120 plus purely from free to play as you play the cash. So if you were to start with nothing to your name and 0 pity, it would take a somewhat Herculean effort to actually get there. Well, that's where the spending comes in. So if you want to participate and get a chance at not only the regularly scheduled limited banners, but the special limited reruns, you'll probably be going to mean around another 100 to a potential 200 or even 250 pulls. Now, of course, you can get lucky. For many veterans, you've already saved up your pity or even lost your recent 50/50s and now have YSG confirmed. Unfortunately, we're going to have to get a little bit more realistic here and say that with the amount given in 2.5, you might only be able to pick up one copy of Yeshinguang, which, don't get me wrong, it's still good, but definitely not a perfect fairy tale ending. With the spending event, new skins, and new banner system, this update is definitely pushing the boundaries we previously had when it comes to spending and monetary input. So just try to be diligent, stay within your means, and come by our Twitch stream. We have a bunch of raffles and giveaways for Polycon packs and more fun stuff for y'all to earn and win while we game and teach out how to build and fight with your characters. Next is the materials portion, which arguably is just as important, and there are several tips that are somewhat scattered here that have to do with an update as well as changes to the full systems. So let's first talk about batteries and stamina. Laid out before, we already mentioned that we are getting a new function to the battery system that mimics the condensed resin system of Genshin, but just way better. See, we'll be using these power cards that can be found at the Divine Launcher, and you can combine these with 60 batteries to form an Aether battery. With the Aether battery, they will last forever until you redeem them, so they are timeless and on demand, versus Genshin's limit of 5 condensed resin. Yeah, they should really change that. Anyway, with us now being able to convert batteries and the icing on the cake, meaning that we can sweep stages to save us time, we have a very flexible and pro player system that allows us to take advantage of stockpiling resources for the new content. So with a few days in 2.4, how can we take advantage of it now? Well, firstly, we should send you over to said Devon Pawn Shop to redeem all of the cards you have available. That's step number 1. Step number 2 is to actually not spend. See, these power cards will also be showing up in the Signal Shop, where you can actually redeem the recyclables of your gacha pulls into in-game resources. Now you'll be able to get the power cards here too. So each month, make sure to have an ample amount. You don't have to run the whole shop of everything, just as much as you need. And lastly, as of 2.5, we'll be removing the Victoria housekeeping tickets entirely. But let's say that you were to have some still in your inventory, keep them. Don't use them just yet, as the game will
Weakness. Or actually go tentacles here. Another rupture. Rupture.
Automatically convert them into batteries for you to sweep the new stages or to just use on the new farmables. If you didn't know, we are getting new drive discs and new bosses, so having these extra batteries for the newer content will save you a lot of time and allow you to access the builds of Zhao and Ye Xinguang faster. With a new character requiring 60 advanced core material from the HIA, that comes to at least 780 stamina. Hopefully you save the core redeems from the logistics bay, because that's going to lend you 60 stamina per pop at the Notorious Hunts. After the first 3, again from that weekly refresh. Don't forget the chips and seals that you should have prepared from the weeks prior to X material event. That is, as of this recording, should be going live any day now. And the W Engine and other generalized materials that you'll need to raise characters. W Engine drive disc levels. Yes, holding the character is already one tall task, but raising them up and building them to perform at the level you expect is a whole other ballgame. For some direct suggestions now, keep utilizing the batteries to farm current drive discs to recycle for high 5 master copies. That will eventually be able to be converted into the new sets, and with the new substat selector system, it'll make it easier to craft the exact substats you need. Now, you just gotta put your hands together and pray on Kami-sama that will roll a plus 35 substat character. And hopefully with these extra tips to bottle your stamina materials, you should be good to go off of day 1. To circle back to the pull count, as well as we wrap up this video, one of the bigger reasons outside of wanting the players to spend more money and why the pull count seems a little bit lower than the other larger patches is because we are not getting any real big overhaul of game modes like the TV system back in 1.4 or a whole Lemnian Hollow system from 2.0. Here in 2.5, we're purely just getting new events. So not only are we getting any new play spawns, we are also not getting any new material spawns that just pop up with bursts of materials. As mentioned before, in order to ease the load of farming, try the Lemnian Hollow farming route. If you have extra time, they'll provide over 600 batteries worth of level materials each week, and eventually over 1 million dennies per week if you can extract everything all for free. I also have a beginner's guide to that over in the description below, or you can scroll through my recent ZZ videos here on the YouTube channel. The increased pie comes from the new Shi defense, limited brushwork simulator runs, as well as the new souvenir shot with the gold-looking character already is quite the extra kick. And if more information gets processed, I can usually count my total to the tops of 130 FTP polls, but that might be a slight stretch. Again, I'll be sending the edited polls down in the comments, so if there's something that you're worried about, just understand that there's more than enough content for you to grab at least 1, if not 2, S1 characters or items this patch. With that, the only thing left to do is to talk about what you should be coming out of this patch with. I guess a generalized expectation checklist to know that you've taken full advantage of this patch. Alongside grabbing as many polls as possible, Boyo and the Zenless team are really pushing you to grab at least 1 or 2 new characters with the new banner and spending systems in place. If not, you're saving all those extra polls for the Angels of Delusion in 2.6 and 7, or you're a Sunbringer Coper like I am and are just waiting for the turn of 3.x. But outside of that, finishing all the events, enjoying the story, and unlocking and getting the minimum rewards from each endgame mode is just about all that is accessible here in the version 2.5. And just for those who are wondering why I didn't explicitly talk more about co-op, well, it's because it's just an extra limited game mode event and is essentially a live beta test for the larger co-op version that we'll be getting more characters and more fleshed out features with down the road. Warriorverse has done this with games like Genshin and Nature's Horror before, and so the timeline for this new co-op system seems no different. And if you can get all of this cleared in the next month plus, you will earn yourself an A+ grade in Josh's Beginner and Returner Guide to version 2.5. Are you excited about any particular part of the game, be it the characters, combat, maybe the story or lore? Let me know down in the comments, and make sure to subscribe as we're getting so freaking close to 30k subscribers on YouTube. If we can hit that by the end of the year during 2.5, I actually already have a $100 Polycomb Pack giveaway going on our Twitch and YouTube live streams, but I'll have an additional one ready for you guys here on the YouTube channel. So tell your friends that we are the ZZ community join this Zenless Zone Zero update. Thank you so much for watching, and make sure to tune in next time for our early access Ye Xinguang Guide and Showcase. It's your boy Josh. Thanks so much for watching. Okay.
still. Scatter.
Any last words? Out of my way!
Your weakness has been exposed.
Out of my way! Execution continue! One power systems down! I'll take that.
Your luck's run out. Go, come on! Hey, let's have some fun. Behold, the most symmetrical swordplay. No time to deal with the
Judge it a little bit differently than the others. I have to judge it on two merits. As a part of Generation 1 and as like a movie in its own right. When compared to the original series Season 1 and 2, Transformers the movie is kind of strange. For one, let's just put this out of the way, the violence. Violence is pretty standard in Transformer movies now, but it wasn't back then. This movie established that these bots can just die, and they die pretty easily. Like 1 or 2 shots, that's all it takes. No more putting robots back together, I guess. At least the ones that aren't getting any new toys. It's kind of funny that Ultra Magnus literally explodes and gets put back together, but Prowl gets shot once and melts. While the death of characters certainly adds to the stakes here, like Iron Fahrenheit gets executed. The stakes are far higher than an average G1 episode now. So many iconic characters die so fast, it ironically makes the rest of the movie less dramatic. Who cares what happens to these new guys? All the people we cared about are dead. This movie is weird in the span of G1, because at the end of the day, it's a time skip, like One Piece. Except at the start of the time skip, all the Straw Hats just die. Luffy drowns as everyone watches. Now, don't get me wrong, I still love everything about this movie. Traumatizing children is very funny, and this jump in maturity is what makes this movie really stand out even to this day. As a grand conclusion to season 1 and 2, as a send-off to these characters we know and love, Transformers the movie is pretty bad. But as a pilot for season 3, it's pretty good. After watching season 3, I care way more about these characters now than I ever did when
The target's weary. Sniper's Creed. One shot, one kill.
I have nothing but contempt for this port.
The new bots really are a good replacement of the old bots. I like Rodimus Prime. I like Tom. I hate Wheelie, but you only start to like these characters as you go through season 3.
Well, basically, you'll have two choices: suffocate or smother. Or maybe we can dock it that, or whatever, up ahead.
Oh man, this movie is gorgeous. Visually, it's my favorite of any Transformers film, which shouldn't be too much of a shock. I like the blocky bots. This is a hand-painted, cel-shaded beauty to look at. And a third of the time, it's a good-looking music video, too. I don't know if I can say the story is really good because so much of the plot just skips along to some 80s bangers. You Got the Touch is the one everyone remembers, but Dare is my favorite. One actual positive is how short this movie is. It does not waste time at all. The threat of Unicron is established immediately, and it stays until he gets blown up. So yeah, Transformers the movie looks great. It's iconic for a reason. It has some of the best scenes in the entire franchise. After watching all of G1, the cracks show a little bit for me. Because of all of that, I don't think I can put Transformers the movie in S tier. I know. I think it deserves a very comfortable spot in A. It's a high A. No, wait, stop!
You think these little chains can hold?
Josh Allen's Wife and the Iron Giant is the greatest movie ever made for 2 whole minutes.
Destroy the launch pad! Let none escape!
The rest of the stuff on Earth is pretty good, I guess. After the abomination that was Transformers The Last Night, Bumblebee was a breath of fresh air, a complete rejection of Bayformers, with a simple plot. actual normal people, and the best looking live action Transformers in the entire series. It's clear the movie was made with a lot of love by people that grew up on G1. There's a lot of references.
You got the power!
A bit too many references. Over the years, my opinion on Bumblebee has lessened a bit. For one, this came out smack dab in the whole 80s nostalgia thing. Remember the 80s? Weren't the 80s so great? Look at that old TV. Look at the cassettes. That's not really the stuff I have a main problem with. As a film, Bumblebee is the most confident of the live-action films. Yes, even more than one. It's very well contained, and it isn't full of odd moments, something that even the first one couldn't escape from.
The boy's pheromone level suggests he wants to mate with me.
At the same time, though, when I was making that video last year, it just clicked in my head that this movie was the Iron Giant, and I can't unthink that now. Alien robot falls to Earth and loses his memory, meets a human and forms a bond. They're hunted by the military. The robot acts all cute until he activates his kill mode, or his eyes become all red. This is a story you've seen time and time again, but with a Transformer skin. Bumblebee is not the character of Bumblebee in this. He is a big, cute puppy. Isn't he so cute? Conveniently, when he lost his voice, he forgot to act like a sentient being at all. Haley Steinfeld is the best human protagonist in any of these movies.
You could have been a Camaro this whole time?
Her entire arc is just overcoming grief, and her actions make a lot of sense as a teenage girl who lost her dad. The tone is generally more comedic, but it ironically makes all the humans in this movie feel more like humans. Nobody is just psychopaths. The stuff I like the most, though, is the bots themselves. While the Cybertron sections are peak, they're so good they honestly overshadow the entire film, the bot stuff on Earth works really well too. The Decepticons are actually colorful for once. They have personalities. They aren't simply monsters. Shatter and Dropkick are the best villains in the series because they're constantly doing something.
We are Decepticon peacekeepers, patrolling the galaxy.
In a franchise about a faction called the Decepticons, these two are the only ones who actually deceive, tricking the US government into finding the Autobot rebels.
They literally call themselves Decepticons.
The only other villain who deceives in these movies isn't even a fucking Decepticon. I love their back and forth too. Fight scenes between bots are great as well. The choreography is both fast and weighty. This is the first of the Transformer movies that really focused on characters instead of just the action. If there was a movie I would show someone who didn't know anything about Transformers, this would be the one. This is your normie Transformer movie. Something your parents would like or you'd take a date to. It was once a breath of fresh air, but the Bayformer movies have been gone for so long, we've had a lot of time to breathe. So, while I really like it, it's not perfect. B tier. This did not perform well in theaters, and honestly, audiences weren't really missing that much.
Brave, but futile.
I love Beast Wars. The fact there was going to be a Beast Wars movie was insane to me. And then I saw it. Transformers Rise of the Beasts is the most mid film in the entire franchise. And I do mean mid. This does nothing exceptionally great and nothing exceptionally bad. Except for some of those shots in the forest. Oh my god. I wanted to love this movie so bad. I wanted that Beast Wars movie. And I still want that Beast Wars movie. Because this was not that. There are Beast Wars characters here, but they have, like, nothing to do. Rise of the Beast is about stopping Unicron, but he's in space the whole time, so not really. Rise of the Beast is really about stopping Scourge. Remember Scourge from, like, Season 3?
Everybody's gotta be somewhere.
Well, he's here now, and he sounds worse.
They never learn.
Objectively, Beasts is a more well-put-together film than Age of Extinction and The Last Knight. But it's also just so much less interesting. At least when Bayformer films fuck up, they fuck up in entertaining ways. But Rise of the Beast fucks up in a standard, generic Hollywood way. The way every movie fucks up now. The ending fight is in a gray, dull world. The action sequences feel cheap. The CGI is somehow worse despite this being the newest live-action movie. Beast feels like it's trying to imitate Bayformers without knowing what made Bayformers work. It doesn't have the sauce, which is a shame because I think there's elements here that actually work. For one, the main guy, Noah. I like his personality. I even like the dynamic he has with Pete Davidson Mirage. That's something that was shocking me. I did not go into this expecting to like Pete Davidson's Mirage. When I remember this movie, I only remember him. That said, both can still be very great. Noah, shut the fuck up about Brooklyn for like 5 seconds, I swear to God.
Brooklyn, baby!
I like that we finally get RC as a main character. And we also get Nightbird. That's right, they bring back Nightbird from that one episode in G1. Both of them are highlights. Everyone else is, not. The co-human lead, Elena, and yes, I did Google both of their names because I can't remember any person's name in this movie, is present. She has a fear of heights. That's really the most I can say about her. Wheeljack is here, but in name only. Why does he look like that? Oh god, is the original Wheeljack design just so ugly to Paramount that they would rather have 4 eyes or Albert Einstein instead? Is this more appealing to you people? The Maximals themselves are just so underused. It's really just Airraiser and Optimus Primal. Meanwhile, Cheetor and Rhinox are kind of there. In a proper Beast movie, they would be central co-leads. Instead, Cheetor says like one line, and Rhinox says nothing. He doesn't even transform. Imagine if in Transformers 2007, Jazz and Ironhide said nothing at all, and just stood there the whole time. Even the screen time Airraiser and Optimus Primal get isn't that much. Kinda crazy how much they wasted using Ron Perlman and Michelle Yeoh.
Stay calm now.
Not really this movie's fault, but Peter Cullen is getting up there in age. He would have been just turning 80 when recording this. So there are some lines where Prime sounds a lot more worn than I think was intended.
Let me go, Noah. Save yourself.
Just kind of a shame he had to voice for a decade of these movies instead. Age is not an excuse for Peter Dinklage, though. I do not like how Scourge sounds. Peter Dinklage always sounds so bored when doing voice work.
I'm tired of little things getting in my way.
Why is that? Instead of Scourge coming off as menacing or psychotic, he just comes off as Dinklage reading lines.
Master, the reinforcements.
Like he pulled another Destiny. You know, when he voiced the ghost in Destiny before they replaced him with Nolan North because nobody liked him? That is I wish they would have done this with Scourge too. Life is not a great movie, but compared to Extinction and Last Night, it looks pretty good. It does its job. In the grand scheme of all of this, it is a decent Transformers movie. The bar isn't that high. For that, I'm putting it smack dab in the middle, at C. Can't wait for that G.I. Joe movie.
Yes, get the fuck out of here! What are you doing? Go!
Transformers 1 is not ashamed of being a Transformers movie. Like an actual Transformers movie. One that doesn't need to be a disaster film, Kirby, whatever this is. Transformers 1 is a cartoon set on Cybertron focused entirely on robots. Luckily, it's fantastic too. This section's gonna be short because if you haven't watched it, I don't want to spoil it. In fact, if you are the person who hasn't watched Transformers 1, this video's kind of made for you. Transformers 1 is the best because it's not only the closest to what the actual Transformers series is, like any of them, it understood what made these characters work and crafted them for a whole new generation of Transformers fans. Cybertron is reimagined in such creative ways. From overgrown fauna, to Art Deco of Icon City, to metallic waves on the surface. The villain is so unlikable, it actually makes you root for B-16 as he spirals into becoming Megatron. Are there hiccups here and there in the storytelling? Sure. Is there a certain comic relief character I wish would have screamed less? Of course. But remember what we're comparing this with. How many Transformer movies have fights like this? Choreographed purely around the idea that these are robots that can shift around. The beauty of this movie is everything that happens in Transformers 1 is something that can only happen in Transformers movies. It's the best example of why people love this franchise and will continue to do so, despite what the box office might say. I don't care how niche it is. My hole, it was made for me.
Nice. Really cool.
Drawn from countless legends, melodies, and dreams! Your life ends here. Concentrate. Cycle of yin and yang. Release. Clarity and impurity cycle. Scary and fierce.
Okay, that doesn't make any sense. Why does it say that more than 42 days remaining? Okay, so at least today. Today it's fantastic. Wait, why is there no threshold simulation here? Or is it only in Yankee Summit? Oh, come on. I'll have to go there sometimes. Okay. All right. Branches. Alright, that's going to be it for this stream.